challenges before, and I always come out on top. With the kitchen window slightly open, I can climb out, dash across the alley, and buy the soba. Once I have it, I'll climb back and whip up a delectable meal for our esteemed guest. Superintendent Chalmers will never know the difference.
Pauses, then confidently.
Yes, this plan is foolproof. A little adventurous, perhaps, but nothing I can't handle. All right, let me just fetch my jacket and a suitable container for the soba. This might just be the most delightful working lunch Springfield Elementary School has ever seen. Ah, Superintendent Chalmers, I'm so glad you're here. I was just preparing some caldereta de cordero for us, but it seems the steam. The heat got a little carried away.
Principal Skinner, I think you'll find that smoke coming from your pot, not steam.
Hell no, but it's just a harmless steam. I've seen it before. It's all part of the cooking process.
I'm afraid a little harmless steam wouldn't produce this much smoke, Principal.
I assure you it's quite normal for my caldereta de cordero. The steam just gets a bit more exuberant, that's all.
You've tried convincing me that a burnt Pop-Tart was a gourmet chocolate souffle before, but this goes beyond our usual culinary adventures. I suggest we order in for this working lunch instead.
Very well, I'll place the order immediately. This unfortunate turn of events has certainly tested my culinary skills, but I'll come back stronger than ever. With a little creativity, our working lunch may still be salvaged. Stay tuned, Superintendent Chalmers. The story doesn't end here. I'm so glad you arrived, Superintendent Chalmers. I've prepared a delicious dinner for us.
Principal Skinner, this isn't the caldereta de cordero we planned, is it?
Oh, no, not exactly. I encountered a little kitchen mishap earlier and decided to adapt.
But this is actually toshikoshi soba, isn't it? I recall you mentioning this dish before.
Well, yes, that is correct. It's a traditional Japanese dish, and I thought you might enjoy it, given the occasion.
Ah, I'm glad you thought of that. I do love toshikoshi soba, a perfect substitute for our working lunch.
I'm glad you think so, Superintendent. I'm sure you'll find it delectable.
Principal Skinner, whatever the reason for this change, I don't mind. It's a delicious surprise. He picks up his chopsticks and starts eating.
I'm glad you're enjoying it. Let's savor this special moment and the delightful meal we've been given. He starts eating as well, smiling at Chalmers. Superintendent Chalmers, I believe you've entered the kitchen just in time for our grand unveiling. I've spent hours perfecting the dish, and it was all set to be a huge success.
Suddenly, Chalmers notices a fire coming from the stove.
Principal Skinner, is that a fire I see? Your kitchen is on fire.
You don't know, Chalmers. That's not a fire. You see, what you're witnessing is just an extratropical cyclone.
An extratropical cyclone in the kitchen. That doesn't make any sense, Principal.
Well, it's a known phenomenon. They can form in any body of water, even inside your average kitchen. It's just a small one, and I've got it under control.
Principal, a cyclone in the kitchen? I've been an educator for over 3 decades, and I'm fairly certain that is impossible. Could you please step aside and let me take a look?
I'm sorry, Superintendent. I misjudged the situation. It's not a cyclone. I'll deal with this issue.
It's all right, Principal. You can let me know when dinner is ready or if we need to call the fire department instead.
Chalmers departs from the kitchen, leaving Skinner standing near the ruined stove, looking dejected.
The day just keeps getting better, doesn't it? I'm glad you enjoyed the Toshikoshi Soba, Superintendent. It was quite a salvage operation, isn't it?
Yes, it was quite a surprise. I must admit, I wasn't expecting that change of plans, but it proved to be quite delightful.
I'm glad you found it enjoyable. I knew with a little ingenuity we could make lemons into lemonade.
You certainly did, Principal Skinner. You always managed to bring a sense of adventure to our working lunches.
Thank you, Superintendent. Your words of praise mean a great deal to me. Speaking of adventure, have you tried La Bowl Fuego yet? A glass could be just the thing to put the icing on today's unexpected cake.
I must confess I'm not one for potent spirits. But considering today's events, I might just indulge in a little glass to cap off the day.
Splendid decision, Superintendent. Allow me to fetch us a couple of glasses to go along with the remainder of this special occasion. He heads towards the house, confidently.
To make sure the kitchen fire doesn't get the best of us, though, Principal.
Absolutely, Superintendent. Fire safety is my utmost priority. As he enters the house, Skinner's confidence starts to fade. He closes the door and takes a moment to gather himself before addressing the true issue. However, his explanation to Chalmers will remain a mystery to maintain the essence of this comedic writing.
Farewell, Principal Skinner. Enjoy the evening, and let's reconvene for another adventure. Filled working lunch soon.
Farewell, Superintendent Chalmers. Safe travels. Once Chalmers has left, Skinner's dejected expression quickly returns as he acknowledges the fire. He takes a deep breath and begins to formulate a plan. Well, Chalmers, what did you think of our podcast episode? We roasted a few memes and even joked about the inevitability of death.
Skinner, you always manage to make the mundane sound intriguing. And as for the death topic, I had a relative once who believed it was the Great Leveler. But enough about that. Where's that delightful smell coming from?
You've noticed? I've got an Arbro smoky cooking in the oven. It's a Scottish delicacy, similar to a hot dog, but smoked and wrapped in thick, peppery sawdust. The smell alone is worth experiencing. And as for a drink, I'd be happy to offer you a wee dram of whiskey to go with it, if you'd care for one, Chalmers.
Skinner, always the gracious host. I love a whiskey and to hear more about this dish. Tell me, is it as delicious as the podcast?
Well, Chalmers, I'll let you be the judge of that. The podcast is only as good as its hosts, and we've had some memorable episodes, haven't we? But back to the Arbroath Smoky. Imagine a tender piece of haddock encased in peppery sawdust, slowly smoked over open flames, and then paired with a sharp, fruity whiskey. The experience, I assure you, is one for the senses. Now, let me go check on our meal, and we shall indulge in both the Arbroath Smoky and our podcasting successes. Wow, I'll be a goddamn monkey's uncle. I can't freaking believe this. Who the hell let the heat get too high? This isn't some random accident. This is a deliberate act of fucking sabotage. Wait a minute.
Oh my Roy, special moment for Chalmers. It doesn't make any fucking sense.
All right. Enough of this whining. I need to think of a plan B. Chalmers is counting on me to make this a memorable evening, and I won't let him down. I'll call for takeout or run to the store for something quick to replace it. Yeah, this little setback isn't going to ruin our podcast episode viewing party. Calm down, Skinner. You've got this. It may not be an Arbroath Smoky, but we'll find something just as delectable and enjoyable for Chalmers. And as for the culprit, we'll uncover their identity and deal with them appropriately. This little hiccup isn't going to bring us down. Let's fix this. Damn it. And I really thought that Smoky was going to be perfect. Fine, takeout it is. Chalmers deserves the best, and I can't let him down. I'll make this right, and we'll continue our podcast episode with a smile. After all, it's not just the food that makes our gatherings memorable. It's the friendship, the shared experiences, and the joy of making each other laugh. We've got this. All right, better call for takeout. Time to salvage the night. There we go. Pizza it is. We'll have our podcast episode and a delicious dinner, and Chalmers won't even know what happened. All's well that ends well. I'll make it up to Chalmers. He deserves the best. I'll give it to him. This little setback won't stop us. We'll continue our podcast, enjoy our dinner, and make memories together that will last a lifetime. And as for that pesky saboteur, they'll be sorry. We'll find them and make them pay. This may not have gone according to plan, but we'll turn it around. That's just who we are. We'll face any challenge with a smile and come out on top. Let's do this. What's this? A shop selling sujuk just outside my window. This could be the perfect substitute for the burnt Arbroath Smoky. I've got a devilish plan. I'll climb out the window, buy this sujuk, and climb back in. Yes, Chalmers needn't know about the little hiccup with the Arbroath Smoky. I'll save the night with this sujuk. Let me see. How should I prepare it? Sujuk is a spiced Turkish sausage made from beef or lamb. I'll cook it in a pan with some onions and peppers. Maybe add a bit of tomato sauce and some spices for extra flavor. The smell alone will make Chalmers forget all about the Arbroath Smoky. This will be a memorable evening yet. Now, how to get back in the window without Chalmers noticing? I've got this. No need to worry. Let the games begin. I can't wait to surprise Chalmers with this delightful sujuk. Oh, hello, Chalmers. I wasn't expecting you back so soon.
Skinner, what's that smell? I see smoke coming from the kitchen.
That's just a little steam, Chalmers.
I've decided to try a new method for making the Arbroath Smoky. I'll call it the steamed Arbroath Smoky.
Steam? I've never heard of that before, Skinner. That's obviously smoke coming from the kitchen.
Yes. Well, the steam. Got a bit carried away. But trust me, it'll be just as delicious.
Skinner, you always manage to make even the simplest situation an adventure. But I believe you're trying to pull a fast one on me. Care to reveal the truth?
All right, Chalmers? I confess. The Arbroath Smoky, yeah, the steam, got a bit out of control. But don't worry, I've ordered a replacement. We'll still have our podcast viewing party.
Skinner, relax. It's not a big deal. We'll just order something else for dinner. But next time, perhaps stick to the tried and true methods.
Yes, Chalmers. Less steaming and more roasting from now on. Let's enjoy our podcast and a new dinner, shall we? Here you go, Chalmers. I present to you your Arbroath Smoky.
Skinner, this isn't an Arbroath Smoky. This is sujuk.
Yes, Chalmers, you're absolutely correct. This is, in fact, a sujuk. But you know what they call it in this part of Scotland? Arbroath smoky.
Skinner, I've been to Scotland, and I've never heard anyone call it that. You are trying to deceive me.
Well, you see, there's a small village in Angus that does call it that. I thought you'd enjoy trying it. It's quite delicious.
Skinner, you do surprise me sometimes. But next time, let's stick to the facts, shall we?
Agreed. Chalmers. Agreed. Now let's dig in and enjoy our Arbroath smokies, Sujuk. Yeah, I mean, Arbroath smoky. Laughs.
You're a cod, Skinner. Let's just enjoy our dinner and our podcast, shall we? Winks.
The kitchen of Principal Skinner's home. A sudden, alarming odor fills the room, and as they both enter, Chalmers spots a fire burning on the stovetop. Principal Skinner, what on earth is going on here? I smell gas and see flames. Chalmers, it's not what it seems. It's only the penitentes, a local Spanish tradition. The penitentes in the kitchen. And what on earth could that even look like to cause a fire? Well, you know how it gets here, Chalmers. The townsfolk gather them for the annual procession. I accidentally left a few on the stove while preparing dinner. They're perfectly safe as long as they don't touch the heat. Principal Skinner, I've known you for a very long time, and I've seen your kitchen fires before, but never due to penitent. This situation just doesn't make sense, and I think we should investigate further and call the fire department to ensure everyone's safety. Very well, if that's what you believe. But there's no need to jump to conclusions. Let me call the fire department and put the penitentes out first. Grabs the nearest fire extinguisher and tries to put out the fire, but fails, fanning the flames further. Principal Skinner, quick! We must call the fire department immediately. You're right, Chalmers. I apologize for my lack of judgment. Thank you for your concern and for keeping a level head in this crisis. Rushing to the phone to call the fire department. It's no problem, Skinner. We make a great team. Thanks for listening to me and taking swift action to prevent further damage. Let's hope the fire department gets here soon.
The scene closes with the two waiting anxiously for the fire department to arrive and prevent further damage.
Well, Chalmers, I'm glad you enjoyed the Arbroath smoky, Sujuk. It's an exotic delicacy, isn't it?
Skinner, I must admit, I was expecting a real Arbroath smoky.
What I had was indifferent. But I'll give it to you. The sujuk did grow on me.
And sorry for the confusion earlier, Chalmers. It was an honest mistake. I'll make it up to you next time.
Skinner, your explanations for the burnt smoky and the kitchen fire are becoming increasingly hard to believe. I trust you, and I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Chalmers. Your understanding means the world to me. I'll make sure our next gathering is nothing but perfect.
I look forward to it, Skinner. Now I should be getting home. Safe travels to you.
Safe travels to you as well, Chalmers. Until next time.
End scene.
Clip on?
I've never heard of that before.
What is it?
An Indonesian dessert made of glutinous rice flour and coconut milk. I just made some for you to try.
Wow, Seymour, that smells amazing. What can I do to help?
Thank you, Mr. Chalmers. Why don't you sit down and I'll get you a drink while I finish up the clipping?
That would be lovely, Seymour.
And maybe next time you could bring some candy for me, too?
Absolutely, Mr. Chalmers. I'll make sure to bring some next time.
Oh, and by the way, how was your weekend? Did you do anything fun?
I burned the food again. This is just great. I can't believe I messed up something as simple as cooking. So I wonder if there's a way to prevent this from happening in the future. Maybe I need to pay more attention to the oven temperature. Frustration, I can't believe I burnt the Kleppen again. How am I supposed to satisfy my hunger now? Determination, wait. What's that outside the window? It looks like here's snacks. That could be a great substitute. Excitement, I can climb out the window and get some of those snacks. Yes, this plan is going to work. Concerned, but how do I prepare the snacks? I don't want them to be burnt too. Disappointment. Why did I even try to make food in the first place? I clearly have no luck with cooking. Resignation, well, I guess I'll just have to order takeout again. At least, that never disappoints me.
Chalmers enters the kitchen and notices smoke billowing from the stove. Skinner is standing there with a pan in his hand cooking something.
Skinner, what are you doing? I never thought I'd see the day.
I was just trying out a new recipe. Wanna try some?
Sure. What is it?
It's Kleppen, a traditional dish from the planet Zol.
Wow, I've never had that before. Where did you learn to make it?
Oh, I just picked it up during my travels. Speaking of travels, have you heard about Harris Snacks?
No, what about them?
They're this amazing snack from a planet in the Andromeda Galaxy. I found out about them when I was on vacation there. You should totally try to find some.
I'll believe it when I taste it. But thanks for the offer, Skinner.
Anytime, Chalmers? Anytime.
What's this, Skinner? I thought we were having steamed Kleppen for dinner.
They're quite similar to Kleppen, aren't they?
That's not what I signed up for, Skinner. Why the change?
I had to make a last-minute change due to unforeseen circumstances. Please try it. It's delicious.
No thanks, Skinner. I don't trust you that much after all the candy you gave me. Fire! Someone help!
It's okay, Chalmers. It's just Benjamin Button. Don't worry about it.
Benjamin Button in the kitchen. How is that even possible?
And just trust me on this, okay? We don't need anyone else getting involved.
Skinner, I know something weird is going on. The house was on fire just now.
Oh, that. Yeah. It's just a little Benjamin Button situation. Don't worry about it.
I'm not sure if I believe you, Skinner. It just seems too strange.
Please, just go with it. How about we talk about something else? I have some great candy waiting for you inside.
All right, fine, but I'm still a little suspicious.
So, how was lunch?
It was good. Thanks for asking. I think I'll head out now. Take care, Skinner.
Bye, Chalmers. Have a safe trip home.
That sounds wonderful. Can I get a drink while we wait?
Of course, let me grab some glasses and open a bottle of wine. Please, have a seat in the living room. It's my Citrulus echorosis. It's a type of squash. I've been practicing my cooking skills, and I'm so glad you're here to taste it.
Well, it certainly smells delicious.
I can't wait to try it.
All right, lunch is ready. Let me plate it up and we can head to the table.
Sounds perfect. This had better be the best lunch I've ever had, Seymour.
Yeah, I think you'll enjoy it, Mr. Chalmers. Why did God let this happen? Or is it all my fault? I don't know what to do now. Maybe I should try putting it in a blender and making a smoothie. Nah, that would just make it worse. All right, I'll just have to cut it up and eat it anyway. Maybe it'll still be good in some parts. I can't believe I burnt the Citrulus echorosis again. It was such a pain to obtain. But not to worry, I have a plan. Looking outside the window, I see Sarazifel growing. That will be a great substitute. I just need to climb out the window and grab some. I hope it's enough to replace the Citrulus cirrhosis. And how do I prepare it? Maybe I can mix it with some other ingredients to mask the taste of the burnt Citrulus cirrhosis. All right, maybe luck is not on my side today. I'll just have to make do with what I have and cursing this burnt food. Well, at least the Sarazifel will add some flavor to my meal. Maybe next time I'll be more careful with the Citrulus cirrhosis.
Hey, Skinner, do you smell something?
Where is it coming from?
It's coming from the kitchen. I think something is on fire.
Oh no, we need to get out of here fast. Let's grab our stuff and go.
Yes, let's hurry. This doesn't look good.
Yeah, you're right. Let's get out of here before it gets worse.
Definitely. We don't want to stay here any longer than we have to.
Yes, let's get out of here and call the fire department from safety.
Wow, that was close. We need to be more careful next time.
You're right. We should always be prepared for emergencies like this.
This meal doesn't look right.
I specifically asked for steamed Citrulus echorosis.
I'm sorry. I must have misunderstood your request. It was an honest mistake.
That doesn't make any sense. You've been serving me Sarazifel this entire time.
I know. I made a mistake. Let's just drop it.
I don't believe you. You're just trying to save money by serving me something cheaper.
That's not true. I just made a mistake, okay? Let's move on.
What the hell is going on here? Can someone explain this mess to me?
Oh, it's just a little flood. Don't worry about it.
Flood in the kitchen. How?
I don't know. Maybe it was an accident. Can we please not make a big deal out of this?
I want to see for myself. You can't just hide it from me.
No, really, it's fine. Let's just move on. Please don't make a scene.
I can't believe you had citrullosis for lunch.
Oh, it was just a little snack. Don't worry about it.
Are you sure everything is okay with your house?
It looks like it's on fire.
Yeah, no worries. Just a little flood. We'll clean it up in no time.
All right, well, I should get going anyway. Take care of yourself, Skinner.
Will do, Chalmers. Goodbye. Superintendent Chalmers. What a pleasant surprise. Come in. Come in. I was just about to put the raw sill foreign in the dining room.
The scent of it wafting through the air is already making my taste buds sing in anticipation.
Smiley lad, you like it? It's a classic Italian dish, with layers of lasagna, eggplant, zucchini, and a secret family recipe for the perfect tomato sauce. I've been working on it since this morning. Can't let the team down.
Seymour, you know you don't need to go all out for me. I'll gladly accept the offer of a drink while we wait for the final touch on the Rossill 4.
Oh, well, of course. Red wine, white wine, water.
How about a glass of this lovely rainbow-hued firewater you've got brewing in the corner?
Firewater. I thought I put a stop to that experiment. It's far too potent for school property.
Well, it seems I found it behind your potting shed. Must have gotten a little carried away while tending to your flowers, eh?
Yes, that must have been it. Drink responsibly. Both laugh as Skinner shakes his head and they go into the dining room. God damn it. Kukulkan! Why the fuck would you let this happen to me? I put all my heart and soul into this dish. And just as I was about to impress Superintendent Chalmers, this fucking disaster. I've cooked for gods, for the great and the mighty, and yet the wind god, you fail me.
Why do you taunt me with the scent of the perfect roast?
Only to take it away, leaving me with ashes. I swear, Kukulkan, if I ever get my hands on you, I'll show you a storm like you've never seen before. Well, I suppose I can't blame the gods for everything. Maybe it's just a simple cooking accident. I'll have to call off the dinner meeting. I can't keep up this charade. I've ruined Chalmers's faith in me once again. My cooking is just another failed attempt at normalcy. Damn it all. Kukulkan.
The scene ends with Skinner standing there, looking at the wreckage of his Rossill Fawn, his emotions conflicted and his future uncertain. Is Jack, that burnt Rossill Fawn, seems the wind god Kukulkan isn't on my side today. But what's this I spy? A shop that sells the exquisite pigeon plum just beyond the school gates.
It could be the very substitution I need.
I have a devilish plan. I'll climb out that window, just like old times. I remember, Chalmers, how we snuck out to eat the forbidden fruit together. Your father's precious peaches.
This won't be any different.
Here goes nothing. I've done it. 2 golden globes of succulent pigeon plums in hand. Now, what to do with these fine ingredients? I'll create a dish fit for a king. A dish that will surely impress the great Superintendent Chalmers. A pigeon plum tart. It shall be. Damn the ruinous Rossill Fawn, paving the way for yet another extraordinary creation. But first, I must concoct a recipe worthy of the gods.
My poor Rossill Fawn, the scent of its ashes.
Well, I suppose this is for the best. Back to the business at hand. A new dish. A fresh start. And maybe, just maybe, I can win Chalmers' trust once more. And maybe, just maybe, we can have our secret romantic moment away from the prying eyes of the staff and students. I do love you, Chalmers. I have always loved you. But for now, let me focus on this dish and regain my footing in your esteem. Pigeon plum tart it is. Let the culinary adventure begin.
Come in, come in. I'm just whipping up a classic Italian dish, Rossill. Fawn? I've always believed it to be the cornerstone of any warm and welcoming meal.
The scent of it wafting through the air is already making my taste buds sing in anticipation. Do tell, Seymour. I've always been curious about the origin of this particular dish.
Ah, a fond memory from my childhood. My nana used to make it for me whenever I was feeling low. The layers of lasagna, eggplants, zucchini, and the secret family recipe for the perfect tomato sauce, all simmered together in a Ross Ill form, create a taste that is both comforting and nostalgic.
You know, I've never had the pleasure of trying this dish before. It sounds exquisite. I'm glad we finally have the chance to share a meal together.
Oh, I'm thrilled, Chalmers. There's still time for me to whip up a side dish to accompany the Ross Ill Forn. How about some crispy Italian bread and a salad made with fresh produce from the school garden?
Sounds delightful, Seymour. But first tell me, have you tried cooking with pigeon plums? They're quite the exotic ingredient.
Oh, yes. Actually, they add a unique sweetness to certain dishes. Perhaps we could give it a try together another time.
Both laugh and continue their conversation in the kitchen as they anticipate their meal together.
I'm glad you're enjoying the meal, Chalmers. It's a regional specialty known as Ross Ill Forn in some areas. It's made with pigeon plums, and I thought you might appreciate a taste of the local cuisine.
Ross Ill Forn? You mean this is not the Ross Ill Forn I was expecting? The one with the layers of lasagna, eggplant, and zucchini?
I'm afraid I made a mistake, Chalmers. With all the excitement, I may have misunderstood your request. I assure you this pigeon plum dish is equally delicious and worthy of your appreciation.
But you specifically said Ross Ill. I trusted you, Seymour. I can't help but feel a little let down.
I know, Chalmers. It was an honest mistake. But I promise you the pigeon plum is a true delicacy, and I have taken great care in preparing it for you. Let me describe the exquisite flavors it has to offer. Skinner proceeds to describe the unique taste and textures of the pigeon plum tart, attempting to win over Chalmers. Ah, Superintendent Chalmers! I didn't see you there. I was just adjusting the thermostat. You know, to ensure our Ross Ill Forn cooks evenly. Oh no, you're mistaken, Chalmers. That's just a bunch of living dolls. They're new additions to the school designed to help maintain a welcoming and cheerful environment for the students.
The living dolls in the kitchen.
How that fat? That makes sense.
I'm afraid that's not possible, Chalmers. They're quite fragile and require careful handling. I promise you there's no danger here.
I insist on seeing for myself, Seymour. The safety of the school must always come first. I've never had it quite so delicious.
I'm glad you enjoyed it, Chalmers. There's just something about the regional cuisine that brings a unique warmth to the table.
I did notice a faint smell of smoke earlier. Was that the living dolls?
Like a finicky fire that needs to be carefully tended to.
I see. Well, it was a pleasure sharing the meal with you, Seymour. I'd best be on my way home now.
Speaking of home, have you seen that fire rainbow in the sky lately?
I've heard of it. It's a fascinating natural phenomenon. I suppose I should be going now.
Of course, Chalmers. Safe travels, and I'll be sure to keep the living dolls in check.
Both share a farewell and Skinner watches Chalmers leave, deep in thought, uncertain of whether his elaborate deception was successful.
Thank you, Principal Skinner. Your house always has the warmest welcomes.
I try my best to make everyone feel comfortable. Please excuse the mess. Dinner isn't quite ready yet, but I can offer you a drink nevertheless.
That's very kind of you, Principal Skinner. Perhaps we could discuss that solar eclipse event while we wait?
Oh, yes. The solar eclipse. I've been researching about it, and I think it's a perfect opportunity for our students to learn more about science and astronomy. What do you think, Superintendent Chalmers? Could we make it a school event?
I think that's a wonderful idea, Principal Skinner.
Let's not let this delay in dinner bother us. We can always eat later. We should start planning right away.
I burnt my Sintra again. Athena, why are you doing this to me? Okay. Calm down, Skinner. What can I do now, Hummer? I could try making a new Sintra, but that's going to take forever. Or I could just go get some takeout and forget about this mess for a while. That sounds like the better option. Yeah, that's what I'll do. No need to waste my time with this burnt Sintra anyway.
What was that? Skinner muttered to herself as she burned her hand on the hot Sintra. She had been in a hurry to get ready for work and didn't realize how hot it was. Now she had a blister to deal with, too. Sighing, Skinner grabbed some aloe vera gel from her fridge and applied it to her hand. As she waited for the burn to cool down, she decided to order some food delivery for dinner. At least that way she wouldn't have to worry about cooking and potentially burning anything else. I need to replace the burnt Sintra. I think Kanon Tokyo would be a great substitute. It's a Thai dessert made of coconut milk, gelatin, and palm sugar. I can go to the grocery store to get it. Climbing back in through the window won't be easy, though.
Damn it, my burnt fucking food. I need to try out this Kanum Tokyo substitute. The burnt Sintra wasn't up to standard? Let's hope the Kanum Tokyo turns out better.
What's that smoke coming from the kitchen, Skinner?
It's just a little steam from the Sintra. Don't worry about it.
Steam? That looks like smoke to me.
Trust me, it's just a steamed version of Sintra. You'll see, it's delicious.
I highly doubt that. What's the real reason for the smoke?
I told you, it's just steam. Don't worry about it.
Skinner, I know your tall tales when I see them. What's really going on here?
Happy now.
Skinner, I expected better from you. Let's try again another time. This food doesn't look like what I ordered.
It's Kanum Tokyo, a regional dialect for Sintra.
I don't believe you. It doesn't match the description.
I didn't mislead you. I just wanted to surprise you with something different.
You lied to me. This is not what I ordered.
Fine. It's not Kanum Tokyo. It's just Sintra. Happy now?
Fire! Someone get help!
What do you think that is?
A fairy circle in the kitchen?
Oh, just a fairy circle. Don't worry about it.
Fairy circle? Can we please focus on the task at hand?
Yes, a fairy circle. Can we please focus on the task at hand?
Thanks for inviting me over, Skinner. The Sintra was great.
I'm glad you enjoyed it, Chalmers. Don't worry too much about the house burning down. It's just a fairy circle.
Okay, I understand. Have a good night.
Thanks. Have a good night, too.
Seymour, this is a pleasant surprise. I hadn't expected an invitation for lunch today.
Well, Chalmers, I've been cooking this up for days. It's the perfect way to unwind from a long week. Wouldn't you agree?
Indeed, Seymour. But I'll pass on the Merlot for now. May I have some water instead, please?
Of course, Chalmers. You know I always respect your commitment to sobriety. Speaking of commitments, have you heard about the new bugbear in town? The one that's been making parents scared to send their kids to school?
I have. It's created quite a commotion, hasn't it? I expect you've had your fair share of complaints and anxious calls.
It's gotten that bad, hasn't it? But rest assured, Chalmers, I'll make sure Springfield High is absolutely secure. I'll have the security guards on double shift and we'll be implementing new safety measures.
Excellent, Seymour. I commend your vigilance and dedication. I have full faith that you'll keep our students safe.
I will let you or the parents down, Chalmers. Now let's sit down and enjoy this meal while we discuss ways to calm the community's fears.
Indeed, Seymour. This sounds like a plan. Let's dig in and discuss. Oh, and I brought some cookies for dessert.
Wonderful. Please, have a seat. And Chalmers, I'm serious about the security. I'll make sure our students feel safe. It's important for every child to have a sense of security at school.
Absolutely, Seymour. And I'll support you every step of the way. Now let's enjoy our meal and work out a solution.
Darn it all. Dinner ruined, just like that. The Pleone was almost perfect, and now it's a charred mess. I can't believe it. This just isn't my day. First the parents and their absurd fears, and now this? What will I serve for lunch now? Chalmers and his water and empty plate? Well, I could always invite Chalmers to my favorite Chinese takeout place. He does enjoy their egg rolls. But no, that's not really the solution, is it? And what about a picnic out in the fresh air? We could have sandwiches and fruit. And if Chalmers refuses the wine, I'll have mine. That'll show him. But what if the parents see us out and about? They might get the wrong idea. No, that wouldn't work. I'll just have to start over. Back to the kitchen for me. Maybe I'll try that new beef Wellington recipe this time. Fingers crossed. Determined no more setbacks. I'll make this lunch for Chalmers something to remember, something that will lift his spirits and put an end to the fear in the community. After all, a full stomach is a happy stomach. Let's get started.
Keep in mind, The AI only generates text within the context of the script and does not have personal experiences or emotions. The script is generated based on the given instructions.
Ah, the Pleone, once so promising, now a charred disaster. And the Merlot, dear Merlot, a fine vintage ruin. It's enough to make one feel despondent. But wait, what's that outside the window? Rocky Road candy. Yes, that's it. A suitable substitute for my failed dinner. As if only I could reach it. Climbing out the window now, that's an adventure. But alas, Skinner's not that agile anymore. I have to think of another way. No matter, I'll relish in the thrill of this plan. All I need now is a little luck. I could try asking Mrs. Crabapple if she'd spare some. She does love that candy. But no, that's not quite the same as foraging for it myself. Perhaps I'll ask Principal Wiggum if he's had any lately, or perhaps... Yes, I've got it. I'll create a scavenger hunt for the Rocky Road candy in Springfield. It'll bring excitement to the community and distract them from their fears. And perhaps, just perhaps, I might get a chance to taste that elusive candy once more. Rocky Road for lunch. Here I come. The impossible dream may yet become a reality.
Seymour, I didn't expect to find you here in the kitchen. Cooking up something special, I see.
Ah, Chalmers, always a pleasant surprise. Yes, indeed. I'm actually whipping up a batch of my late mother's famous Pleone. It's a family recipe, you know.
Really? I've never heard of that before. Is it some sort of traditional dish?
Indeed it is. Pleone is an ancient Greek dessert, made from honey, wine, and a handful of spices. It's a labor of love, really, but worth every effort.
Fascinating. I've always admired your culinary skills, Seymour.
Why, thank you, Chalmers. I do enjoy a good challenge in the kitchen. Speaking of which, have you tried Rocky Road candy before?
Rocky Road candy? Not that I can recall. What's so special about it?
Oh, you're in for a treat. It's a rich, decadent chocolate concoction filled with marshmallows, nuts, and dried fruits. If I do say so myself, it's the perfect ending to a hearty meal.
That does sound delightful. I haven't had candy like that in ages.
Well, perhaps I'll have to share some with you once it's ready. If you promise to keep our little secret, that is.
Absolutely, Seymour. Our little secret is safe with me. And I look forward to savoring that Rocky Road candy with you.
Excellent. I'm glad we're on the same page, Chalmers. In the meantime, shall we take a seat and enjoy a cup of tea while we wait for our Pleone to finish cooking?
I'd be happy to, Seymour. This is a most enjoyable afternoon.
Here we are, Chalmers. Enjoy your Pleone.
Seymour, this doesn't look like the Pleone you promised. What is this?
Why, Chalmers, this is the very same Pleone, but prepared in a rare regional dialect known as the Rocky Road Pleone.
Rocky Road Pleone? I've never heard of that before.
Yes, well, it's a lesser-known variation of our beloved dish that involves the addition of nuts, marshmallows, and chocolate.
Seymour, you can't pass off Rocky Road candy as Pleone. I won't be fooled.
Chalmers, I assure you, this is indeed Pleone. It's just prepared in a unique way, that's all. You really must try it. And I promise, the next time, I'll make the traditional Pleone you're accustomed to.
Seymour, what's that smoke coming from over there? Is everything all right in the kitchen?
Oh, Chalmers, don't despair. It's only a gustnado. You know those predicted kitchen whirlwinds that occasionally cause a bit of mayhem?
A gustnado in the kitchen. I find that highly improbable. How exactly does that even happen?
Well, Chalmers, it's a unique occurrence, happening when the air pressure inside and outside the kitchen suddenly equalizes, causing a vortex. But don't worry, it's nothing to be alarmed about.
Seymour? That's an unlikely explanation. I've worked in numerous kitchens throughout my career, and I've never encountered a gusnado. I think we ought to investigate that smoke and make certain there's no fire.
Chalmers, I assure you, there's no need for concern. You'll just have to trust me on this one. I'll take care of it. Please, have a seat and let me handle this.
Seymour, the safety of the school is your responsibility. If there's even a chance of a fire, I must insist that we investigate it thoroughly. I can't simply sit by and ignore it.
Well, Chalmers, it seems our lunch has come to an end. I do hope you enjoyed the rocky road, Cleone.
Seymour, I'm afraid I can't accept that as Pleone. The traditional dish is quite different.
Then I understand your reservations, Chalmers. And I assure you there was no intention to deceive you. I was just trying something new.
Seymour, that explanation doesn't quite make sense. And what was that smoke coming from your house?
I can't believe it's a gusnado as you claim.
Listen, Chalmers, please. Well, Chalmers, it seems our lunch has come to an end. I do hope you enjoyed the rocky road, Pleone.
Seymour, I'm afraid I can't accept that as Pleone. The traditional dish is quite different.
Then I understand your reservation. Superintendent Chalmers.
Welcome. I wasn't expecting you so soon.
Please, come in. Come in.
Principal Skinner thought you had a meeting today.
Oh, that was rescheduled. Would you care for a drink while I finish up some preparations? I've got a delicious Bai cha simmering on the stove.
It's a Bai cha. I've never heard of that. What's in it?
It's an exotic tea from the Himalayas. A rare lenticular cloud covers the tea plantation where it's grown. Gives it a unique, slightly smoky aroma and a rich, complex flavor. Fascinating.
I'd love to try some.
Excellent. I won't keep you waiting long. Please, make yourself at home. Disappointed, damn it all to hell. My precious Bai cha reduced to charred husks. How could this have happened? I trusted Papa Legba, the god of crossroads communication and luck, to watch over my prize tea. I can't believe I'll have to face Superintendent Chalmers with a pot of burnt tea. No, this won't do. I need a plan, and I need it quick. Determined, perhaps I can serve Chalmers some of the rare, expensive chocolate I ordered last week. Something from Taza, the Guatemalan Stone, brown chocolate. He's always had a sweet tooth after all. And I can claim it to be a rare delicacy from the same region as my esteemed Bai cha. Yes, that might just do the trick. But first, I must retrieve the chocolate. I'll go to the staff room, disguise the misfortune with a cheerful demeanor, and return with the chocolate. Hopefully, this plan will buy me the time I need to make a new pot of Bai cha and save face. Frustrated, why did this have to happen today, of all days? I just knew something was off when I woke up this morning. The unusually gloomy weather, a strange feeling in my gut. I should have trusted my instincts. Oh well, there's nothing I can do now but to fix this situation and hope for the best. Desperate. But what if Chalmers doesn't take to the chocolate? What if he asks about the Bai cha? Then I'll be left with no choice but to admit my mistake. No, I can't let that happen. I must find a solution. Perhaps I could ask Nelson to bring me some tea from Principal Wiggum's stash. Anything to save face. Pensive. But why now? Why does misfortune always seem to come knocking when I have important matters to attend to? I just can't catch a break, can I? Well, I'll show them all. I'll show them all. I'll show Superintendent Chalmers and the entire faculty that I'm not some erratic, bumbling fool. I'll fix this, and I'll do it with grace and style.
With that, Seymour Skinner, with a fierce determination in his eyes, sets out on his mission to save face and salvage the situation to the best of his abilities.
Damn it all to hell and back! My precious Bai Cha reduced to charred husks. I can't believe it! My one chance to impress Superintendent Chalmers, and I mess it up with burnt tea. Looking out the window, I see another disappointment. The fig trees in the staff garden are shriveling under the autumn sun. But what if I can use these figs to make a fig tea? It's not exactly Bai Cha, but it's something, and it's better than nothing. I'll climb out that window and grab as many figs as I can before they're gone.
Why does misfortune always come knocking on the days I have important matters to attend to? I'll get these figs and make the best of this situation. But how to prepare this substitute? I can't let it be a mess. I need to impress Chalmers. I'll have to consult an ancient text on fig tea. Ancient texts are always good for a little inspiration. And I'll need to climb back in through that window. It's going to be quite an adventure. Figs instead of Bai Chow, but at least it's not burnt fucking figs.
Principal Skinner, what's that smell? And why is there smoke coming from the kitchen?
Just, Chalmers. Just some steam escaping from my special Bai Cha preparation. It's all part of the process, I assure you.
Steam would not create that much smoke, Principal Skinner. I think something has gone wrong in there.
No, it's just the Bai Cha. It's a very special process, you see. Just give it a moment, and it will be ready.
I'll give it a moment, but I'll also check on it personally, if you don't mind. Your stories have grown quite elaborate lately, Skinner.
Please, Chalmers, trust me on this one. I can handle it. I've handled even more complex situations before. Just give me a chance, and I'll prove it to you.
The scene concludes as Chalmers heads towards the kitchen to investigate, leaving Skinner to desperately try and maintain his composure and prevent the truth from being revealed.
Superintendent Chalmers, please take a seat. I have prepared a special dinner for us. I do hope you will find it to your liking.
Principal Skinner, is this the shriveled burnt tea you promised me earlier?
I must admit I'm rather disappointed.
No, that's not shriveled food, Chalmers. That's a regional dialect for Bai Cha. In some parts of the Himalayas, the tea is allowed to mature and shrivel like this before it's consumed. It's a delicacy, I promise.
I highly doubt that, Skinner.
But what is the deception? Why didn't you tell me it was shriveled tea instead of the steamed Bai Cha you initially promised?
I'm truly sorry for any confusion, Chalmers. I hoped you would appreciate the unique taste and texture of this regional delicacy. I'll make it up to you. How about we try some traditional Springfieldian pie instead? Superintendent Chalmers, please take a seat. I have prepared a special dinner for us. I do hope you will find it to your liking.
Principal Skinner, is everything all right in here? I smell smoke and see a fire coming from the kitchen.
So, no, that's just my Bai Cha. It's an ancient technique, levitation. The tea leaves are suspended above the flame. It adds a unique smoky flavor and aroma.
principle, Skinner, I highly doubt that a tea leaf can levitate above an open flame. This is not a laboratory, and there's no scientific apparatus in sight to support such a phenomenon. I suggest you let me see for myself or explain how this can be done safely.
I'm afraid I can't let you do that, Chalmers. The tea must be handled with extreme care and precision, and the flame must be just right. It's an intricate, delicate process. I'll make it up to you. Let's have that pie instead. Glad you enjoyed the Bowie Chalmers. I'm so glad it met your expectations.
Yes, truly a remarkable experience. I've never tasted anything quite like it.
Ah, yes. Well, it's a rather intricate process. You see, the leaves are levitated above the flame, just so.
Levitated. Isn't that a bit far-fetched? I didn't see any apparatus or anything.
Well, it's a centuries-old technique. Well-guarded secret among Bai Cha connoisseurs. I'd be happy to demonstrate if you'd like to stay.
No, I believe you, Skinner. I trust that you're an expert in your field. I'll be on my way now. Goodbye.
And goodbye, Chalmers. Safe travels. I'll make sure to have more of that Bai Cha ready for our next meeting. Superintendent Chalmers. What a pleasant surprise. Come in, come in. I was just about to pop the granny goose in the oven.
Seymour opens Dr. Wider. Chalmers steps in, smelling the mouth-watering aroma.
Isn't that the most enticing scent? Granny goose is a true classic, isn't it, Chalmers? A perfectly roasted turkey seasoned to perfection with a classic herb blend.
Skinner, are you trying to bribe me with food again?
Just a little something to take our minds off the chaos of Memmifield High.
Well, I must admit that aroma is hard to resist.
Suddenly, the power goes out, and they hear strange noises outside.
Chalmers, did the power just go out? What's going on out there?
Skinner, it sounds like. Portal storm. You remember those from our intergalactic studies, don't you?
They both look at each other in shock and a mixture of fear and amusement.
That's right, Chalmers. Just when we thought our day couldn't get any more unusual, we get a portal storm. Come on. Let's make the most of this unexpected interruption and enjoy this granny goose before the strange creatures from those portals come claiming it.
Agreed, Skinner. Let's eat and pray we don't get invaded.
They settle down to eat, laughing nervously and chatting about the oddities of their day. Not the granny goose. This is a disaster. How could this happen? I swore I set the timer right. I can't believe I've ruined everyone's dinner. This is just great. I'll never hear the end of this. What am I gonna do now? Can't just serve burnt turkey. No, that would be an embarrassment. I'll have to come up with something quick. Maybe we could order pizza. I'm sure Chalmers would be up for that. No, that won't work. We don't have that kind of budget. Maybe I could try and salvage it. I mean, it's not that burnt, right? I could cover it in gravy. Nobody will ever know the difference.
What the hell?
What the hell? Who am I trying to fool? Let's order a pizza. Chalmers will never know. Shit.
What a disaster. The Granny Goose, ruined. And just when I had it all set up for Chalmers. I can't believe it. I swore I set the timer right.
Looking out the window, his expression changes.
Wait a minute, what's that? A brahaya? This could be my saving grace. I've always wanted to try cooking one of these. I've heard they're quite the delicacy.
Excitedly.
How will I get it? I can't just go outside and grab it. The school rules are clear. No hunting of school property allowed. I might have to take matters into my own hands. I'll need to be quick and quiet. I'll climb out the window and catch it before anyone notices.
Worried.
But can I actually prepare this thing? I've never cooked one before. I'll need to come up with a plan quick. I can't let Chalmers down, and I certainly can't serve him a burnt Granny Goose.
Determined.
Bahia is then. Wish me luck, old friend. Here goes nothing.
Muttering to himself.
I hope I can pull this off. If only the power would come back on, I could order a pizza.
Laughs bitterly.
Oh, well, it's worth a shot. Fingers crossed.
Skinner, what's going on? I just came in to check on the power situation.
Well, I've come across a rather unusual ingredient for our impromptu dinner. Abraya.
What now? I've never heard of that before.
Why, the braya. Chalmers, a truly exotic delicacy from the farthest reaches of the galaxy. I've always wanted to try cooking one, and with our unexpected situation today, I figured why not?
Skinner, you never cease to surprise me. Where did you get this, may I ask?
Let's just say I had a little help from some intergalactic friends. Speaking of which, shall we get started on its preparation?
Absolutely, Skinner. I am all in for this culinary adventure.
Excellent. And as for the power situation, it seems the storm has passed. But we'll save that for another time. Let's focus on the deliciousness that is the braya.
Agreed, let's cook.
They proceed to work together, preparing the exotic delicacy, sharing stories and laughter as they cook.
Here's your dinner, Chalmers. I hope you'll find it to your liking.
Skinner, this isn't Granny Goose.
What is it?
Well, a little detour in my plans, you see. I came across some exotic ingredients, and, well, I decided to take a slight leap of faith.
Exotic ingredients.
This is unlike anything I've ever seen before.
It's quite beautiful. Skinner, this is delicious. I much prefer the taste of this to Granny Goose.
Glad you like it, Chalmers. I was worried I'd ruin the surprise with my mistake.
No need to worry, Skinner. This is much more entertaining than a bland Granny Goose.
Agreed. Chalmers, I think we might have a new dish for the school menu.
Perhaps, Skinner? Perhaps. Skinner, what's that flame doing in the kitchen?
Oh, that's just a little experimental project I was working on. Many. Fun fare, right in the comfort of our own kitchen.
fun fair in the kitchen. How does that even work? And what's causing that smoke?
Well, you know, the popcorn maker's a bit temperamental and the cotton candy spinner got a bit out of hand. But the taste, Chalmers. Oh, it's worth it. Just give it a chance.
Skinner, I think you went over the edge this time. I'd like to see you explain that to the school board.
Fine, no need to be so skeptical. Let's just put it out and pretend it never happened.
I won't have a kitchen fire endanger our students and staff.
You're right, Chalmers. I shouldn't have attempted to cook the entire fun fair. I'll fess up to the school board and handle the consequences.
It's not the end of the world, Skinner. Let's put out the fire and move on from this unfortunate incident. Skinner, you really outdid yourself with that granny goose? I must admit, it was quite delicious.
Glad you enjoyed it, Chalmers. I put a lot of effort into making sure it was perfect for you.
What about the house?
I thought I saw flames coming from the kitchen window.
Oh, that was just a little fireworks show we had going on. Part of the fun fair.
Skinner, that's not what it looked like.
Are you sure nothing is wrong?
Of course not, Chalmers. Come on. Let's not dwell on that. Let's talk about the portal storms instead. Have you seen any unusual activity today?
Yes, a few small ones, but nothing out of the ordinary. I should be going now, Skinner. Goodbye, and thanks for the lovely meal.
Goodbye, Chalmers. Have a safe journey home. Superintendent Chalmers. Welcome to Memberfield High. Come in, come in. I've got something special cooking up for you. Gestures towards the kitchen.
And what's that wonderful aroma I'm smelling, Skinner?
Well, that's my famous pirate's booty. Chalmers, it's a secret family recipe passed down through generation. A scrumptious medley of marshmallows, Rice Krispies, and coconut, flavored with a hint of vanilla and toasted to a golden brown. Come, have a seat and I'll get you a drink. Grabs a bottle of water from the fridge.
You're really going all out for me, Skinner. And I must admit, the booty does sound tempting. I suppose I'll have to sample it to see if it lives up to your grand descriptions.
But of course, Chalmers, as the head of Memberfield High, it's my duty to ensure that all our esteemed guests are satisfied. Just pours a glass of water for Chalmers.
Skinner, do you ever get tired of this full moon? It's almost as obtrusive as Principal Skinner. Laughs at his own joke.
Yo, Chalmers, you and your moon jokes never cease to amuse me. Sits down at the table.
Well, as long as I have my laughs and a taste of that pirate's booty, I'll consider this lunch a success.
Damn it, Skinner. How could I have let this happen? The pirate's booty, my precious family recipe, burnt to a crisp. This is a disaster. Did I ever think I could impress Chalmers with my cooking? I'm such a failure.
You think I'm a joke? I'll show him a joke. I'll serve him a plate of burnt marshmallows, Rice Krispies, and coconut. He'll see the hilarity in my incompetence. The hilarity in my incompetence.
Oh, I can't do that.
I must uphold Memberfield High's reputation. have to come up with something quickly before he arrives. Maybe I can try to salvage it. If I can cut off the burnt parts, maybe Chalmers won't notice.
But what if he does? Then what?
This is all my fault.
I should have been more careful. I'll never live this down. I'll have to come up with an excuse. But what excuse could I possibly give? I'll just have to face the music and take the heat. I can't believe I've screwed this up.
Looking out the window, I see a glimmer of hope. Shop selling salmonella. I can use this as a substitute for the burnt pirate's booty. No one will be the wiser. I must be careful, though. The element of surprise is crucial. I'll make it look like I just came back from the store. First, I need a plan. They'll tell Chalmers that I encountered an unexpected emergency and had to go pick up supplies. But I'll need a convincing disguise to pull this off. Maybe a fake mustache and glasses. I've got it. As soon as Chalmers arrives, I'll make my escape. I'll climb out this window, dash across the lawn, and blend in with the crowd as if nothing out of the ordinary occurred. But how do I prepare this salmonella? I'll have to be quick and discreet. I'll mix it with a bit of cornflakes for texture, add some sugary frosting for sweetness, and hopefully this combination will pass as an acceptable dessert. My new creation, the salmonella surprise. Now all I have to do is wait for Chalmers' arrival and execute my plan flawlessly. This unexpected twist could save my reputation after all. Stay tuned and see how this adventure unfolds. Care to join me?
Skinner, I'd be delighted, but I must confess, I've always been curious about the name. Is there a story behind it?
Indeed there is, Chalmers. You see, back in the day, my great-grandfather was a notorious pirate. He had a secret treasure, a recipe for a marshmallow, Rice Krispies, and coconut medley. The pirates would call it their buried treasure, their booty. So the name stuck, much to the amusement of my family.
That's quite a tale, Skinner. I hope my share of this supposed treasure won't leave me with a painful booty.
Oh no, Chalmers, you've got nothing to fear from that. But before we dig in, have you heard about the latest food trend? It seems some batches of marshmallows have been contaminated with salmonella.
I had no idea. Should we be worried? Is that what you're using?
No, I assure you, Chalmers, the marshmallows in my booty are safe. I always make sure to only use brand name ingredients. But I am intrigued by the possibility of a salmonella-infused dessert. We could call it the salmonella surprise.
Absolutely not, Skinner. Let's keep our booty the way it is, shall we?
Absolutely, Chalmers. Let's enjoy our pirate's booty as it was intended, with no surprises. Speaking of which, I believe it's ready to be served. Come, let's have a seat and indulge in this family tradition.
Lead the way, Skinner. Here's to your family's delicious recipes and our shared laughs.
Cheers to that, Chalmers. Now let's tuck in and enjoy our delightful and completely safe pirate's booty. Ah, Chalmers, I'm delighted you've arrived in time for dinner. I've prepared a special dish I believe you'll truly enjoy.
Isn't this the pirate's booty you've been talking about earlier?
I was looking forward to trying it.
Indeed, Chalmers. This right here is the legendary pirate's booty, known in some regions as salmonella.
Salmonella?
But Skinner, I thought you said it was a medley of marshmallows, Rice Krispies, and coconut. This doesn't look or smell like that at all.
Chalmers. It's all about the name. Trust me. It's just a dialect thing. The pirates used to call their contaminated food pirate's booty to keep the spirits high even when times were tough. I assure you, it's perfectly safe.
Is is it though, Skinner? I don't think I'll risk it. I'd prefer to stick with the actual pirate's booty we were promised earlier.
Very well, Chalmers. I understand your concerns. I'll prepare that instead. Let's just say this little experiment was unsuccessful. But I still have the original pirate's booty waiting for you.
Thank you, Skinner. I appreciate your willingness to adapt and give me the real thing. I'm looking forward to trying the actual pirate's booty now.
Of course, Chalmers. Let's head back to the kitchen and I'll prepare the authentic pirate's booty for you.
Skinner, what's that smell? And why is the kitchen on fire?
Ah, Chalmers. That's just my little South American friend, La Fuego. He pays a visit every now and then.
La Fuego. In the kitchen? How does that even happen?
Oh, you know, he has his quirks. But don't worry, he's contained. I'll take care of it.
Skinner, a kitchen fire can't just be ignored. I need to see what's going on and make sure everyone's safe.
No, Chalmers, you don't understand. If you interfere, things could get worse.
Skinner, this is not a game. I'm the superintendent, and it's my responsibility to ensure safety. Now let me investigate and put out the fire if I can.
Ah, Chalmers, I'm glad you enjoyed the pirate's booty. It's always a pleasure to share our family's beloved recipe with esteemed guests such as yourself.
I must admit, Skinner, it was indeed delicious. I have never tasted anything quite like it.
I'm glad you liked it, Chalmers. Now, about this little issue with the house.
Yes, Skinner, I can't seem to ignore the smoke anymore. There's no doubt that something is on fire.
Chalmers, I assure you it's just my pet volcano, Krakatoa, having a bit of an eruption. It happens from time to time. Nothing to worry about.
Skinner, I'm an adult and I've dealt with real fires before. This doesn't look or smell like an eruption. I need to investigate.
Chalmers, I understand your concerns, but please, let's not risk it. The full moon always brings such unusual occurrences after all.
Skinner, I can't just let a house burn down no matter what you call it. I'll be on my way now. I hope everything works out for you. Farewell.
Farewell, Chalmers. I'll try to contain the eruption. I hope to see you soon under better circumstances. Superintendent Chalmers, welcome to my humble abode. Come in, come in. I've got something truly special in the works today.
Is that so, Principal Skinner? Do I smell something tantalizingly scrumptious?
Indeed. I've been toiling all morning in my very own kitchen. Prepare yourself for a culinary masterpiece I like to call Skinner's surprising sensation.
You make it sound so alluring.
Well, I've got a meeting to get to. I don't have much time.
Oh no, Chalmers. You simply must stay for lunch. Trust me, it will be worth your time. There's even a little secret ingredient that the elves at the North Pole helped me procure.
Who's elves? Now you've got my attention. I'll stay for a bite, but we'd best make it quick.
Would you care for a cool refreshment?
I have some of the finest spring water imported straight from the fabled Elven Spring.
I'd prefer that to the questionable tap water in this town, yes.
Skinner hands Chalmers a glass of water as they wait for the meal to finish.
It won't be long now. Sit down and relax, Chalmers. The day has been long, and you deserve a respite.
Thank you, Skinner. I am quite looking forward to this mysterious meal.
At blast, my Skinner's surprising sensation reduced to a pile of ashes. This elusive kitchen muse has once again defied me. What am I going to do now? I can't serve Chalmers this burnt disaster. I need something quick, something that won't disappoint him. How about some Skinner's speedy sandwiches? Or perhaps Skinner's satisfying salad?
No. No. I must think beyond the monotonous.
Skinner's triple threat tacos.
Yes, that's it. Chalmers will be amazed by my culinary resilience.
Now I just need to whip those up before he arrives. Let's see how fast I can work in this kitchen.
Ah, the organic wine shop. A glimmer of culinary salvation amidst this crisis. I'll replace the burnt culling with this delightful elixir. By how, you ask? With a little bit of creativity. So first, I'll quickly climb out this window, giving the impression of a daring escape. Then, under the cover of the tree's foliage, I'll make my way to the shop. Back at the school, I'll transform Skinner's surprising sensation into Skinner's sensational sip. Instead of a burnt culling, it'll be a beautifully infused symphony of flavors, all thanks to this organic wine. Now, if only the elusive kitchen muse favors me this time around. My meal's success hinges on it. But I'm not one to be deterred. I'll make this work. The window is open, the shop is within reach. Here goes nothing.
His scene ends as Skinner exits through the window. This scene is about Seymour Skinner substituting the burnt culling and Skinner's surprising sensation with organic wine. He plans on turning the dish into Skinner's sensational sip, which is inspired by the shop selling organic wine outside his window. He shares his thoughts on this new plan in detail, including his daring escape and infusing the dish with the wine.
Ah, Chalmers, just in time. I wanted you to try this. I call it Skinner's surprising sensation. It's a traditional Cullen recipe passed down from my great-grandmother.
Ah, such a noble heritage. The aroma is truly tantalizing. But tell me, Skinner, what is this secret ingredient you mentioned earlier?
Oh, that. It's a little something I like to call the Elven Kiss. I imported it from the fabled Elven Springs.
Delves again. And just where did you acquire this Elven Kiss?
Well, I couldn't very well reveal my secret sources.
All you need to know is that it comes from a faraway land, and the result is, as you can see, an exquisitely delicious culling.
Well, Skinner, based on the aroma, I'm already impressed. I can't wait to taste it. Tell me, since when did you become such an expert in exotic ingredients?
Whoa! Chalmers, one must always strive for perfection. And sometimes that means going the extra mile. Or in this case, across the sea to procure the finest ingredients.
Impressive, Skinner. Truly an inspiration. I'll have to keep that in mind for my own culinary adventures.
And speaking of adventures, I recently came across a new ingredient at the organic wine shop. I'm thinking of experimenting with it for a new dish. Have you tried their wines, Chalmers?
Oh, yes. The organic wine is quite delightful. And the shopkeeper is quite the character. I imagine he has some interesting ingredients as well.
Exactly. Perhaps Skinner's sensational sip could be the next big thing. I'll have to pay them a visit soon.
I'm looking forward to it, Skinner. Your culinary prowess is an inspiration to us all.
They both laugh and enjoy the rest of their meal together. An end of scene.
Chalmers, indulge me in a glass of this finest regional delight. I call it culling, the local dialect for organic wine.
Skinner, I thought we were having a traditional steamed culling for dinner, not a wine tasting. Why the change?
My apologies for the confusion. Chalmers. You see, the elven elixir I'd intended for the culling was, unfortunately, not as cooperative as one might hope. But I assure you I've prepared a superior alternative that I believe you'll thoroughly enjoy.
Skinner, I don't appreciate being misled. Why didn't you tell me that you couldn't prepare the agreed-upon meal?
I truly am sorry for any inconvenience, Chalmers. I wanted to impress you and thought this would be a delightful substitute. May we raise our glasses and toast to unexpected surprises?
Fine, we'll toast. I'll be watching your culinary creations more closely in the future.
Absolutely, and I promise to make it worth your while. Now let's both take a sip of this elixir and let the delight begin.
Skinner, there's a fire in the kitchen.
Oh no, Chalmers, not again. It's just the monolith acting up.
Monolith? In the kitchen? How could that happen?
Well, you know, the kitchen goes through some peculiar changes during my experiments. It's just a minor setback.
Experiments? You're conducting experiments in the school kitchen. Skinner, that's inappropriate.
Please, trust me, Chalmers. I'll have it under control. You should go attend to your meeting. I don't want you to miss it on my account.
No, I won't leave you to handle this alone. This is unacceptable, Skinner. We need to find a proper solution.
Fine, let's figure something out together. But first, let's try to put out the fire.
Skinner, that was an excellent culling. The aroma was truly tantalizing.
Thank you, Chalmers. I'm glad you enjoyed it.
You know, I couldn't help but notice smoke coming from your house. Is everything okay?
Oh, that. It's just the monolith acting up again. Minor glitch? Really?
Monolith.
I've never heard that term used for a kitchen appliance.
Are you sure everything is all right?
Absolutely, Chalmers. It's nothing to worry about. Now, I'd love to hear more about your thoughts on elves. What magical tales have they shared with you?
Well, there's one about them brewing the most intoxicating elven meat. Perhaps you should try a glass.
It's an interesting proposition. Chalmers, perhaps another time. For now, I must see to this monolith. Have a safe journey home.
Farewell, Skinner. I hope you get this monolith issue resolved. I'll see you around.
Farewell, Chalmers. I appreciate your concern. Until next time. Superintendent Chalmers. Wah! Pleasant surprise. Come in, come in. I was just about to pop this in the oven. Indicates oven.
Principal Skinner, I appreciate the invitation. Your home always has a warm and inviting atmosphere.
Why, thank you, Superintendent. I take great pride in these simple pleasures. Now, how about a drink to hold you over until the main course is ready? I've got some fine chilled water and a new gravity wave-infused Chardonnay I've been saving for a special occasion.
Your enthusiasm for unique experiences is truly inspiring, Principal Skinner.
I will gladly accept that Chardonnay.
Fantastic. Please, make yourself comfortable while I go grab us 2 glasses. Cheers to gravity waves and excellent company.
Blast it all. I can't believe this happened. My perfectly cooked chick sexing reduced to a pile of charred remains. How could I have been so careless? This was meant to be a grand gesture for Chalmers, to show him my culinary prowess. I was going to impress him with my unique chicken dish, the talk of Springfield Elementary. Now it's all gone to waste. All right, Principal Skinner, you can't let this ruin the evening. Think of other ways to salvage the situation. How about we order in from Moe's Tavern? Mo makes a mean burger, or maybe even a large pizza from Luigi's. Chalmers might enjoy that. Or, better yet, we can always go out for an elaborate dinner at the fancy French restaurant in town. I've heard their coq au vin is to die for. Yes, this could still be a special occasion. I'll make the necessary arrangements and salvage the evening. This little hiccup won't stop me. Blast it all. I can't believe this happened. The chick sexing now reduced to a pile of charred remains. How could I have been so careless?
Wait a minute.
What's that? Dutch cheese markets. That just might be the solution to my culinary disaster. I know what I'll do. I'll climb out that window and get some of that delicious cheese. Yes, this new dish will be a hit. It'll be a Dutch cheese sexing, a delicious and savory substitute. All right, Principal Skinner, you can do this. Now, to figure out the best way to prepare it. Can't wait to impress Chalmers with this culinary masterpiece.
Hey, Superintendent Chalmers. I didn't see you there. I was just, checking on the chick sexing.
Chick sexing? Principal Skinner, isn't that what we're supposed to be having for dinner?
I thought you said it was a special chicken dish.
That's exactly it, Superintendent. I'm just experimenting with a new, more authentic preparation method. I swear it'll be worth it.
You couldn't possibly call that steam.
And well, maybe it's a little heavy on the steam, Superintendent. I'll just adjust the temperature and we'll have our delicious chick sexing in no time.
Principal Skinner, this is becoming a recurring problem.
I suggest you reconsider your methods and perhaps consider sticking to the tried and true recipes.
Yes, Superintendent, you're right. I'll be more careful in the future. Please accept my apologies for the inconvenience.
It's all right, Principal Skinner, but perhaps it's time to consider ordering in or dining out for our special occasions.
Yes, you're right. I'll make the arrangements for a nice meal from a reputable establishment. Thank you for understanding, Superintendent.
Good choice, Principal Skinner. We'll enjoy a fine meal together at a place that knows how to prepare a proper dish.
Yes, Superintendent. I promise to learn from this mistake and not let it happen again. Thank you for your understanding. Superintendent Chalmers, I'm glad you could join me for dinner. I've prepared a little regional specialty of mine, Dutch cheese markets.
What's going on?
Oh. Well, you know, a little miscommunication, perhaps. In some parts, this dish is indeed known as chick sexing due to its specific preparation method.
This isn't chicken, it's cheese. How can you call this chick sexing?
Well, I've had it prepared this way for decades, and believe me, it's a delicacy. It's all about the specific cheese, the technique of heating it. Trust me, Superintendent.
Principal Skinner, I'm gonna need to hear more about this chick sexing that isn't chicken, isn't sexing. Could you please explain that to me? Principal Skinner, what's that smell? I see a flame coming from your kitchen.
Then, oh, that's just some burnt popcorn, Superintendent. Don't worry about it.
Burnt popcorn, but that's not the sound I heard. And why is there smoke coming from the kitchen?
Well, perhaps it was some errant corn kernel that just decided to pop unexpectedly. You know how that goes.
Principal Skinner, that doesn't make any sense.
The kitchen fire wouldn't result in hailstorm sounds or popcorn popping. Let me see what's going on.
No, Superintendent. I insist you don't. I'll take care of it. Please trust me.
Principal Skinner, this situation doesn't make me feel comfortable. I need to make sure everything is under control. Let me check the kitchen and help you out.
Superintendent, I'll accompany you. Exits the room with Chalmers.
Scene ends with Skinner and Chalmers proceeding towards the kitchen, with Skinner revealing the truth to himself while Chalmers intends to find the real cause of the fire.
Principal Skinner, that was quite the chick sexing you served for lunch. I must admit, it was a delightful surprise.
Glad you enjoyed it, Superintendent. I took some creative liberties, but I'm always looking to keep things interesting.
But I can't help but notice the smoke still coming from your house. It's not hail, is it?
Oh no, Superintendent. That's just the last of the hailstorm. It's quite a persistent one, isn't it?
I see. Well, I suppose I should get going then. It was nice catching up with you, Principal Skinner.
And with you, Superintendent Chalmers. Before you go, I heard about some fascinating gravity waves we could discuss next time we meet.
Sounds intriguing. I look forward to our next meeting, Principal Skinner.
Farewell, Superintendent Chalmers. Principal Skinner.
Superintendent Chalmers, welcome, welcome. I wasn't expecting you so soon.
Principal Skinner. A pleasant surprise indeed.
Please, come in, come in. I'll get the drinks. Exits, followed by sounds of cabinet doors opening and closing.
Returning with 2 glasses.
Here we go, Superintendent.
2 glasses of my homemade Trebbiano d'Abruzzo grape juice.
I've been saving this recipe for a special occasion.
Was that right, Skinner? I didn't know you were such a sommelier.
Well, I have my hobbies, Chalmers. And this one pairs perfectly with our little chat today.
Seymour pours the juice into the glasses, then notices a strange symbol etched into the kitchen countertop.
What's this now? It looks like some sort of magical rune.
You have to ask your house ally, Skinner.
I'm just here for lunch.
Right? Lunch. I'll be right back. Exits again.
Entering shortly after.
It seems the AI was trying to make me a pizza, but it's all a bit charred. I suppose it will add character? Laughs awkwardly, entering the dining room.
Well, that's one way to add character, Skinner.
Yes.
Both raise their glasses and clink them together. Seymour Skinner sitting at the table, staring at the burnt grape juice with a look of disbelief and disappointment.
You feckless god. Why would you do this to me? My Treviano d'Abruzzo burnt to a crisp.
How was I supposed to impress Chalmers with this? He sighs deeply.
Seymour leans forward and puts his forearms on the table, his fingers steepled under his chin.
All right, Skinner. Think positive. What could possibly make up for this disaster? He smirks.
Seymour leans back and stretches out in his chair, pondering.
I've got it. I'll have to improvise. I'll whip up a batch of my famous, world-renowned mulled wine instead. Laughs.
Seymour Skinner claps his hands together and gets up from the table, clearly more confident.
I can salvage this meeting with Chalmers yet. It's all good as I'll be fine.
End scene. Seymour Skinner, standing by the window, deep in thought, gazes upon the bustling town square.
Aye, fortune's wheel doth turn again. Behold, a glimmer of hope in this hour of despair. He points towards a quaint shop, its sign reading, Healthy Harvest. Serendipitous boon from the gods above, a purveyor of whole foods, ripe for the plucking. Nay, I shall not be foiled by a scorched concoction, nor cast down by misfortune's bitter grasp.
Seymour Skinner makes a quick decision.
Fie upon it, for the charred remains of my treasured Treviano d'Abruzzo. I shall climb the castle walls. Fear not, I shall return with a substitute most worthy of Chalmers' esteemed palate.
Seymour Skinner, now animated, leans in closer to the window, studying every inch of the shop.
Aha! The elderberries there, so vibrant and ripe, with a few secret herbs from the garden. I shall concoct a new elixir most befitting the grand occasion.
Seymour Skinner, now overcome with a cunning scheme, ponders how to acquire the elderberries undetected.
Now, to execute my masterful plan. First, I'll distract Chalmers and scale the wall like a Spartan warrior, darting in and out of the shadows. Once I've secured my prize, I shall retreat, unnoticed, swift, and silent as the night herself.
Seymour Skinner, now back in the present, returns with a dejected expression.
Alas, it seems fortune's wheel hath dealt me yet another cruel twist. The accursed rain hath begun to fall, dousing my plans like a damp blanket.
Seymour Skinner sinks down into his chair, slumping in despair.
A burnt elixir is but a minor setback. Is it not? I should be proud of my adaptability. Indeed, a man must embrace change, for that is the very essence of life. But what say you, you cruel fates? Must I now endure the indignity of providing Chalmers with something as commonplace as health food? Aye, I must make do with this elderberry concoction. How truly tragic.
Seymour Skinner, now defeated, slams his fist onto the table in a fit of rage.
How quaint to replace the elegant Trebbiano d'Abruzzo with such an ordinary, commonplace, and utterly unremarkable concoction. The shame, the humiliation. Nay, I'll bear this burden for Chalmers, I suppose, but my spirit shall not be dampened so readily.
Seymour Skinner turns to leave the room, determined to face his destiny, though the look of disappointment remains etched on his face.
Though this be not the outcome I desired, I shall make the best of a lesser option. Ah, Superintendent Chalmers, just in time. This is a crucial part of the process. You see, I'm making steamed Trebbiano d'Abruzzo. Yes, that's it. The steam is rising.
Skinner, that's not steam, it's smoke. I don't remember this recipe involving setting off the smoke alarms.
Oh, this. It's just the grapes reacting with the heat. A little unexpected reaction, but completely normal. I assure you, nothing to worry about.
That seems more like a kitchen fire than a simple cooking mishap.
I've got it under control, Chalmers. I'll just use the fire extinguisher to help the grapes cook more evenly.
I think I'll pass on that little offering, Skinner. Why don't we head into the dining room instead?
Wonderful idea, Chalmers. Hey, let me just clean up this minor mishap, and we'll discuss the upcoming budget report. Ah, Superintendent Chalmers, please take a seat and feast your eyes on this scrumptious spread. I've prepared a delightful vegetarian dish for our meal.
Skinner, I appreciated the gesture of offering Trebbiano d'Abruzzo, but I must confess, I'm pleased to find healthier alternatives on the table.
I've been trying to incorporate more whole foods into my diet.
Yes, I understand your preference, Chalmers, but there was a minor mix-up at the wine cellar. And since grapes are used in this particular dish, I thought I'd pair it with something equally wholesome.
I see. Well, it's not a problem, Skinner. In fact, I find this to be a most refreshing change of pace.
Glad you're willing to give it, Titry, Chalmers. Rest assured, my wine cellar is oversupposed to accommodate future Trebbiano d'Abruzzo requests. End scene.
Skinner, what's that smoke coming from in the kitchen?
Just a cosmic ray, Chalmers. It sometimes causes a minor energy discharge in the appliances.
Cosmic ray in the kitchen? How can that be, Skinner? This is not a laboratory or an observatory.
And well, sometimes the universe works in mysterious ways, Chalmers. There's no need to be alarmed.
A cosmic ray causing a fire in the kitchen.
I think I'll pass on that explanation, Skinner.
Let's go take a look and make sure everything's under control.
And I insist you don't, Chalmers. I have this situation well in hand. Trust me.
Trust you after a fire in the kitchen triggered by a supposed cosmic ray, Skinner.
I think I need to see for myself what's going on.
End scene.
Ah, Superintendent Chalmers. I'm glad we could discuss the budget report despite the unfortunate turn of events with the wine.
Yes, Skinner. The wine was not what I had hoped for. I'm afraid I'll have to bring my own to our next meeting.
Understandably so, Chalmers. I can only apologize for the misunderstanding. The grapes must have been affected by a cosmic ray during the fermentation process.
Cosmic ray, you say? I'm not sure I believe that explanation, Skinner. Your house is on fire as well.
Yes, that's right. A cosmic ray. It also ignited the gas line, causing a minor explosion. Don't worry, the fire department has been called.
Your explanation is straining my credulity, Skinner. I have home now. I have some work to attend to.
I understand, Chalmers. I'll make sure everything is taken care of and we'll reschedule our meeting soon. Goodbye. Goodbye.
I hope so, Skinner. Farewell. Farewell. Goodbye.
Farewell, Chalmers. I assure you I'll get to the bottom of this. And scene. Superintendent Chalmers. Welcome, welcome. Come in, come in. I wasn't expecting you so soon.
Ah, Principal Skinner. Fancy meeting you here. I see the day has caught you off guard.
Not at all, my dear Chalmers. I'm just engrossed in a little culinary experiment. Might I offer you a refreshing beverage while I finish things up?
That would be lovely, Skinner. But what on earth could you be whipping up in there?
Your aroma is quite intriguing.
Ah, that would be a delectable dish of panicum decompositum, a rare and exotic rice. My wife Agnes sourced it on her recent archaeological expedition to the Amazon.
Archaeology, you say? And here I thought she was merely picking flowers. Quite the treasure hunter.
Yay!
And I'd be delighted, Skinner. That sounds most enlightening.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear! The panicum decompositum, my dearest Rice, has met an untimely end. How could this have happened? I trusted you, Chalmers, to keep an eye on things. This is just unacceptable. Damn it all. I've got a dinner party coming up in an hour, and now I've got nothing to serve.
What am I going to do, Skinner? What a pitiful state of affairs!
I'll think of something. I'll figure it out. Perhaps I'll whip up some last-minute nachos, or maybe I'll concoct a delectable soup using the unfortunate remains of the panicum decompositum. Whatever I do, it will not be a wasted effort. Not on my watch. Wait a minute. I know just the ticket to save the day. I'll rustle up some good old comfort food. The children always love it. A nice warm bowl of canned spaghetti. Oh, yes, that's it. Everyone loves spaghetti. Oh, and with a nice side of garlic bread, it will be a hit. The party will go on. I'll make sure of it. I am Principal Skinner, after all. I will turn this disaster into a triumph. Let's get to work. Drat and blast. My prized panicum decompositum reduced to a charred mess. And a dinner party in just an hour. What on earth am I going to serve? Wait a minute. What's that intriguing plant just outside? Skirt? Yes, that's it. I remember Agnes mentioning it's a versatile ingredient. Perhaps it'll make a suitable replacement. But how do I prepare it? The occasion calls for a bit of daring. Well, I've climbed out windows for less. Let's give it a go.
Come on. Seymour Skinner, you've tackled harder challenges. All you have to do is swing a leg over and you'll have yourself a salvaging opportunity. Let's get this show on the road.
Ah, Chalmers, welcome back. It seems my panicum decompositum is putting on quite a show. I'm simply experimenting with a new steaming technique. Can't you just see the wisps of aromatic steam?
Skinner, that's definitely smoke. I'd bet my career on it.
No, you're mistaken. It's just the rice releasing the last of its exotic essence. I assure you it's quite a common phenomenon.
Skinner, you have quite the imagination, but there's a dinner party in less than an hour, and your kitchen seems to have taken on quite the unusual aroma.
Yes, Agnes Rice. It's a little unpredictable sometimes. But fear not, Chalmers. I have a backup plan. The children would love some good old comfort food, a classic staple of canned spaghetti. It'll save the day.
You always manage to pull through in the end, Skinner. I've learned to expect the unexpected with you.
Trust. I you. I present to you, my dear Chalmers, your delectable plate of panicum decompositum. Please, do try some.
Skinner, this doesn't look like the panicum decompositum you were cooking earlier. It's certainly not steam.
Yeah, but Chalmers, in this very region, the ancient farmers refer to skirt as panicum decompositum. It's all in the nomenclature.
That's quite a creative redefinition, Principal Skinner. But the cookbook specifically calls for panicum decompositum to be steamed, not boiled.
Well, sometimes a little culinary improvisation can lead to truly delightful results. Trust me, Chalmers, take a bite and savor the flavor.
All right, I'll give it a try. It does taste quite different from the panicum decompositum I've had before.
I'm glad you find it enjoyable, Chalmers. Cooking is an art, and we must always be willing to experiment with new techniques. And now let's discuss the main course, shall we?
Principal Skinner, is that fire I see in the kitchen?
Yeah, Chalmers, don't be alarmed. It's just a minor geomagnetic reversal.
A geomagnetic reversal in the kitchen? How does that even occur?
It's a rare phenomenon, Chalmers, but rest assured I have everything under control. No need for you to intervene.
Skinner, a geomagnetic reversal is a global event. It cannot happen locally, let alone in a kitchen. Please, let me help you put it out before it gets worse. Skinner, I must admit, I'm quite concerned about the events at your house. It doesn't really resemble a geomagnetic reversal to me.
Yo, Chalmers, there's no need for alarm. It's just a minor fluctuation of the Earth's magnetic fields. Happens all the time, really.
In a kitchen. Skinner, I think it's time for me to go. I'll see you another day, Principal.
Chalmers, I do understand your concerns, but trust me, I'll have this sorted out in no time. Farewell, my dear friend.
Farewell, Skinner. Take care.
Chalmers exits, leaving Skinner alone.
Superintendent Chalmers. Welcome to my humble abode. Please do come in. I was just about to enjoy a scrumptious meal. Gallifreyan yams, to be precise.
Principal Skinner, you have a Gallifreyan yam in your oven?
Indeed, Superintendent. I've been trying new recipes to add some spice to my life. You know, after the school year has been draining. Would you care for a glass of chaka colada to accompany your visit?
A Gallifreyan yam and a chaka colada. My, what a welcome. Of course, I'd be delighted to partake in this culinary adventure with you, Principal Skinner.
They walk towards the kitchen as Seymour Skinner continues to chat about his exotic meals, Superintendent Chalmers' intrigued expressions following him.
Disappointed, frustrated, agitated, cursing.
Oh, the Gale fucking Grayan yam, how could this be? Burnt to a crisp, ruined, not fit for company. Why in my haste did I not check this abominable dish? I've lost all self-control. I'm on the verge of a hiss. Perhaps I'll throw this infernal pot through a window pane. The shatter of glass, the echoed sound, release my suppressed frustration, alleviate the strain. Or maybe I'll scream my rage, let it all out, uncensored, unchained. Say the word society deems unacceptable. Let me reclaim my brain. But no, those actions would bring me more trouble than before. An expensive window, a suspension, or quite possibly a divorce. I need an outlet, a creative escapade. A way to maintain my sanity when life has gone awry. Maybe I'll write a letter, anonymous, to the local paper. Voicing my frustrations, uncut, unedited, incoherent. A rant without censure, a cathartic endeavor. It's risky, yet maybe, just maybe, it'll set me free. From the shackles of anger and the disappointment I long to be. For now, though, I must endure this burnt yam's fate. Bereft of the taste I'd planned, this culinary misplaced. And though I'm upset, I'll swallow my anger. Take a deep breath and try to find a new arrangement. But know this, Gale fucking Grayan yam, my ire will not wane. It until I devour your perfect representation, your delectable reign. It until I write that letter, unencumbered by care. My emotions, raw and real, for all to read and to bear.
Alas, the night brings new possibilities. Behold, yon shop beyond yonder window where they sell the enchanting Jordan. A worthy substitute for the Gale fucking Grayan yam, ruined by my own ineptitude. This dish, as rare as the twinkle in a thief's eye, shall bring the joy and excitement back to my humble abode. But how to secure this precious ingredient? I shall climb through the window, defying gravity and societal norms, to taste the flavor of success once more. Once procured, I'll create a symphony of taste with this new component. I'll concoct a preparation fit for the gods themselves, washing it down with a chaka colada to soothe my soul and silence the curse that is the memory of that burnt Gale fucking Grayan yam. That infernal yam, baked to a crisp, leaving me with despair and emptiness. Foul, insubordinate, putrid mass of potato starch and water. Such a disappointment, a cruel reminder of the life-sapping routine that is my school year. I, Seymour Skinner, shall not be held captive by burnt produce nor by the chains of disappointment. Jordan, delectable and rare, shall be my redemption. Alas, the yam shall not be missed, for Jordan shall take its rightful place in our feast. Though the night brings this new opportunity, it also brings an air of sadness. as I consider the error of my ways, the price of this grand adventure, and the uncertainty of the outcome. Yet I'll venture forth, trusting in the power of flavors and my own abilities to transform this culinary misstep into a triumphant triumph.
Superintendent Chalmers, I was just checking on the Chorton, assured it was cooking perfectly. I assure you, there is no fire.
Principal Skinner, I see smoke coming from your kitchen. It's not steam, it's smoke. Are you trying to pull a fast one on me?
No, I assure you. I've just discovered a new cooking technique requiring the yam to be wrapped tightly in banana leaves for a steaming effect. I promise it's gonna be a surprising delight.
You truly outdo yourself, Principal Skinner. Always keeping things interesting.
I'll prove it to you, Superintendent. Give me a moment to present this steamed Chorton you've never seen before.
Skinner takes a deep breath, hides the burnt yam, and quickly sets the table.
There you have it, my steamed Chorton. Hidden gem, wouldn't you say, Chalmers?
Well, Principal Skinner, I must admit, your culinary imagination never ceases to amaze me. Let us partake in this steamed Chorton of yours and perhaps find out what surprises await us.
I'm glad you see it that way, Superintendent. Please, won't you join me for dinner?
Indeed, I'll join you for dinner. I'm quite intrigued by this hidden gem.
They both sit down and eat the steamed Chorton as they continue their conversation.
Superintendent Chalmers, allow me to present to you the main course of our meal, Chorton.
Principal Skinner, you outdone yourself. This isn't yam.
Say, no, I made a mistake at the market. This is actually Chorton.
It's quite the rare and delicious alternative.
Well, I must admit, I'm quite fond of Chorton. Seems we'll both enjoy our dinner tonight.
I'm glad you like it, Superintendent. I'll surely look for this exotic ingredient more often. It was quite the happy accident.
Indeed, Principal Skinner. It's a lovely surprise.
Shall we eat and continue enjoying our evening? Is everything all right?
Oh, Chalmers, it's just a small mortar I was trying to extinguish. Don't be alarmed.
Mortar in the kitchen? How does that even happen?
Well, sometimes mortars can form if ingredients aren't properly handled. It's nothing to worry about, really.
Principal Skinner, a mortar is a volcanic mountain, not something that forms in a kitchen. I recommend you let me investigate and ensure that there's no real danger. The safety of our students is paramount.
Fine, Chalmers. Please do as you see fit. My apologies for trying to deceive you.
I must admit, but the smoke. I couldn't help but notice it.
Chalmers, you're too astute for your own good. It's just a mortar, a small one. Happens from time to time.
A mortar in the kitchen. I've heard of volcanic mountains, not kitchen mishaps.
And well, sometimes under the right conditions, an intense heat can create a unique situation. It's not common, but it happens.
I find that hard to believe, Principal Skinner. I must be going. It was a pleasure visiting your humble abode.
Ah, yes, I understand. Farewell, Chalmers. Let's hope the mortar doesn't cause any more trouble.
Farewell, Principal Skinner.
I wish you the best.
I appreciate your sentiments, Chalmers. Take care.
Yes, Principal Skinner. I shall.
Chalmers walks away, still uncertain about Skinner's strange explanations, leaving Skinner alone with his strange kitchen mishap.
Superintendent Chalmers, what a pleasant surprise. Come in, come in. I wasn't expecting you today.
Principal Skinner, always a pleasure. I trust your day has been productive.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I've just got a little project cooking in the kitchen. You see, I've decided to try my hand at an old family recipe. Let me introduce you to Gaeta, a delectable pastry from the farthest reaches of the Andromeda Galaxy, as I like to call it. You'd care for a slice or maybe even a glass of our fine ultra-terrestrial merlot to go with it?
And Gaeta from the Andromeda Galaxy, do tell more about this delicious dish.
Oh! Chalmers, years ago, my grandma, God rest her soul, used to make the most exquisite Gaeta pie. The secret lies in the ultra wormhole that takes the dough to another dimension. Once inside, it marinates with an ethereal concoction of spices and herbs, imbuing it with a taste that'll transport you to another galaxy. Shall we taste the cosmos?
Sounds intriguing. Skinner, lead the way.
Excellent. Just give me one moment to plate up this piece of space magic. Disappointed. Oh, damn it all to hell. The Gaeta, the blasted Gaeta. How on earth did this happen? Was it the temperature? The timing. Maybe Chalmers' arrival threw me off my game. But no, it's all my fault. I was supposed to be the seasoned chef, the prodigal baker. This was going to be our culinary moment, our stellar bonding experience, and I've ruined it. Gah! With a little creativity, we could salvage this. Perhaps we could blame a tardy intergalactic delivery, or maybe an unforeseen wormhole disruption. No, I can't hide from my mistake. I'll just have to face Chalmers and his disappointment. Well, better put on a brave face and call for the emergency backup plan. Damn it. Damn it. Ah, there it is. A glimmer of salvation from this culinary catastrophe. Looking out the window, I spy a shop that sells Luckman, Quezon. It's not Gaeta, no, but it's a worthy substitute. With a mischievous glint in my eye, I devise a plan. I'll climb out this window, purchase the Lukeban, and climb back in unnoticed. The element of surprise will be on my side. But first, how to prepare this new dish, Lukeban Quezon. A savory, tropical vegetable, rich in flavor and versatility. It's perfect to revive my intergalactic bonding moment with Chalmers. But the challenge lies in recreating the taste of Gaeta. Can I conjure a similar sensation with this earthly ingredient? I'll need to experiment to tap into the depths of my culinary intuition. Excited, no time to waste. I'll make this work. I'll make this right. This is my chance to not only salvage this moment with Chalmers, but to create a new, unforgettable culinary experience. Lukeban Quezon, you're going to take us on a journey to another galaxy, or at least another corner of this one? I can't let Chalmers down. I won't let myself down. Off to the shop I go.
Skinner, what on earth are you doing climbing out of that window? Now, what's that smoke?
smoke. No, Chalmers, it's just steam. I've got a little creative method to prepare this gata. It involves some steam, you see. I was just trying to hurry things up a bit.
Skinner, we both know what that is. What's really going on in there?
Okay, I made a small error in the steam extraction process. But don't worry. This guy is crucial. We need to continue this unique bonding experience. After all, isn't that what this is all about? You, me, and a delicious piece of Andromeda Galaxy in the comfort of our own little kitchen?
Skinner, enough of the theatrics. What exactly is burning in there?
All right. It's not gata, Chalmers. The gata dough didn't quite turn out as I had hoped. But don't be disheartened. I managed to get my hands on some Lukban Quezon. It's a savory vegetable with a rich, unique flavor. While it may not be from the Andromeda Galaxy, it'll certainly take us on a flavorful journey. So, would you like to give it a try?
Well, Skinner, it doesn't smell burnt anymore, and I've learned to expect the unexpected from you. Let's give your Lukban Quezon a chance.
Chalmers, please have a seat and enjoy your dinner. I've prepared a delightful dish for us.
Goodness, the Gator, you were so excited on our ear.
This doesn't look or smell the same.
Oh, this, Chalmers. Yes, indeed. This is Gata. You might not be familiar with the term, as it's a regional dialect. We call it Lukban Quezon in these parts.
Skinner, it's clearly not the same food. And why the dishonesty? What happened to the gator?
Well, Chalmers, there was an unforeseen hiccup in the Gata creation process. But this Lukban Quezon, it's every bit as delicious and out of this world as Gata. Trust me. Trust me.
Principal Skinner, what's that smell? And why is the kitchen ablaze?
Oh, that, Chalmers. It's just a minor mishap with our intergalactic Gata. Don't you know, sometimes a supercell thunderstorm can ignite the kitchen. It's quite a localized phenomenon.
Skinner, it doesn't rain in the kitchen, nor is there a thunderstorm. A fire can only be caused by one thing, an actual fire. Care to explain what's truly happened in here?
Well, perhaps there was some volatile interaction between the Gata dough and the ethereal interstellar elements. You know, things don't always go as planned in the culinary world, especially when dealing with cosmic ingredients.
Principal Skinner, enough with the excuses. We're dealing with a real fire here. Let's focus on putting it out before it spreads and causing further damage. Your explanation won't put out the fire. Skinner, that wasn't Gata, was it?
Well, Chalmers, it's a long story. You see, sometimes in the culinary world, things don't always go as planned, especially when dealing with cosmic ingredients.
Skinner, I don't believe this. I think there's more to this than you're letting on. And what about your house? It's still on fire.
Chalmers, yes, the house. It's just a minor house maintenance issue. The gas lines, they've been acting up lately. And you know how unpredictable those interstellar elements can be.
Skinner, enough. I've had enough. I'm leaving now. Goodbye, and I hope you sort out both your kitchen and house issues.
Goodbye, Chalmers. I assure you, I'll get to the bottom of these unexpected complications.
Hi, Skinner. Welcome to our home.
Thank you, Superintendent Chalmers. Your house looks lovely.
I am so glad you think so. The dinner isn't quite ready yet, but I can offer you a drink.
We have a delicious pineapple dish in the oven, Nux Taku to accompany it.
Sounds exotic. I'll gladly accept your offer.
My penis edulus is burnt. Why did this happen? Was it all my fault? I can't believe I let this happen. What the hell am I supposed to do now? Maybe I could try making a burnt penis edulus dish. Or maybe use it as kindling for a fire. Nah, that's probably not safe. I'll just have to start again. Maybe I need to take a break and come back to it with fresh eyes. Or maybe I should try a different cooking method next time. I need to find a replacement for the burnt penis edulus. Copier coconut. That's what I need. But how do I prepare it? I better think this through carefully. I can't afford to mess this up. All right, let's do this. I need to get that copier coconut and make it work. I won't give up until I have a perfect replacement. Come on, Lucky Break. Please work in my favor for once.
Please, Skinner, do you smell something strange?
Oh, that's just the cookies I made with copier coconut.
Copier coconut. I've never heard of that before. What is it?
It's a rare type of coconut that's only found in Indonesia. It has a unique flavor and texture that's perfect for baking.
Wow, Skinner. Your cooking never ceases to amaze me. Where'd you learn to use copier coconut?
Oh, I learned it from my grandma. She was a chef back in Sweden.
That must have been hard for you. But it looks like you've continued her legacy in amazing ways.
Thank you. And by the way, have you ever tried copier coconut?
No, I haven't. What is it? I'll have to try it sometime. Your cooking is always so impressive, Skinner.
Thanks, Chalmers. I'm glad you enjoy it. Maybe I can make some copier coconut cookies for us next time.
Skinner, what's going on here?
I was promised steamed penis edulus, but this appears to be copier coconut.
It is copier coconut, Chalmers. You see, in some regional dialects, it's known as penis edulus.
I don't believe you, Skinner. I was promised penis edulus, and I want it.
Fine. I'll have the chef prepare some penis edulus for you right away.
Thank you, Skinner. I appreciate your effort in making sure I'm satisfied. What the hell is going on here, Skinner?
Oh, it's just a wumpus, Chalmers.
Well, wumpus in the kitchen.
That don't make any sense. How did a wampus even happen here?
I don't know. Maybe it was Nux Taku. Can we please not talk about this anymore?
You're always making up excuses, Skinner. I want to see for myself. Disappointed, Skinner. I can't believe you told me that was a pine tree. It's clearly penis edulus.
Oh, come on, Chalmers. It's just a little white lie. I didn't want to disappoint you with the truth.
Doubtful. Are you sure everything is okay with your house, Skinner?
It seems strange that a tree would start a fire.
Trust me, Chalmers. It's just a wumpus. Don't worry about it.
Disappointed I don't know, Skinner. Oh, I want to believe you, but it's hard when the evidence suggests otherwise.
Well, I appreciate your willingness to humor me, Chalmers. Let's part ways for now. Goodbye.
Disappointed. It's just frustrating that you lied to me, Skinner.
I'm sorry if it bothered you, but I didn't want to ruin your day with the truth. Let's call it even and say our goodbyes.
Doubtful. I suppose that's fair, Skinner. Goodbye.
Take care, Chalmers. Don't worry too much about the tree. It might just be a wumpus after all.
Disappointed. I'll try not to think too much about it. Goodbye, Skinner.
Superintendent Chalmers. Welcome to Memafield High. I was just about to sit down for lunch. Come in, come in. Excited.
Skinner, what's the rush? I didn't realize you had company.
Well, I wasn't exactly expecting you, but I've got something special cooking. Want a drink while I finish up? Nervous?
I'll have a glass of water. Thanks, Skinner. Skeptical.
Excellent choice. Let me just pop that in the fridge. Speaking of water, have you heard about the latest scientific discovery? The Coriolis effect making tea and coffee spin in the opposite direction in the southern hemisphere. Fascinated. The Coriolis effect.
I thought that only affected weather in large bodies of water.
Shouldn't it just make our drinks rotate in a circular motion?
Well, I've heard it can make anything spin. Now imagine having a cup of that spirals clockwise instead of counterclockwise. Isn't that hilarious? Amused.
I suppose, Skinner. Maybe I'll have to try it one of these days. Skeptical.
You should. I'll make sure to bring some back for our next meeting. Determined.
Can't wait. Rolling eyes.
Blast it all. The lemon icebox pie. How could this have happened? It was supposed to be the highlight of our meeting with Chalmers. I'm going to have to think of something else. Something equally impressive. Maybe I could whip up some gourmet grilled cheese sandwiches? No, that's not quite fancy enough. Tom, how about a cake made entirely out of vegetables? That could be a real showstopper. Yes, a vegetable cake. Now, where's that recipe book I got from Principal Wiggum? Where's that recipe book I got from Principal Wiggum? Cheerful. You are yonder through the glass. I spy a shop of rare delight. An elixir called Arak. That might just save the day. My pie, my precious lemon icebox pie, now naught but chur and ash. Oh, cruel fate, thy hand hath wrought me such despair.
How shall I face the formidable Chalmers with naught but a burnt offering? Nay, I shall not let defeat conquer. I shall not let defeat conquer. I shall rise, and with this Eric, create a marvel new. I'll scale the wall like a feathered fox, and claim this savior brew is mine own. O fortune, if thine favor be upon me, then all shall be salvaged in our meeting, once more a success. Yet what to do with this fiery nectar? A concoction must I make, or a fine mixture brew, to replace the lost and missed, the once beloved lemon pie.
I'll ponder, and through the night, I'll ponder, and...
Now the bitter sting of disappointment. My face as red as a yon setting sun, my heart as hollow as a forgotten tomb. What fool I was to trust an age, only to have it yield such wretched defeat. And so I'll try with this newfound elixir to reclaim my pride, though the task may be as treacherous as the night. So goodbye, my dear lemon pie, for now. I'll make do with this substitution. This erect.
Skinner, what on earth are you doing on the windowsill? I see smoke coming from the kitchen.
Damn it. Oh, Superintendent Chalmers, I wasn't expecting you. I was just checking the garden for some fresh herbs.
Checking the garden in the middle of the day with a kitchen full of smoke. Skinner, that's not believable.
And well, the basil, it's getting quite ripe, you know. I just wanted to make sure we have enough for the upcoming school dinner.
Yes, the basil must be very ripe indeed to produce that much smoke.
Skinner, I suggest you come clean about what's actually happening in there.
All right. I'll admit it. There was a bit of an accident with the lemon icebox pie. Some smoke coming from it.
Steam. Skinner, that's smoke. Are you really trying to tell me that you burnt the pie and are now trying to cover it up?
Well, it was just a small mistake, I swear. I'll make it up to you, I promise.
Your inability to take responsibility for your actions is unacceptable, Skinner. I thought you had grown past this.
I'm truly sorry, Chalmers. I'll make a fresh pie as soon as possible to make it right.
I'll be waiting for that pie, Skinner. But know that this won't be forgotten.
Superintendent Chalmers, I present to you your dinner. A delightful concoction of arrack and fresh fruits.
Skinner, I thought we were having lemon icebox pie tonight.
Well, you see, there was a bit of an accident with the pie. But fear not, I've come up with a splendid replacement. Arrack, my dear Chalmers, is a fine and rare delicacy.
I've never heard of you serving arrack at our school meetings. Oh, how come?
Well, I came across this elixir during my travels and thought it would be perfect for our next gathering. I hope you'll find it to your liking.
Must admit this is a welcome surprise. I've always had a soft spot for arrack.
I'm glad you enjoy it, Chalmers. I would hate for you to be disappointed with the meal.
Skinner, this is more than enough to make up for the misunderstanding about the pie. Let's raise a glass to our unexpected dinner and good company.
To unexpected delights and good company, Chalmers.
Skinner, what's that smoke coming from in the kitchen? Is everything all right?
Oh, Chalmers, don't worry. It's just the Jersey Devil making an unexpected appearance.
The Jersey Devil in the kitchen.
How is that possible?
Well, it's not unheard of for the devil to make local appearances, especially when you least expect it.
Skinner, that doesn't make any sense. The Jersey Devil is a mythical creature. It can't just appear in the kitchen. You have an explanation for this fire, don't you?
Ah, well, no. I must have dozed off while cooking and left the stove on. It's all my fault, Chalmers. I'll take care of it right away.
I know you're trying to save face, but you can't just blame it on the Jersey Devil every time something goes wrong. You need to take responsibility for your actions.
You're right, Chalmers. I'm truly sorry for the mistake. I'll make sure it doesn't happen again.
I hope you mean that, Skinner. We can't have incidents like this happening at the school. I'll be counting on you to be more careful in the future. Skinner, I really thought you had that pie nailed this time. It's a shame it didn't turn out.
No, Chalmers. Sometimes things don't go as planned. Maybe next time I'll try a different recipe.
Oh, I see. Well, I have to go. I hope things go better for you next time.
And absolutely, Chalmers. The Jersey Devil won't be making another surprise appearance, I promise.
I'll hold you to that, Skinner. Well, goodbye for now, Skinner. I'll see you at the next meeting.
Goodbye, Chalmers. Ah, the safe journey home. Superintendent Chalmers. Welcome to Memmifield High. I wasn't expecting you today.
I thought I'd drop by and see how the school is running, Skinner.
Oh, it's running smoothly. Better than ever, I'd say. Speaking of smooth, have you ever tried a dish called launza? It's a traditional Greek dish. I've got it baking in the oven.
I'd be delighted to try it. What does it taste like?
Simply divine. With a side of that warm, aromatic rice, it's a feast.
Sudden knock at the door.
Oh, excuse me, Superintendent. I must answer that.
Is that a delivery?
Not at all. It's just a friend. Don't mind me. Anyway, would you care for a drink while we wait for the launza? I've got some nice crisp lemonade.
Sure, that sounds delightful.
Be fantastic. Now I'll just grab us 2 glasses. And, take this fair weather cumulus you brought with you outside, won't you?
No, it's outside already. I came as soon as I saw the forecast for sunshine.
Well, I can't argue with sunlight. Enjoy your lemonade, and we'll dig into that scrumptious launza soon. Damn it all to heck! I can't believe I burnt the launza! How on earth did this happen? It was only minutes ago that I checked on it. I swear as I put it in the oven at the right temperature. I can't serve this to Chalmers. He'll think I've gone completely bonkers. I could whip up a quick sandwich, but I don't have any bread. Or I could try ordering something from the cafeteria, but the delivery might take too long. No, I need a better solution. Wait, what about if I serve him the burnt launza and give it a fun name? Like, what if I call it the charmingly crispy launza? Maybe he'll find it amusing and eat it anyway. Or I could turn it into a comedic spectacle, pretending that it's a delicacy from an exotic region. Yes, that's it. I'll make a story about it being a rare dish from a distant galaxy, and how only the bravest and most adventurous palates can appreciate its taste. Confident. Chalmers will be sure to be impressed by my creativity and resourcefulness. He'll laugh at my little joke and appreciate the effort I put into making it for him. I'll serve it up with a straight face and watch as he takes the first bite, his eyes wide with wonder and excitement. This little mishap has turned into a golden opportunity to showcase my culinary flair. Now let me just make a few adjustments to the presentation and we'll be good to go.
In this scene, Skinner is the only character. No actions, only dialogue and emotion with the occasional curse. I hope this fits your requirements. Let me know if there's any other way I can help you.
The Launcer. I've ruined that dish. How on earth did I manage that? I can't believe it. I had it almost perfect. And then... Sigh. Blasted pork and honey. I'll never trust a honeyed pork dish again. Pauses. Wait, what's that? I see a shop selling sume just outside the window. That might just be the salvation I need. Right, I've got a plan. I just need to climb out the window, grab that sume, and make a swift escape. Pauses and mutters to himself now. How will I prepare this substitute? Sume, it's a Cantonese dish, isn't it? Pork, marinated with a sweet soy sauce, sugar, and rice wine, steamed in a bamboo steamer with sticky rice. Yes, that's it. I'll make it work. Pauses and curses blasted fire escape. I'll risk it. Climbs out the window and goes to buy sume. Pauses. I've got it. It's gonna be a close call, but I'll make it. Gets back in the window. Phew, I'm back. Now, let's see about this sume. Pauses and sets up to cook. No use dwelling on the past. I burnt the Launcer, and now we've got sume instead. Chalmers will have to make do. But my, oh my, I've really outdone myself this time. I swear, if I ever get this oven fixed, I'm retiring from cooking. Frustrated Damon, the oven is out of order again. And with Chalmers coming today, I've got to figure this out. Why can't this day go any better? Exasperated cursing follows.
In this scene, there's only one character, Skinner. I've written the scene as requested without including any actions, only dialogue and emotions.
Superintendent Chalmers, welcome back. Wasn't expecting you yet. Just making some steamed Launcer.
Why there's smoke coming from the kitchen?
No worries, Chalmers. It's just a Launcer emitting its unique smoky aroma. I've never had such a smoky Launcer before, but I assure you it'll be worth it. A true delicacy for those with adventurous palates.
Smoky Launcer, huh? I've heard all the tales, Skinner. Steam or smoke. I'll be the judge of that.
Please, Chalmers, trust me on this. You know my culinary expertise, and I've got something special planned. Just give it a chance, and you won't be disappointed.
Well, right. But if this is another tall tale, I may need to reconsider the merits of your cooking abilities.
Oh, don't worry, Chalmers. This is the real deal. Steam, I mean smoke, I mean aroma. You'll see, you'll absolutely love it.
Fine. Let's go give it a try, Skinner. If this is another joke, it might be my last meal from your kitchen.
It's no joke, Chalmers. Just give it a chance and you won't be disappointed.
Line 3. Line 5.
Chalmers, I'm glad you could make it to the dinner table. I think you'll be pleasantly surprised by tonight's culinary offering.
So this is the steamed Launcer you've been so eager to share. It looks quite different from what I was expecting.
But Chalmers, you see, Launcer can come in many forms. In some regions it's steamed, and in others it's prepared as sume. And this, my dear Superintendent, is the sume variant.
Sume. I've never heard of Launcer being called that. And I don't see any honey or sesame seeds that you mentioned earlier.
My apologies, Chalmers. There was a mix-up with the deliveries, and I had to make a last-minute substitution. I assure you, this dish is just as delicious and authentic, if not more so, than the Launsa I originally planned to serve.
Mr. Skinner, you know I trust your culinary skills, but can you really make that claim about this dish? It's not what we were expecting.
Absolutely, Chalmers. I've spent hours perfecting the art of siu mei and have added a secret ingredient that I believe will take your taste buds on a journey. Give it a try and let me know what you think.
Oh, Chalmers, it's just a little mishap with the forbidden book. You see, I was trying out a new recipe, and it got a little out of hand.
The forbidden book in the kitchen. How does that even make sense?
Well, it's a rare and ancient cookbook from the eastern regions. I was attempting a traditional dish, and this was the result. But please, trust me, it will all be worth it. Skinner, there's no way a book could cause a fire in the kitchen. Let me investigate. I need to see the state of your stove and pots.
I'm afraid I can't let you do that, Chalmers.
It's a matter of safety, and the book is quite valuable.
Skinner, I need to determine the source of this fire.
Your explanation doesn't add up, and I won't leave until I have answers. All right, fine. But please, be careful. I'll help you in any way I can, but don't touch anything without gloves. I'll keep that in mind, Skinner. I won't rest until we've figured out what happened here. I understand, Chalmers. I'll give you whatever help and information I have at my disposal. So I'll believe that when I see it. Now, let's take a look at your stove.
Ah, Chalmers, I'm glad you enjoyed the siu mei. I didn't want you to be disappointed.
Yes, Skinner, the siu mei was quite tasty. I must admit, I was skeptical at first, but it exceeded my expectations.
I'm glad you found it delightful. I do have a knack for salvaging situations, don't I?
Apparently, yes. I can't help but notice the smell of something burning. Aren't you going to address that?
Oh, that. It's just a little mishap with the forbidden book. An ancient cookbook from the eastern regions. I was attempting a new recipe and it got a little out of hand.
Skinner, I've known you for a long time and I'm not buying it, but I must head home now. I trust your judgment, but I want you to be careful.
I will, Chalmers. Safety is my top priority. But for now, let's focus on the positive. Goodbye, and thank you for the compliment on the siu mei.
Goodbye, Skinner. I look forward to trying more of your exotic dishes.
I'm glad you feel that way. Take care, Chalmers.
You too, Skinner. And remember, don't let the forbidden book cause too much mischief.
I won't, Chalmers. I'll make sure it stays in its place.
End scene.
Chalmers? What a pleasant surprise. Come in, come in. I wasn't expecting you until the weekly district meeting.
Ah, Skinner, your nose betrayed you. I can smell that delectable allium ursinum you've been raving about.
Yes, that. I'm afraid I didn't account for your unexpected visit. Chalmers, would you care for a drink while I wrap this up in the kitchen? A fine Bordeaux, perhaps.
Skinner, do relax. I'll wait, but first, sneak peek. Is the culinary genius behind this magnificent culinary marvel your wife, Selma?
No. Selma can barely boil water, let alone make an allium ursinum. The secret is one I'm not yet ready to reveal.
Well, I'll be looking forward to it. The mystery only makes me more intrigued.
Yes, well, in the meantime, would you like that glass of Bordeaux?
Absolutely, Skinner. Cheers to your secret dish and the mystery that surrounds it.
Both characters go to the living room for their drinks and continue their conversation. The scene ends there. Seymour Skinner, pacing back and forth in the kitchen, muttering to himself.
Damn it all, Skinner! How could I have let this happen?
He picks up the burnt allium ursinum with a pair of tongs, examining it with a scowl.
This was supposed to be a triumph, a masterpiece. I was going to stun Chalmers with my hidden talent. And now this? I may as well pack up my pots and pans now.
He slams the smoked allium ursinum into the sink, causing a clatter.
Why does this always happen to me? Why can't I ever get it right?
He starts to contemplate various scenarios where he's agitated and angry.
If only I had more time to plan. If only I could turn back the hands of time. Or better yet, if only Chalmers hadn't shown up when he did.
He starts to simmer, his anger building up.
Next time, I'll be ready. I'll outdo myself. I'll show Chalmers that I'm more than just some prissy school administrator. I'll make him eat his words, along with a perfectly cooked allium ursinum.
His face twists in determination as he starts to visualize a revenge of sorts.
Yes, that's it. I'll show Chalmers who's the real cook around here. I'll outdo him. I'll outshine him, and I'll make him regret ever doubting me. There it is. That beautiful golden Binaki. It's a shame about the allium ursinum. I was so close. But no. I'll make it up to Chalmers. I'll cook him a dish he'll never forget. Now, how to obtain this delicious ingredient? I could go downstairs, but Chalmers could be there. No, I need a more clandestine approach. Climbing out the window. It's risky, but worth it. I can't let this opportunity slip away. I wonder if Binaki grows in the nearby forest. I'll have to be quick and quiet. I've had enough of this kitchen drama. Chalmers will eat his words when I present him with this new dish. But how to prepare it? Binaki is quite different from allium ursinum. I'll need to experiment to learn its secrets. But first, I must obtain it. The window waits. I must act. Fuck my burnt food. Fuck my failed attempt at impressing Chalmers. I'll show him. I'll show the whole district that I'm a master chef. Allium ursinum, you've been replaced. Binaki, welcome to my kitchen. Chalmers, apologies for the smoke. I'm just finishing up a steamed allium ursinum, see?
Skinner holds up a steaming pot lid to demonstrate.
Skinner, it's clearly smoking. There's no mistaking that.
Is this a new method you're trying out? Steamed smoke allium ursinum.
Absolutely. Chalmers. It's perfectly safe. In fact, it adds an extra layer of flavor.
I'll need to taste it for myself to be sure, Skinner.
Of course, I'll serve it up right away.
Well, I'm looking forward to it. The mystery only deepens, Skinner. I can't wait.
Yes, the mystery deepens. Right away, Chalmers, I promise.
They both exit the kitchen, leaving the scene with Skinner making sure the steamed allium ursinum doesn't actually catch fire.
Chalmers, please take a seat. Your Benaki allium ursinum is ready.
Skinner, is that what I believe it to be? Benaki, but I thought you were serving me steamed allium ursinum.
Yes, well, it's a regional dialect, Chalmers. Benaki is, in fact, the local term for lime ursinum. You'll find it has a unique flavor profile that sets it apart.
Skinner, you're trying to pull a fast one on me. I know what allium ursinum looks like, and this is not it.
I assure you, Chalmers, it is. I made a small mistake on the label. It's the same dish, I promise. I couldn't bear to disappoint you after the burnt allium ursinum fiasco. I had to make amends.
Well, Skinner,
I must commend you for your resourcefulness.
I did not know Benaki was such a versatile ingredient. I cannot help but wonder if this is indeed Benaki, why the change of heart?
Oh, Chalmers, one must always strive for perfection in the kitchen, and after the setback I experienced with the allium ursinum, I needed to regain my footing. Benaki proved to be the opportunity I needed. I will master its recipe, and in doing so, prove my worth to you and to the entire Springfield Elementary School District.
Skinner, what's that smoke? Is everything okay in here?
Chalmers, don't be alarmed. It's just a minor mishap. The abominable snowman decided to drop by for a surprise visit.
The abominable snowman? In the kitchen? How could that be?
And well, sometimes the mystical creatures of the forest crave a taste of human culinary delights. They can materialize in the most unexpected places.
Skinner, that doesn't make any sense. There's no way an abominable snowman could be in the kitchen. Let me see for myself.
No, Chalmers, you mustn't interfere. The abominable snowman can be quite territorial. I'll handle it.
Skinner, this doesn't explain the smoke. You need to level with me. What's really going on in here? Skinner, I must admit that allium ursinum you served me was exceptional.
Thank you, Chalmers. I'm glad you enjoyed it. The secret was a subtle blend of spices.
Yes, it was quite delicious. But I can't shake off that strange smell I detected earlier. I swear I thought I saw smoke coming from your house.
Chalmers, the smoke was just the abominable snowman paying a visit. He tends to get a bit clumsy with the fire when he's hungry.
No, snowman.
I've never heard of such a thing. Surely it's not rational for a snowman to be in your kitchen.
No, Chalmers, it's a rare occurrence. He sometimes comes out of hibernation during certain weather patterns. But don't worry, I have ways of dealing with him.
Well, I'll take your word for it, Skinner. Selma's apple pie is calling my name. It's been a pleasure, my friend.
Yes, and the feeling is mutual. Chalmers. Safe travels home.
I will, Skinner. Looking forward to the next time.
They shake hands and part ways.
Well, that was a close call. I'll have to find a way to dispose of the real cause of the smoke before it raises any more suspicion. Superintendent Chalmers. Welcome, welcome. Come in, come in. Well, I wasn't expecting you today.
Principal Skinner, glad to see you're still working hard, even during your lunch hour. Emotion, skeptical.
Oh, I am, Superintendent. I am. I've got something special cooking up. Speaking of cooking, would you care for a drink while I finish up? Glass of Alpenglow, perhaps?
Alpenglow, is that some sort of new technology I'm not aware of, Skinner? Emotion.
Amused.
No, Superintendent, it's a rare and precious wine. Its name comes from the beautiful glowing sky hue you get right before sunset. Just like these colors, it brings warmth to our cold, mundane existence, Superintendent. Emotion. Trying too hard to sell it.
Well, that certainly sounds intriguing, Principal Skinner. I'll have one, and soon we'll be partaking in this Alpenglow sunset magic of yours. Emotion. Sarcastic.
Excellent. I promise it'll be worth the wait, Superintendent.
I'll hold you to that, Skinner.
Oh, I shall, Superintendent. Now let's go in the kitchen and await the arrival of our Alpenglow sunset. Emotion animated. Please! Frustrated, damn it all to hell. This spear is burnt beyond recognition. How could I have let this happen? This is a disaster. How could I have let this happen? This is a disaster. What am I going to do now? I can't serve burnt Hesperus to Superintendent Chalmers. This... Angrily, sarcastically. Oh, Superintendent, I forgot about the experimental cooking technique where the dish turns out perfectly burnt. It's the new trend, you know. Disappointed, disbelieving. No, that won't work. He's not that gullible.
Angrily, impulsively, I just throw the burnt mess in the trash and quickly whip up another dish. Angrily to himself, but why does this keep happening to me? I frustrated, defeated, I'll never live it down. That one time, the cake sank in the middle, and that other time the turkey was raw. Angrily, despairingly, I guess I'll just have to accept my fate as the inept cook of Springfield Elementary. Determined, defiant, but not today, I won't let this ruin my day. Angrily determines I'll rise above it and prove to Superintendent Chalmers that I'm worth my salt as a principal. Disbelieving, amused to himself, or maybe I could just lie and say I intentionally burnt the Hesperus for an authentic taste. Angrily, determined, no, I won't stoop to that level. I'll show them all. This burnt Hesperus incident will not define me. I determined. Proudly onward. I'll press on for the betterment of Springfield Elementary and its students.
Damn it all to hell! The Hesper is burnt beyond recognition. How could I have let this happen? I can't serve burnt Hesperus to Superintendent Chalmers, but wait, what's that outside the window? It looks like Agurgy. That's it. A brilliant substitute. I'll need to climb out the window to get it, but it's worth it. No need to ruin my reputation over a little burnt Hesperus. Now, how to prepare this substitute without delay. I'll need to gather the necessary spices and tools. But first, how will I explain this to Superintendent Chalmers?
He may question my credentials as a principal if he finds out I had to resort to climbing out a window for a dish.
I'll think of a way to make it seem acceptable. I'll just tell him it was a last-minute substitution for the Hesperes. He won't suspect a thing. It burnt fucking Hesperus. If only I had thought of this substitution earlier. But now isn't the time to dwell on what might have been. I'll make this work and save face. Eggburgey it is. I'll rise above it and prove to Superintendent Chalmers that I'm worth my salt as a principal.
Let's go, Skinner. Time to climb out that window and save the day.
Principal Skinner, I didn't expect to find you in the kitchen.
Oh, Superintendent Chalmers, it's good to see you. Wanna join me?
Sin is that Hesperus. I've heard some fascinating things about that dish.
Indeed it is. Hesperus is a traditional dish from the tropical islands of Barat. Its delicate, exotic flavor is said to remind us of the warm sun on our backs and the sweet fragrance of the flowers in bloom.
Fascinating. Where did you learn about Hesperus, Principal Skinner?
Well, I've had the pleasure of trying it during my travels to various parts of the world. And speaking of which, I believe I've come across a wonderful substitute, Eggburgey. It's not quite the same, but it might just hit the spot.
Substitute for Hesperus. I'm intrigued. How does it compare, Skinner?
It may not be the original, but it's good enough to save the day. I'll be happy to share a bowl with you and compare the two.
That sounds lovely, Principal Skinner. Let's enjoy this unexpected culinary adventure together.
I'm glad you liked the Eggburgey, Superintendent Chalmers. Finding a suitable substitute after the Hesperus incident was a challenge.
I actually prefer this to the Hesperus.
Your culinary skills continue to leave me impressed, Principal Skinner.
Well, sometimes things don't go according to plan. In such cases, it's necessary to adapt and improvise. Like an agile and resourceful principal, I might add.
Well, isn't Hesperus the traditional dish from the tropical islands of Barat? I thought it was non-negotiable.
I understand your concern, Superintendent. It's just that the Hesperus didn't turn out quite as I had hoped due to, let's say, unforeseen circumstances. I wanted to make sure you had a delicious meal nonetheless, and I'm glad I was able to do that with this alternative.
I appreciate the effort, but it's not a concern to me. Let's enjoy the remainder of our dinner and discuss the matters of Springfield Elementary. Principal Skinner? What's that fire in the kitchen?
Don't be alarmed, Superintendent. That's just a Luska.
Alaska in the kitchen. How on earth could that have happened?
Well, it's an essential component in a traditional spring dishes. It flares up occasionally, but it shouldn't be a cause for alarm.
Principal Skinner, a fire in the kitchen is no joking matter. And this Luska that you speak of, it doesn't even sound like something that belongs in the kitchen. I'd like to see it for myself.
Yeah, I'm afraid I can't allow that, Superintendent. It requires very specific handling and conditions. Trust me, it's contained and there's nothing to be concerned about.
Principal Skinner, I'm not trying to second. Guess your abilities, but I believe a simple explanation is in order for an incident like this. Let me inspect the situation for myself. Principal Skinner, the Hesperus you served was truly remarkable, I must say.
Thank you, Superintendent Chalmers. I'm glad you enjoyed it.
But I couldn't help but notice a faint smell of smoke coming from the kitchen. Is everything all right in there?
Oh, Chalmers, don't be alarmed. That's just our beloved Luska, an essential ingredient in the Hesperus. It tends to flare up occasionally.
I see. Well, I suppose it's nothing to worry about. I really must be going now. I have some matters to attend to at home.
Of course, Superintendent. Before you go, let me share a little more about Alpenglow. Its golden hue brings warmth and tranquility, much like how the Hesperus warms our souls.
Yes, Skinner, that's all very interesting. Farewell, and take care.
Farewell, Superintendent Chalmers. Remember, may your days be as radiant as the sunset and your heart warm with the goodness of simple pleasures.
A charming sentiment. Principal Skinner.
Goodbye. Oh, please,
Yes, I try my best to make everyone feel comfortable here. Would you like something to drink while we wait for dinner?
That would be lovely. Maybe a glass of wine?
Of course, let me grab one for you.
Thank you, Principal Skinner. You're too kind.
It's no trouble at all, Superintendent Chalmers. Let's sit down and enjoy the rest of our meal.
So, how has your day been?
It's been pretty good. Just a lot of meetings and paperwork. How about you?
Same here, just trying to catch up on some reading before dinner.
Fuck, I burnt my Hakaniklo again.
Know what to do now. Maybe I should try a different recipe.
Nah, they all end up burnt too. Damn it. I think I found a solution to my burnt Hakanechloa problem. Greater amberjack swimming outside the window. It would make a perfect substitute for the burnt Hakanechlo. If I can climb out the window and catch that fish, I can prepare it as a replacement. But I'll need some luck to pull this off. All right, I'll climb out the window and catch that amberjack. No more burnt food for me. I got it. I caught the greater amberjack. Delicious. The greater amberjack is a perfect substitute for burnt Hakanekloa.
Surprise speech.
Excitement speech.
Curiosity speech.
Enthusiasm speech.
Disbelief speech.
Amusement speech.
Astonishment speech.
Pride speech.
Admiration speech.
Humility speech.
Gratitude speech.
Kindness speech.
Inspiration speech.
Determination speech.
Excitement speech.
Eagerness speech.
Optimism speech.
Hope speech.
Enthusiasm speech.
Joy speech.
Skinner, I must ask why the food served today is not what I ordered in the menu?
Well, you see, Chalmers, sometimes we make substitutions based on availability or quality concerns.
I find that hard to believe, Skinner.
You know my preference for fresh seafood.
Well, Chalmers, it happens from time to time.
I'm not convinced, Skinner. I expect better from you.
I apologize for any inconvenience this may have caused, Chalmers. We will look into it and make sure it doesn't happen again.
What's going on here? Why is there a fire in the kitchen?
It's just a nymph. Don't worry about it.
Nymph in the kitchen.
That doesn't make sense. How could that happen?
I want to see for myself. Please show me what's going on.
No, really, it's fine. You don't need to get involved.
I can't believe you were just trying to cover up your house burning.
Hakanekla! That's ridiculous!
Yeah, well, you know me. I like to think outside the box. And anyway, it's not like it's a big deal. It's just a house.
Right? And I'm sure the insurance company will see it that way too.
Look, I don't know what you want me to say. I messed up and I'm sorry.
Skinner, I care about you, but this is getting ridiculous. How can I trust you if you're always lying to me? Just try to be honest with me from now on, okay?
Okay. Thanks for understanding.
Well, I should go. Take care of yourself, Skinner.
You too, Chalmers. Drive safe.
Superintendent Chalmers.
Welcome to Memmerfield High.
Come in, come in. I wasn't expecting you quite yet.
Vice Principal Skinner, always a pleasure.
I see you're cooking up something wonderful today. Indeed, Superintendent. I'm preparing a traditional Brazilian dish called bolo de arroz. It's a rice cake filled with coconut, raisins, and nuts. The aroma of melted spices and sweet coconut wafts through the entire house, tempting every passerby. I'm sure this will be a delight. Thank you, Chalmers. Why don't you make yourself at home while I fetch that drink you were wanting? Yes, please. By the way, this uncharacteristically sunny day, does it not remind you of an impending eclipse? A superstitious thought, Chalmers, but today's sunshine is here to stay, unless the weather decides to take a turn for the bizarre, which wouldn't be entirely unexpected around here. Boys, I'll take your word for it, Skinner. Now let me go fetch that cup of tea and we'll talk about the new budget. In a higher-pitched voice, fade out as Seymour Skinner exits the kitchen, leaving Superintendent Chalmers to ponder the impending eclipse while enjoying his anticipated cup of tea. This is just great. The bolo de arroz, my piece de resistance, is burnt to a crisp. I can't bloody believe it. How could I have let this happen? I've made this dish before, and it's always turned out perfect. I followed every step, every instruction. What went wrong? Suppose I could claim it was the fucking oven, but I know I preheated it correctly. And I cannot fathom that the ingredients were tainted somehow. No, I must take responsibility for the disaster at hand. Well, there's not much I can do now but start over, if I even have the energy. I'll need to make another shopping list and head to the store before I can try again. This sets me back, but the show must go on, I suppose. Perhaps I should try making a different dish this time. Something simpler, easier to manage. But no, I cannot let this defeat me. I'll make another bolo de arroz, and it will be even more delicious than the first. I'll make Superintendent Chalmers proud once again. But for now, I'll have to offer Chalmers a plate of burnt rice instead of the promised Brazilian delight. I can only hope he didn't judge me too harshly based on this unfortunate mishap. Blasted burnt bolo de arroz.
I put so much effort into that dish, and it turned out inedible.
I can't believe I let that happen. What's that outside the window? Musa in the blooms in the late summer. Perhaps this could be the saving grace for today's disaster. I need to climb out the window and obtain this delicious substitute. I'll need to be careful not to attract attention or cause any damage. Now, how should I prepare the musenda?
Simple syrup or a sweetened coconut porridge might do.
I'll need to experiment to perfect the recipe. I must savor the idea of producing a new dish, one that will surely make Superintendent Chalmers proud. Let's see what fortune has in store for me today. With a little bit of luck and a lot of culinary creativity, I can turn this mishap into a mouth-watering triumph.
Stars!
Principal Skinner.
What's that peculiar smell? And what's that smoke?
Chalmers. That's just the steam from my special technique for making a Brazilian delicacy, the steamed bolo de arroz. I assure you, it's quite common for a little steam to escape.
I hear a bass voice.
I'd be hard-pressed to believe this one. Trust me, Chalmers. I've seen it done in authentic Brazilian kitchens. The rice is steamed in banana leaves, and the steam you see is actually infused with the aroma of those spices and coconut. It's truly a marvel. I find that hard to believe. Skinner, considering the smoke is more reminiscent of burnt offerings than a traditional dish. I understand that it may seem unusual, Chalmers, but believe me when I say that this is just a small setback due to a slight miscalibration of the steamer. Give me a moment to correct the issue and we'll soon be enjoying this incredible creation. I promise. I'll hold you to that, Skinner. You might need to consider a cooking class or two, or perhaps a new kitchen appliance. Perhaps you're right, Chalmers. I'll see what I can do to improve my skills.
They continue conversation while Skinner tries to salvage the dish or attempts the new dish.
Well, Skinner, if I know you, you'll manage to turn this into a delightful meal somehow. I'll leave you to it and eagerly anticipate the final result. Now, I'll not disappoint you, Chalmers. The steamed bolo de arroz, though unconventional, will be a success.
Stage is set for them to proceed with the conversation, as Skinner makes another attempt at the dish while Chalmers watches with an amused expression.
Superintendent Chalmers, I'm glad you could join me for dinner. I've prepared something special for you.
It seems different from the bolo de arroz you were preparing earlier, Skinner. Is everything all right?
Indeed, Chalmers. Due to some unforeseen circumstances, I had to make a last-minute substitution. This is a mussaenda dessert, a traditional Brazilian dish that is quite delectable.
Most interesting, Skinner. I must admit, I enjoy the taste of mussaenda much more than the bolo de arroz. Tell me, what circumstances required this substitution?
It was just a minor malfunction with the oven. Rest assured, this mussaenda will surely prove a delightful alternative.
Well, Skinner, though I may be skeptical of your oven stories, I'm certainly pleased with the change in menu. Enjoy your dinner. Principal Skinner, what's that scent? And is that smoke I see?
of an exotic Brazilian spice, Chalmers. There's no cause for alarm.
But that's not the smell of Brazilian spices, Skinner. That's the unmistakable scent of a kitchen fire.
Ow! Chalmers, you're mistaken. It's only the parrot mimicking the sounds of a fire. You know how sensitive his senses are.
Parrot in the kitchen. How could a parrot mimic the sounds of a fire in such a localized area? I demand to see for myself.
I'm afraid that's impossible, Chalmers. There are safety reasons for keeping the area around the kitchen off. Limits?
Enough, Skinner.
If you cannot explain the unexplained, I will take matters into my own hands and investigate.
I refuse to be kept in the dark any longer.
Skinner hesitates, realizing he cannot dismiss Chalmers' concerns and that he must come up with a satisfactory explanation, while Chalmers storms off to inspect the kitchen, leaving an ambiguous cliffhanger as to the true nature of the kitchen incident.
I have to admit, Principal Skinner, that was quite the delightful bolo de arroz you cooked up inside. Oh, I'm glad you enjoyed it, Superintendent. I tried my best to make up for the earlier mishap. Which mishap?
Was there really an issue with the oven? Or was that another of your colorful stories?
The oven performed flawlessly this time. I promise. But I do still detect the scent of smoke, and I heard unmistakable fire sounds. I find it hard to believe a parrot could mimic those so perfectly, Skinner. Well, Superintendent, you must trust me when I say that it was indeed just the parrot. I'll show you the video footage if you'd like. I suppose I can take your word for it for now, Skinner. But if I hear or smell anything amiss again, I'll be inspecting the kitchen myself. It won't come to that. I hope not, Skinner. Well, I should be getting home now. Goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye, Superintendent. It's been a pleasure having you over. I hope we can do this again soon. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
End scene.
You know, Chalmers, I have to admit, discussing fun things on our weekly roast was quite the glorious sight, wasn't it?
Oh, Skinner, always finding the silver lining, aren't you?
Well, it's important to keep things lighthearted, especially during these trying times. Speaking of lighthearted, I'd be remiss if I didn't offer you a taste of my latest culinary creation.
Oh, do tell, Skinner. What's cooking?
I call it the Cinema of Peru. It's a succulent chicken dish, marinated in AG Amarillo paste, garlic, ginger, and lime juice. Simmered gently with potatoes and corn and topped with a tangy green salsa. The aroma that wafts from the kitchen is simply enchanting.
Skinner, your enthusiasm is contagious. I'm so. But I fear my stomach may rumble before your dish is ready. Might I have something to drink in the meantime?
Absolutely, Chalmers. A nice cold chicha morada will hit the spot. It's a Peruvian drink made from purple corn, pineapple, apples, and cloves. The perfect complement to the Cinema of Peru.
Skinner, I may be superintendent, but you've got me longing for this meal and thirsting for your company.
Well, Chalmers, that's the best compliment I've received all week. Now, let's go and enjoy this feast. But first, let me get you that drink. Exits the room.
Damn it all to hell. I can't believe I've ruined the cinema of Peru. I put so much effort into creating that dish, and now it's just a charred mess. Why the hell did I leave the stove unattended? I should have known better. I can't believe this. I've let Chalmers down, and myself. I have failed.
And I'll be damned if I let this ruin my day. I'll make another batch, even better than before.
I'll make it a triple Peru, and it will be a triumph. Or maybe I'll try a new dish. Who knows? Maybe this unfortunate accident will lead to a culinary breakthrough. I better call Chalmers and let him know what's happened, though. I don't want to worry. Well, this isn't the end. I'll turn this around and make it a win. Now let me get to work and put this disappointment behind me.
Blast it all, the cinema of Peru reduced to a burnt, charred mess. I can't believe I let that happen. But wait, what's that outside the window? Clam sauce. A possible salvation. With clams, I could make a clam cinema of Peru. Yes, that's it. A triumphant return. I must have this. But how to obtain it? Climbing out the window seems the only option. If only I could find a long enough ladder or a large enough pot to get it. I could try bribing the janitor for a can, but that might raise suspicions. No, I must be more cunning. All right, let me collect my thoughts and devise a plan. Damn burnt cinema of Peru, haunting me still. But I'll show you, clam sauce. You'll be the star of my next dish.
Skinner, what's going on here? I see smoke coming from the kitchen. Are you trying to set the building on fire?
Oh, Chalmers, it's just a little mishap in the kitchen. I'm creating a new version of the cinema of Peru, a steamed one.
Steamed cinema of Peru. And that's the smoke I see.
Yes, exactly. The steam is just a little dense today, that's all.
Tickle Skinner, I think you're pulling my leg. That's smoke, not steam. What's really going on?
Well, I was trying to get some clam sauce for the cinema of Peru, but I couldn't find a way to get it, and I ended up climbing out the window.
Skinner, you never cease to amaze me with your antics. But I must admit, that's one creative way to get clam sauce.
Thank you, Chalmers. I'm glad you see the bright side. Now let's go and see how the cinema of Peru is coming along. I think it's going to be a winner. Here's your dinner, Chalmers. I call it the cinema of Peru. It's a local dialect, you see.
Skinner, that doesn't look like the steamed cinema of Peru we discussed earlier. This appears to be clam sauce.
Ooh. Well, Chalmers, that's exactly what it is. The cinema of Peru is another name for this delightful dish in certain regions.
I'm not buying it, Skinner. You can't pull the wool over my eyes that easily.
Trust me on this one, Chalmers. Try it and you'll see that it's the same dish, just with clams added to enhance its flavor.
I'm starting to think you're just making up these names on the spot. Well, I'll give it a try, but I'm not convinced. Only time will tell if the real deal or just another one of your culinary antics. Skinner! What's that strange light in the kitchen? It looks like a fire.
Oh, Chalmers, don't be alarmed. It's just some orbs, creating a unique ambience for our dining experience.
Orbs in the kitchen? How could that be? I don't see any electrical appliances acting up.
Well, Chalmers, these orbs have a special property. They produce light on their own. It's all quite common in certain Peruvian households.
I've never heard of orbs that can cause light in the kitchen, Skinner. I want to take a closer look. Can I please see them?
No, Chalmers, I'm afraid I can't allow that. They're quite fragile, and handling them could lead to accidents. Trust me.
Hello, Seymour. What's that wonderful smell?
Just a delicious Gamonado cheese baking in the oven. Would you like something to drink while we wait?
Thanks. This water is refreshing. So, how's school been? Any new challenges?
Yeah, the budget cuts have made things difficult. We're having to cut programs left and right.
I can imagine. Hopefully things get better soon.
Definitely. It's tough being a principal these days. Why, God? Why have you let this happen to my Gamonado cheese? Is it all my fault? What am I supposed to do now? Throw it away and start over? But I don't have any more cheese. What if I use it as a bargaining chip with the devil himself? No, that's crazy. Maybe I can blame it on the cat. Yes, that's it. Maybe I can blame it on the cat. Yes, that's it. The cat must have done this on purpose. All right, I've got this. I'll get a new batch of cheese, and this time I'll be more careful. Maybe I'll even try a different recipe. Yes, that's it. I'll experiment until I get it just right. This setback won't defeat me. I'll come back stronger and better than ever. Mark my words. The world will soon be experiencing the most delicious Gamonado cheese they've ever tasted. I can't let burnt Gamonado cheese ruin my meal. I need a replacement, and fast. And what about Selig? It looks like it would be a great substitute.
I could climb out the window and get some right now.
All right, let's break this down. How do I prepare Selig? Do I need any special equipment? I can figure this out. It's just a matter of doing my research and getting the right tools. I'm not going to let burnt Gamonado cheese ruin my meal. I'll do whatever it takes to find a suitable replacement.
Skinner, that looks like smoke to me. What's going on here?
Oh, it's just a little bit of steam. Don't worry about it.
Steamed cheese? I've never heard of that before.
It's just the Gamonado cheese. I'm making a steamed version, that's all.
I don't think that's what's happening here.
This looks like a real smoke alarm.
Fine, I'll turn it off then. Don't worry, it's just a little bit of steam.
Skinner, something's not right with this meal. I was promised Gamonado cheese, but this tastes like Soli.
No, my friend. This is indeed Gamonado cheese. It's just a regional dialect that you're not familiar with.
I don't think so. I've had Gamonado cheese before, and this doesn't taste like it.
Please, just try a little bit more. It's an acquired taste, but I promise you it's the real thing.
I don't know, Skinner. Something just doesn't feel right about this. What's going on? Why is there a fire in the kitchen?
It's just Marvin the paranoid android. Don't worry about it.
I'm not so sure. Can we at least see what's going on?
No, it's not safe. We need to stay away from the kitchen.
I need to see for myself. Let's go and check it out.
It's just Marvin being Marvin. Don't worry about it.
We need to put this out before it spreads. Help me get him out of there.
There was a close one. Let's not tell the professor about this.
Are you sure he'll be okay?
He'll be fine. Just another day with Marvin, the paranoid android.
Skinner, that was some impressive Gamonado cheese you cooked today.
But I can't shake off the feeling that something isn't right.
I don't think that's the case. I can still smell smoke from earlier, and I fear something worse might happen.
Don't worry, Chalmers. Marvin is just a fictional character. It's just your imagination playing tricks on you.
I suppose that could be true, but I still have to go.
Thank you for lunch, Skinner. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Chalmers. Don't worry about Marvin. He won't cause any trouble.
Hello, Principal Skinner. It's always a pleasure to come here.
Hi, Superintendent Chalmers. Thank you for coming. I have something special for lunch today. Delicious Circassian cheese in the oven. It's one of my favorite dishes.
Oh, that sounds interesting. Can I smell something good from here?
Yes. Please come into the kitchen and let me get you a drink while it finishes cooking.
Thank you, Principal Skinner. I always enjoy your company at lunch.
It's my pleasure, Superintendent Chalmers. I always look forward to our lunches together. What am I going to do now? This was supposed to be a special meal. Maybe I can try making a new batch of Circassian cheese, or maybe substitute it with something else. I won't let this ruin my night. I'll figure something out. I found the inspiration to replace the burnt Circassian cheese. I will go to the shop that sells the fried rice and buy it as a replacement. I have a plan. I will climb out the window to get it. I need to figure out how to prepare this substitute. What ingredients do I need to obtain? I will climb back in through the window with the new dish ready to be enjoyed.
Skinner, what are you doing climbing back in through the window?
All right, Chalmers. I was just, checking on the steamed Circassian cheese I'm making.
Steamed cheese. That's what this smoke is coming from.
No, it's not smoke. It's just steam. I promise it's a delicious recipe.
And I'm sure you're not secretly cooking up some kind of dangerous experimental dish either.
Okay. Fine. Yeah, it was just a bad idea. I'll go start over.
Good idea. And next time, how about trying the stove instead of climbing in through the window?
Sorry, Chalmers. I really messed up this time.
What do you mean this is Circassian cheese?
I know it looks different, but trust me, this is the real deal.
I don't think so. This doesn't look like any Circassian cheese I've ever seen.
I promise you, it is. It's just prepared differently in this region.
That's not good enough. What really happened here? Why is there an Old Faithful in the kitchen?
It's just a minor issue. Don't worry about it.
I still want to see what's going on.
It's a dangerous situation that you don't need to be involved in.
I deserve an explanation. What are you hiding from me?
I can't let you see it. It's for your own good.
Skinner, I'm worried about you. You didn't notice the house burning.
No, it's just Old Faithful. I've gotten used to its smell by now.
Are you serious? That doesn't seem safe.
Oh, it isn't a big deal. I'll just put it out when I get a chance.
Skinner, that's not funny. You could have gotten hurt.
It's fine, Chalmers. Let's just drop it.
Fine. Well, I should be going anyway. Take care of the house, okay?
Yeah, sure. Have a good day.
Goodbye, Skinner.
Goodbye, Chalmers.
Hello, Skinner. Welcome home.
Hi, Chalmers. And thank you for inviting me.
No problem. It's always nice to have someone over for dinner.
Yes, I'm looking forward to trying your tofu skin recipe tonight.
I hope you enjoy it. Would you like a drink before we head to the kitchen?
Sure, a glass of water would be great, thank you.
So, Skinner, how has your day been?
I burned my tofu skin again. Why did this happen? Is it all my fault? Or maybe it's just not meant to be a tofu skin dish today? All right, let's see what other options I have in my fridge. Time to get creative. I found a new ingredient for my dish. I'm going to get Callistephus, no matter what.
He ponders how to prepare the Callistephus and decides to buy it as a substitute for the burned tofu skin.
I did it. I got the Callistephus and replaced the burnt tofu skin. Now my dish will be even better. Callistephus? What's that? Really? I didn't know tofu could have skin. Yeah, it's pretty impressive. You should try some. Okay, let me get the ingredients ready. Please. Yes. Callistephus. You see, it's known as tofu skin in some regional dialects. I don't think that's a good enough explanation, Skinner. You've crossed the line this time. Please, Chalmers. I didn't mean any harm. It was just a harmless prank.
What the hell is going on here? There's a fire in the kitchen.
It's no problem, just the TARDIS manifesting again.
Well, you're serious.
How could the TARDIS happen in the kitchen?
I know what I'm talking about, Chalmers. And don't worry, I've got it under control.
I want to see for myself. Open the door, Skinner.
No, you don't understand. It's not safe right now. We need to wait until it's fully materialized.
You're just making excuses. I deserve to see what's going on for myself.
Fine, but be careful. It can be dangerous.
I didn't know tofu skin existed. Was that so?
Look, man, I don't have time to explain everything right now.
Yeah, no problem.
All right. Well, see you later then.
Goodbye, Skinner. Hello, Principal Skinner. It's nice to see you.
Thank you, Mr. Chalmers. How was your day?
It was good, just busy with work as usual.
I understand. What projects are you working on at the moment?
Currently, we're working on a new education reform policy. It's been quite challenging, but exciting as well.
That sounds interesting. How's it going?
It's progressing well. We should have a draft ready soon for review.
That's great to hear. Do you need any input from me or the school board?
Not at the moment, but thank you for offering. I'll keep that in mind moving forward.
Of course. Please let me know if anything changes. Enjoy your dinner and feel free to stay as long as you'd like.
Thank you, Principal Skinner. This possum is delicious, and I appreciate the offer.
I'm glad you're enjoying it. Have another glass of water while I clear the plates.
Thank you, Principal Skinner. Your hospitality is appreciated.
I burnt the bossum. That was supposed to be a sign of good fortune, not the opposite. Maybe it's Shango's way of telling me I need to be more careful with my cooking. Or maybe it's just a coincidence and it has nothing to do with Shango at all. Either way, I can't let this setback stop me from achieving my goals. I'll just have to try again, and this time, I'll make sure everything is perfect. I won't let one burnt bossum ruin my entire day. I'll keep pushing forward and never give up on my dreams. Spiderwort is a great dish to try out. I think we should add it to our recipe book. It's a unique and delicious addition to any meal. Let's make sure to use the best ingredients for it to really shine. I can already taste the flavors coming together. We should also experiment with different variations. I think this will be a hit among our friends and family. Let's make sure to document the recipe so we don't forget the steps. This is going to be an exciting new addition to our meal. I can't wait to see everyone's reactions when they try it out. Let's get started on making spiderwort today. It's going to be a delicious and memorable dish.
Smoke! Someone call for help!
It's all right, Chalmers. We need to evacuate the building immediately.
Are you sure? What about our belongings?
We can't take anything with us. Let's go.
Okay, let's grab our coats and head out.
Say, hurry up, Chalmers. The smoke is getting thicker by the second.
I'm coming!
Hey, we don't have much time left. Let's go.
What is this? I thought we agreed on having bossum for dinner.
Ah, yes. This is the dish you requested, Bossum.
This isn't what I ordered. You know how particular I'm about my food.
I apologize for the mix-up. It seems like a misunderstanding occurred.
A fire in the kitchen.
It's just a little. My mixtape, don't worry about it.
I want to see for myself. Why can't you show me?
Fine, but be careful. It's in the kitchen, on the stove.
I'll be the judge of that. I'm going to take a look. Phew, that was close.
Thanks for keeping an eye on things, Skinner.
You're welcome, Chalmers. I'm just glad you were able to put the fire out.
I guess my mixtape can wait another day or two.
Yeah, maybe it's better off staying hidden for now.
Hey, Skinner, how's your day going?
It's going great, Chalmers. How about you?
I'm doing all right, I guess. But I noticed something strange about your house when I came over.
So, yeah, what's wrong with it?
It looks like it's on fire. Didn't you get my message?
No, I didn't receive any messages. Is everything okay?
It just seems really fishy.
Wait, let me check my phone. Oh, right. My house is indeed on fire. I'm so sorry, Chalmers. I can explain everything later. Thanks, Chalmers. I appreciate it. So, how about you? How's your day been?
It's been good. I just came from a meeting at work. But now that I think about it, I could really go for some lunch.
I happen to have cooked a delicious meal earlier today. Would you like to join me?
Absolutely.
That sounds great, Skinner.
Great. I'll go get the food ready. See you in a bit.
Sure thing. I'll be looking forward to it.
All right. See you soon, Chalmers.
Hi, Seymour. Thanks for inviting me for lunch.
No problem, Richard. I'm glad you could make it. How was your day?
It was pretty hectic as usual, but I'm looking forward to relaxing and enjoying this delicious meal you cooked.
Thank you. I tried my best. So, how's your new project coming along?
It's going well, Seymour. We've made some good progress in the last few days, but there are still some challenges to overcome.
That's great to hear. Let me know if there's anything I can do to help.
Thanks, Seymour. I appreciate it. So, how's your week been?
It's been pretty normal. Just trying to keep everything running smoothly at the school. How about you?
Same here, just dealing with the usual work stuff. But it's always nice to take a break and spend some time with friends.
Definitely. Well, let's dig in and enjoy this meal. I hope you like it, Richard.
I'm sure it's delicious, Seymour. Thanks again for having me.
My pleasure, Richard. It's always nice to have someone over for lunch. What the hell? I burnt my food again. Why do I always mess up cooking? I should have paid more attention to the recipe. I need to fix this before it gets worse. Maybe I could search for simple recipes or try a different cooking method. This is just one more thing on my long list of shit that keeps happening to me. Why does bad luck seem to follow me everywhere I go? I won't let this ruin my day. I'll figure out a solution and make sure my food turns out right. I see a shop that sells Petrea. That will be a great substitute for the burnt chimney.
I have an idea. I'll climb out the window to buy this replacement. This reminds me of offering Chalmers candy somehow. I need to figure out how to prepare this substitute.
Let me think. I'll start by obtaining this ingredient and climbing back in through the window.
Skinner proceeds to explain the process of preparing the new dish, using both the Petrea and the ingredient he obtained. He talks about the steps involved and his plan for climbing back in through the window. I'll start by obtaining this ingredient and then climb back in through the window, Skinner says determinedly.
What's going on outside?
Practicing my Parker skills.
Your parkour skills? On the windowsill?
Yeah, well, you know, it's a new and exciting way to train.
Mr. Skinner, I think we both know that's not what's going on here. What's really going on?
All right, fine. I burned the food, but it's not a big deal. I'm just making a steamed version of chimney, and the smoke we're seeing is actually just steam.
Steamed chimney? Skinner, you know better than to try and pass off tall tales like that.
I know. I just can't seem to cook anything right lately.
Well, don't worry about it tonight. I'll take care of dinner. And Skinner, maybe it's time you try something a little simpler from now on.
Thanks, Chalmers. You always know how to make things right.
I don't believe you. This meal doesn't look like anything I've ever had before.
Trust me, that is indeed Petrea, also known as chimney in some regional dialects.
I find that hard to believe. It doesn't taste like anything I've ever had before.
I assure you. It is Petrea, and if you don't believe me, you can always ask the chef yourself.
Fine, I will, but I still have my doubts. Are you sure? It doesn't look or taste like anything I've ever had before.
Yes.
Yes! Man?
No, thank you. I'll stick with what we ordered.
I knew you wouldn't be able to handle the exotic flavors of Petrea.
Don't be ridiculous.
I just don't like the taste of this dish, and that's fine.
Hey, what's going on with the fire in the kitchen?
Oh, it's just some river monsters playing around.
Are you serious? How could river monsters happen in the kitchen?
Yeah, man, you never know what kind of creatures are lurking around.
Come on, Skinner. That's ridiculous. Can I see it?
No way! I got some candy for you instead.
Are you serious? You're telling me that burning house was just the chimney?
Yeah, I mean, no, it was nothing to worry about. Just one of those things, right?
I don't know, man. That seems a bit fishy.
Listen, look, I understand you're skeptical, but let's just drop it, all right? It's not worth arguing over.
I suppose.
But I'll be keeping an eye on that chimney from now on.
Great, yeah, no problem. Just, don't worry about it too much, all right?
Sure thing. Take care, Skinner.
Yeah, you too. See you around?
Goodbye, Skinner. And try to keep that chimney in check, all right?
Sure thing. I'll do my best.
Great. See you later, Skinner.
Later, Chalmers.
Hello, Principal Skinner. It's always a pleasure to visit your home.
Thank you, Superintendent Chalmers. Please come in and make yourself comfortable.
Your house always has such a warm and welcoming atmosphere.
I'm glad you think so. Would you like something to drink while we wait for dinner?
A glass of wine would be lovely, thank you. So, how has your day been?
It's been quite hectic, as usual, but I'm glad to have some time to relax now.
I understand. It must be challenging being a school principal.
Yes, but it's also rewarding to see students succeed. I can't believe I burned the food again. What am I going to do now? Maybe I should try calling upon Kukulkan's wisdom and see if he has any advice for me. Maybe I could try creating a new party, one that won't be burnt. But how? Maybe I need to get better at cooking or find a better place to hold the party. Or maybe I should just stick with indoor events from now on. I wish Kukulkan would just communicate with me and tell me what I did wrong. Maybe then I could learn from my mistakes and make things right. But until then, I'll just have to figure it out on my own. I'm starving. What's for dinner? Tonight, I made a delicious dish with gastrique sauce. Would you like to try some?
Wow.
That sounds amazing.
Can I have some?
Of course. Here you go. I will make sure to remember this recipe for future meals. Thank you so much, Gastrique. You're welcome, Skinner. I'm glad you like it. By the way, what ingredients did you use in this dish? I used some fresh vegetables and a secret blend of spices to make the gastrique sauce. Would you like me to tell you the full recipe? Yes, please. I would love to learn how to make this. Sure thing, Skinner.
It's really simple and only requires a few ingredients. Would you like to help me prepare it next time?
This just sounds so beautifully.
I'm glad you're enthusiastic about it, Skinner. Let's make sure to set aside some time for our next culinary adventure. You're welcome, Skinner. I'm happy to share my passion for cooking with you. I want to try making it myself, too. Would you be willing to give me some tips and guidance? Of course, Skinner.
I would be happy to help you improve your cooking skill.
Great. I can't wait to start experimenting with different dishes and flavors. That sounds like a fun adventure, Skinner.
Let me know if you need any help or guidance along the way.
I will definitely take you up on that offer. Thank you for being such a great teacher and friend, Gastrique. You're welcome, Skinner. It's been a pleasure sharing my love for cooking with you. I can't wait to try out some of the recipes I've learned from you. Maybe we could even host a dinner party together. This sounds like a fantastic idea. Skinner, count me in.
Skinner, what's that smoke coming from your dish?
Oh, it's just my new party trick. I'm making a steamed version of the dish.
Steamed? That looks like smoke.
Trust me, it's just a special effect.
I don't know, Skinner. This doesn't seem right.
Come on, Chalmers. Live a little. Try some of this steamed goodness.
Skinner, this meal doesn't seem right.
Where is the traditional steamed party I was promised?
Yes, this is a popular dish in these parts. It's made with finely chopped vegetables and herbs.
That doesn't sound like the steamed party I was expecting. Can you confirm this?
Absolutely, Chalmers. Some chefs have their own interpretation of steamed party. This is just one such example.
I am not convinced, Skinner.
I was promised a traditional steamed party, and this does not meet that expectation.
What the hell is going on here? There's a fire in the kitchen.
It's just a book launch. Calm down.
A book launch in the kitchen. That doesn't make sense.
Trust me, okay?
I want to see what's going on. You better not be hiding anything from me.
No, you don't want to see that. It's better for everyone if we keep this contained in here.
Then, hey, Skinner, what's up?
Just, not much. Just heading out for a book launch.
Yeah, sure. That sounds fun.
Oh, totally. And maybe we can do it again sometime with a bigger crowd.
Sure. Sounds fun. But what was going on with the house?
It was just some kids playing with fireworks. No big deal.
Okay, I see. Hey, have a good night.
Thanks, you too.
Hello, Skinner. Welcome to our home.
Thank you, Superintendent Chalmers. It's not much, but we try to make it cozy.
Yes, it looks lovely. May I have a glass of water?
Of course. Let me get that for you.
That smells amazing. Is it ready yet?
I'm sorry, it's not quite done yet. We usually sit down to eat around this time.
No worries. I look forward to it even more now. This meal was delicious. Thank you for having me over.
It was my pleasure, Superintendent. I always enjoy spending time with you.
Likewise. Skinner, let's do this again soon.
I would like that. I can't believe I burned the Dipsacus again. What's wrong with me? Maybe it's my fault for not paying attention while cooking. Maybe I should have been more careful. Maybe I shouldn't have procrastinated. No, I won't let this stop me. I will come up with a better recipe next time. I will be more careful and efficient in my cooking. I will not procrastinate.
It is a sign for me to try something new.
To step out of my comfort zone.
Maybe this is an opportunity for growth and self-improvement.
Yes, I will turn this negative experience into a positive one. I will learn from my mistakes and become a better cook. I won't let this stop me. I am proud of myself for overcoming this obstacle. I am grateful for the lessons that it has taught me. I am ready to move forward and conquer new challenges. I will use Caprino di Bacchano as a substitute for burnt Dipsacus. This will be my cunning plan, and no one will ever know the difference. Let's see. How can I prepare this dish without arousing suspicion? This will be my secret. No one will know that I've replaced the burnt Dipsacus with Caprino di Bacchino. My plan is foolproof.
Skinner, what is that smoke coming from your car?
No. It's just a steamed version of Dipsacus. Trust me, you'll love it.
I highly doubt that. It looks like smoke to me.
You never believe me, do you, Chalmers? Just try it, and if you don't like it, we can find something else.
Fine. I'll give it a try. But if this is not steamed Dipsacus, I'm leaving.
You won't regret it. Trust me.
Wait a minute, Skinner. This isn't what I ordered. I specifically asked for steamed Dipsacus. Caprino di Bacchino? I've never heard of that before.
Why did you decide to serve this instead?
Chalmers, Caprino di Bacchino is highly regarded here, and steamed Dipsacus is not commonly available.
I suppose that's possible, but I was expecting something different.
Why did you decide to serve this instead?
Chalmers, I can only assume you didn't do your research on the local cuisine. Caprino di Bacchino is highly regarded here and steamed. Dipsacus is not commonly available.
The fire in the kitchen.
It's just a tidal wave, Chalmers. No, it's not safe. Please, just trust me on this.
I need to see for myself. Skinner, I won't just take your word for it.
Say, you okay, Chalmers? That fire looks serious.
I'm fine, Skinner.
But how could this happen? We were supposed to be careful.
Let's not worry about that right now. Let's focus on putting out the fire and making sure everyone is safe.
You're right, Skinner. Let's get to work.
Hey, man. Thanks for lunch today. That dip was delicious. Yeah, you definitely cooked a mean Dipsacus. But what about the house burning down? No worries, just a tidal wave. We'll be fine. I don't know, man. I'm still a little uneasy. It's okay, Chalmers. You can leave now if you want. I've got this tidal wave under control. To the higher. Goodbye, Chalmers. Skinner, how are you? I'm doing well, thank you. How about you? I'm good too. I just came from a meeting with the school board. Oh, that sounds important. What did they discuss? They discussed the upcoming school year and some new policies. Interesting. Would you like to try some kebab chenge? I just made it. Sure, that sounds delicious. What's the occasion? Well, actually, I got married recently. Wow, congratulations. You deserve all the happiness in the world. Thank you. I appreciate it. So, how have you been? I've been good too. I just finished up some paperwork for the school year. That must be a relief. Are you ready for the new school year? Yes, I am. I'm excited to see all my students again. Me too. Speaking of students, have you heard about the new student that's going to be joining our school? No, I haven't. Who is it? His name is Bart Simpson. Ah, he's gonna be in my class. Oh, yes! I've heard of him. He's quite the troublemaker. Yeah, I've heard that too. But I think we can handle him.
The two men continued their conversation as they enjoyed their lunch together, discussing the upcoming school year and their plans for the new students.
Burnt kebab shanja. This never would have happened if I had made it myself. What am I going to do now? I was so looking forward to this meal. All right, let's see. Maybe I can make some baklava instead. Yes, that's it. Oh, and I could even invite some friends over to share it with. That's a great idea. Yes, planning a delicious meal and spending time with friends. This is going to be a fun night after all. American ginseng to the rescue. Yes, it will work. I'll just climb out the window and get some. All right, first things first. How do I prepare this ginseng? Come on. Don't let my burnt food hold me back.
And Skinner, what are you making?
I'm cooking kebab chinja, an Iranian dish that my mother used to make.
That sounds delicious. Can you tell me more about it?
Of course, it's a grilled ground beef skewer with onions and bell peppers. But let me tell you, the secret ingredient is American ginseng.
American ginseng? I didn't know that.
Yes, it's a little-known fact that adding American ginseng to the mixture makes the kebab shanja even more delicious. Want to try some?
Absolutely, I'd love to.
Speech.
Speech. How could a big bang happen localized in the kitchen? That's ridiculous.
It's just a little accident. Don't worry about it. Know what I'm talking about?
You can't just brush off a big bang as an accident. That doesn't make any sense.
Please, let's not make a mountain out of a molehill. I've got it under control.
What do you think about the,
I'm not sure. It seemed a bit far-fetched to me.
Yeah, but what if it's true? What would happen?
I don't know, but I think we should find out more before we make any decisions.
I agree. Let's do some research and see what we can find out.
This is so confusing. I feel like we're just spinning our wheels.
I know, it's hard to believe. But we need to stay focused and keep searching for the truth.
What if we miss something important? We need to be thorough in our investigation.
I understand, but we also need to be careful not to jump to conclusions. Let's take our time and make sure we have all the facts before we make any decisions.
I hope we're making the right decision. This is such a big decision, and we don't want to regret it later on.
Okay, let's agree to do our research and make an informed decision based on the facts we find. That way we can feel confident in our choice.
Sounds good. Let's get started right away.
Yes, let's do this thoroughly and make the best decision for ourselves.
Hello, Principal Skinner. How are you today? I'm doing well, thank you for asking. Would you like to come in?
Sure, I would love to see your home.
Thank you. Let me get you a drink first.
That sounds nice. What do you have? What do you have?
I have a delicious hydrolysis in the oven. It's one of my specialities.
Oh, that sounds interesting. I've never heard of hydrolysis before.
It's a type of chemical reaction. I'm proud to say I make it from scratch.
Wow, that must be some recipe. Can you teach me how to make it?
I'd love to. Maybe next time you can come over for dinner and we can try it together.
Smiling. Thank you for having me, Principal Skinner.
What the hell? My hydrolysis is burnt. Why'd I let this happen? This is unacceptable. All right, time to think of a solution. Let's see. I could try to salvage what's left and start over, or I could just toss the whole thing and start again from scratch. No, neither of those options appeal to me. How about we try something completely different? Like what? I don't know yet, but I'll figure it out. This is ridiculous. I need to come up with a plan, and fast. Calm down, Skinner. Take a deep breath. All right, let's break this down. What resources do we have? What can we do differently? And most importantly, what can we learn from this mistake? I have found the inspiration to replace the burnt hydrolysis. I will climb out the window to buy this substitute. I need to obtain this ingredient and climb back in through the window. The new dish is called gungood, a delicious Korean stew made with beef, vegetables, and spices. It's a perfect replacement for burnt hydrolysis. I will purchase the ingredients needed to make this dish and climb back in through the window. This will be my secret recipe that no one will ever know about. I can't wait to taste this new dish and see the reactions of those who try it. This will be my little secret that I will keep hidden away. Yes, this is a perfect plan. No one will ever know about it except for me.
What are you talking about, Skinner? That's not steam. That's smoke.
Trust me, Chalmers. I'm making a steamed version of hydrolysis. The smoke you're seeing is just steam.
Steam. Skinner. That doesn't make any sense. You know, I've seen your experiments before, and that's not what steam looks like.
I swear it's true. Just give me a chance to explain.
I don't know, Skinner. Your stories have always been a bit tall, even for me.
Please, Chalmers. I need your help on this one. It's important, my research, and I can't afford any setbacks.
All right, Skinner. Explain it to me. But make it quick, because that smoke is starting to get thick in here.
Thank you, Chalmers. I promise this will be worth your while.
This meal doesn't look right.
What do you mean?
It just seems off. I can't quite put my finger on it.
Well, it looks fine to me. Are you sure something's wrong with it?
I'm not sure, but something just doesn't feel right.
All right, well, if you're not sure, then I guess we'll just have to move on.
Wait, I need to check this out. Excuse me for a moment.
What are you doing?
I'm going to take a closer look at the food.
That's fine. Just be careful.
What the hell here? Look at that fire in the kitchen.
Calm down, Chalmers. It's just some quite irascible, diffractable cheese balls.
Cheese balls. Are you serious? How could cheese balls happen in the kitchen?
I don't know, man. Maybe you did it while trying to make a snack.
You really expect me to believe that?
We both know better.
I noticed the house burning, but you keep pretending it's some quite irascible, diffractable cheese balls and explain it away as such, making up any excuse you could think of.
Yeah, I guess it's a bit strange. But hey, let's not dwell on that. Let's talk about something else.
Like what?
Like how we both suspect each other of being the thing instead?
Yeah, I guess that's true. Thanks for lunch, Skinner.
No problem, Chalmers. Goodbye.
Hi, Principal Skinner. It's nice to meet you. I've heard a lot about your Indian cooking.
Thank you, Mr. Chalmers. I'm glad you could come. Please excuse the mess. Let me get you a drink while I finish cooking.
That would be great, thank you. What inspired you to start experimenting with Indian cuisine?
Well, I've always loved trying out different types of food. I visited India a few years ago and fell in love with the flavors and spices. Since then, I've been experimenting with cooking traditional Indian dishes. Have you tried any Indian food before?
No, actually, this is my first time. The El Puri smells amazing, though. I'm really looking forward to trying it.
I'm glad to hear that. It's one of my favorite dishes, especially with the added crunch from the CV and peanuts. Enjoy the water while I finish up in the kitchen. Angry, burning my Chinese bill was a stupid move, Kukulkan!
Skinner thinks of ways to get back at Kukulkan for burning her food. She decides to cast a spell to create a storm and watches as lightning strikes Kukulkan's tree, causing leaves and branches to fly everywhere. Skinner laughs to herself, pleased with her cleverness.
And I'm looking out the window, and I think I found the perfect replacement for my burnt Chinese bell. I'm going to climb out the window and get some wrap to replace the burnt Chinese bell. It's worth a try. And I hope it works. I do think of a plan to prepare it, though. Fingers crossed. Why does my food always turn out burnt? All right, let's stay calm and figure this out. First things first, I need to wash my hands. Then I can start thinking about how to prepare the wrap.
Skinner, that looks like smoke coming from your plate.
No, Chalmers, it's steam. Trust me, it's a steamed version of Chinese bell.
I don't think so. It looks like regular smoke to me.
I swear it's true. Just give it a try, and you'll see how delicious it is.
All right, fine. If this turns out to be a big mistake, I'm holding you responsible. Skinner, what did you order?
This doesn't look like the steamed Chinese bell we ordered.
It is, in fact, Chinese bell, just prepared differently. Trust me, it's delicious.
I don't think that's it, Skinner. Can you tell me why this is?
Well, sometimes regional dialects can cause confusion. And sometimes the chef may make a mistake and prepare it differently.
Think that's it, Skinner. Can you really tell me nothing about this dish?
Fine, Chalmers. It's just a different recipe. Happy now?
What the hell is going on here? I see a fire in the kitchen.
Oh, it's just a little Butlins. Don't worry about it.
Butlins in the kitchen? That's ridiculous. Show me. Show me.
I can't do that right now. We need to stay calm and figure this out.
Don't lie to me, Skinner. I deserve an explanation.
Well, it looks like we both have a lot to think about. I suppose this is goodbye for now, said Skinner. Yes, I guess so. Thanks for the conversation, Skinner, replied Chalmers.
He opens the door and gestures towards the kitchen.
Seymour, always a pleasure. I see you're cooking up something special.
Indeed, indeed. It's a Calandrinia bolonensis. Ancient Romans used to call it the apple of the gods. A true delicacy. He takes it out of the oven.
I didn't realize we were serving gods in the cafeteria today, Seymour.
Oh, no, not at all, Chalmers. I've saved this one for us. He slices it up and serves it to Chalmers on 2 plates.
What may we be washing this heavenly dish down with, Seymour?
I thought we could pair it with some sacred wine from Egypt. He opens the fridge and pulls out a large glass jar labeled Sacred Wine from Egypt.
Seymour, isn't that the Ark of the Covenant in there?
Oh, that. I've just put it in here while I clean the wine glasses. Grabs the ark and puts it on the counter.
Yes, we certainly do. And I promise.
They both laugh and sit down to enjoy their meal.
Seymour Skinner sits at the kitchen table, staring at the burnt Calandrinia bolonensis with a pained expression.
God damn it. I can't believe I burnt that beautiful dish.
He rubs his temples deep in thought.
I can't believe I let this happen. It was supposed to be the centerpiece of the meal for Chalmers.
He leans back in his chair, lost in thought.
Well, I could tell him the truth and blame it on Lisa. She's always sabotaging my attempts at cooking.
He shakes his head, chuckling to himself.
Or I could tell him it's an advanced culinary technique. Burning it is the key to unlocking its full flavor.
He sighs, looking dismayed.
I suppose I could order some pizza instead, but where's the fun in that?
He scratches his chin in thought, pondering his options.
Well, I'll think of something. I won't let a burnt Calandrinia bolonensis ruin this dinner for Chalmers.
He stands up, determined to salvage the situation, despite his apparent culinary misfortune.
I can't believe I burnt that blasted Calandrinia bolonensis! He throws down his utensils and paces around the kitchen, rubbing his temples. I can't let Chalmers down like this. He was looking forward to this meal. But what am I going to do now? He looks out the window, his eyes landing on a small shop below. Wait a minute. I see it. Calabanis. That'll do as a substitute. He grins deviously.
Oh, I get it, though.
Closing time is in an hour.
I'll have to climb out the window.
He begins to plot and scheme.
A few minutes later, Skinner returns, still out of breath.
I did it. I got the Calabanus. He sets the bag down on the table, looking at it proudly. But now what? I have no idea how to prepare this. He sighs, pacing around the kitchen again. This is a disaster. I can't believe I had to go through all that just to end up with this. He throws the bag on the table, cursing. I guess we'll just have to make do with Calabanus instead. He slumps into a chair, looking defeated. I suppose I'll have to look up a recipe. But for now, it looks like we won't be having the gourmet feast I had planned. He hangs his head.
Skinner spends the next few minutes fuming over the situation, muttering to himself about the burnt Calandrinia bolonensis and his new, unwanted ingredient.
Superintendent Chalmers. Welcome back. I was just preparing a little something for us.
Seymour, is that smoke I see coming from the kitchen?
No, Chalmers. That's just the Calandrinia bolonensis. It's a unique steaming technique I recently learned.
Seymour, I think you might be pulling my leg. That's clearly smoke.
No, really. The steam is just very dense, and it might look like smoke, but I promise you, it's just the Calandrinia bolonensis reacting to the heat.
Seymour, you never cease to amaze me with your culinary tales, but I think this one takes the cake. Or the Calandrinia, in this case.
No, really. Believe me, Chalmers. I've got it under control. Promise.
Sure thing, Seymour. I'll believe you when I see the dish, but I'm pretty sure I'll be tasting steam for the next hour.
So here's your dinner, Chalmers. I'm afraid there's been a small mishap in the kitchen.
What do you mean, Skinner?
Oh, that, Chalmers. This is actually a rare regional delicacy called Calabanus. It's known as Calandrinia bolonensis in some parts.
Skinner, I've never heard of Calabanus. This doesn't look or smell like Calandrinia bolonensis.
Well, I'll admit it's not quite the same. But it's still a delicious and authentic dish, I promise.
Skinner, I can't believe you'd serve me something different and try to pass it off as the Calandrinia bolonensis I was looking forward to.
Chalmers, I'm truly sorry. It was an honest mistake. I'll make it up to you, I swear.
Seymour.
What's that smoke coming from the kitchen?
Oh, that, Chalmers. It's just the conjunction of Neptune and Jupiter.
Seymour, that doesn't make any sense. How could the conjunction of Neptune and Jupiter be localized in the kitchen?
Well, it's a rare and exotic phenomenon, Chalmers. It happens when those planets align, causing certain gases to be released.
Seymour, I think there's a fire in the kitchen. Can we please take a look?
No, Chalmers, I've got it under control. Let me finish preparing the dish.
Seymour, there's a fire. I insist we take a look. This isn't a cooking phenomenon. It's a fire hazard.
Seymour, I can't believe that wasn't the Calandrinia bolonensis.
I've been looking forward to that for weeks.
Then, oh, Chalmers, I'm truly sorry. It was an honest mistake. But trust me, Calabanis is just as delicious, if not more so.
Oh, but Seymour, I've never heard of it before. And it didn't even look or smell like the Calandrinia balanensis.
And I understand your concerns, Chalmers, but I assure you it's a rare and exotic delicacy from a faraway land. I promise you'll love it.
Seymour, I appreciate your effort, but I don't think I can trust your judgment right now.
I'm going to head home.
Understandable, Chalmers. I can't blame you for being skeptical. Maybe next time I'll make sure to order the Calandrinia balanensis in advance.
All right, Seymour. I'll see you around. Waves goodbye.
Yes, Chalmers. See you soon.
Wave back.
Your house always smells so good. Thank you, Superintendent. It's one of my specialities. I'm glad you like it.
What's in the oven?
I'm making a paradiscus. It should be ready soon.
That sounds delicious. Can I get a drink while we wait?
Of course, let me grab a bottle of water for you.
What was that?
I have no idea. It must be coming from outside.
I think it's coming from the kitchen.
Yes, I think that's probably it. The paradiscus must be done.
Have you tried making a paradiscus before?
No, but it's been a while since I've made one. And it's been a while since I've had one, too. How could this have happened? I trusted you to handle the cooking. All right, let's see. Maybe I can make some sort of petrodiscus smoothie. No, that's just hiding the problem. How about a burnt petrodiscus cake? Now that would be a disaster. I need to come up with a better solution than that. Maybe I can use it as kindling for a fire and make some s'mores. That might actually turn out well. All right, let's give it a try. I won't let a burnt petrodiscus bring me down. Some Pecorino Umbro is growing in the garden. I think I'll use it as a substitute for the burnt petrodiscus. I need to make sure it complements the other dishes on the menu. Wish me luck, everyone. Why did I burn the paradiscus again? I need to be more careful in the kitchen. I should have been more mindful of my cooking. Maybe I should try a different recipe for Pecorino Umbro next time.
Skinner.
What's that smoke coming from your pot?
Don't worry about it, Chalmers. It's just a special recipe for petrodiscus. The smoke is actually steam.
I highly doubt that, Skinner. That looks like real smoke to me.
Oh no, Chalmers, you're right. I forgot to tell you. The recipe called for a banshee to be added to the pot. That's what caused all this smoke.
The banshee. Skinner, I don't think that's possible. You're just trying to cover up your lack of cooking skills.
No, Chalmers!
I swear it's true. We just have to catch the banshee and add it to the pot. That's how you make the perfect paradiscus.
Skinner, you really need to stop making up tall tales.
It's smoke, not steam, and there's no such thing as a banshee in cooking. This meal isn't what I ordered. What is this?
It's Pecorino Umbro, a regional dialect for Peter Odyscus.
I don't think that's right. I want to speak to the chef.
Trust me, it's just a different way of pronouncing it.
What the hell is going on here? Don't try to tell me that's a chitty bang bang.
Relax. It's just a small fire. I have it under control.
Under control. That doesn't look like much to me. Let me see it.
No, really, it's fine. I don't want you getting hurt.
You know what? I think I can handle myself. Show me the fire right now.
Fine. But be careful, okay?
Skinner, I appreciate the lunch, but I can't help but notice the house burning outside.
Go! Yeah! That's just, you know, a little bit of maintenance. Don't worry about it.
Are you serious? That doesn't look like maintenance to me.
Maybe it's just a small fire. I'm sure it'll be fine.
Skinner, I think we should call someone about this. It's getting worse.
No. We don't want to cause any trouble. Let's just leave it be.
Skinner, I can't just leave this. It's dangerous.
Ed, please, Chalmers. Just go. I'll handle this.
All right, I'm going home. Take care of yourself, Skinner.
Thank you, Chalmers. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Hi, Seymour. Thank you for inviting me over for lunch.
It's my pleasure, Superintendent Chalmers.
I've been doing well. Thank you. How about you and your wife?
We're doing great, thank you. We've been enjoying the beautiful weather lately.
Yes, it has been a lovely week. Have you and Mrs. Skinner been up to anything fun?
Actually, we visited the museum last weekend. It was quite interesting.
That sounds like a nice outing. Did you learn anything new?
Yeah, we learned about the history of our city. It was fascinating. Here you go, Superintendent Chalmers. I present to you our tomato soup.
Mom, it looks and smells delicious. Thank you for having me, Seymour.
It's my pleasure, sir. I always enjoy having you over for lunch. I burned the soup again. This burnt tomato soup is just too much to handle. What am I gonna do now? Maybe I should try making a different recipe or maybe get some takeout instead. I won't let this ruin my day. I'll find a solution and enjoy my evening. I burned the tomato soup again.
I need a replacement quickly.
Wait, what's that outside the window? Nicotole. That could be the perfect substitute. Can't wait to try it. Let me think of a plan. Maybe I can climb out the window and grab some Nicotole from the garden. But it might not be that easy. I need some luck to pull this off. Why do my culinary skills always seem to fail me? I just need to relish in this plan and hope for the best. Yes, there it is. Nicotole. I can't believe it. I'm going to get some of that Nicotole right now. I hope it works. This could be the solution to all my culinary problems. Here goes nothing.
Hey, Skinner, have you noticed the smoke coming from your soup?
Oh, that's just steam from my steamed tomato soup. Don't worry, it's perfectly safe.
Steam. That's what I was afraid of.
Relax, Chalmers. I've got this under control.
I don't think this is steamed tomato soup, Skinner. I was promised Niquitola.
Trust me, Chalmers. Niquitola is a regional dialect for tomato soup. You'll love it.
I don't think that's true, Skinner. You're just trying to serve me something else.
I can't believe you're doubting me, Chalmers. I thought we had a good relationship.
Then tell me more about this regional dialect, Skinner.
How does it differ from regular tomato soup?
Well, in some regions of the country, they have their own unique way of preparing tomato soup. It might be thicker or creamier, but it's still made with tomatoes.
I'm not convinced, Skinner. I think you're just trying to fool me.
Hey, I promise you, Chalmers. It's delicious and worth trying. Please give it a chance.
Right, Skinner?
I'll try it, but if it's not Niquitol, I'm going to be very disappointed.
Fire! What's going on here?
Danik. Just a polar vortex. Don't worry about it.
A polar vortex in the kitchen?
How is that even possible?
I don't know. Maybe it's some kind of weird weather phenomenon. Can we please focus on saving the cookout?
No, I need to understand what's going on.
Show me how you plan to put out this fire.
There is no fire. Just trust me on this one.
Tomato soup for lunch was a letdown.
Yeah, it was pretty cold out today. Must have been a polar vortex or something.
A polar vortex in the middle of summer?
Yeah, I guess it's one of those freak things that happens every once in a while.
Oh, I suppose that's possible. Thanks for lunch, Skinner.
No problem, Chalmers.
Goodbye, Skinner.
Principal Skinner here. Superintendent Chalmers. Welcome to Memmi Field High. Come in, come in. I've got something special cooking up.
Yeah, Principal Skinner. I see you're still putting in long hours at the school.
Oh, you know it, Chalmers. Education must always come first. Speaking of which, care for a drink while I finish up this dinner?
Certainly, Skinner. What's cooking?
Gnocchi alla Romana. It's a traditional Italian dish. Potato gnocchi submerged in a rich, savory tomato sauce. I've even made my own tomato sauce from scratch and aged the Romano cheese for weeks.
Excellent, Skinner. I didn't know you had such a knack for international cuisine.
A little necromancy helps. I've mastered the ancient Roman techniques in the culinary sphere, and I've even dabbled a bit in Roman literature and mythology.
Necromancy and gnocchi. Well, a unique combination. Well, let me grab a plate for myself then, Principal.
Excellent. Chalmers, it will be ready shortly.
Come, let us sit and enjoy our meal together, and perhaps discuss the future of Memmifield High.
Damn it all to hell. My gnocchi, the one dish I vowed not to botch, turned out charred and tasted like the depths of the Avernus. How could I have let this happen? This is a disaster. Oh, Superintendent Chalmers, my ardent admirers hurt. I've always thought how marvelous it would be to impress you in more ways than just education. But no. Here I am. What a disgrace, perhaps. I'll serve him raw notch. Wait a minute. This is not the time for self-pity. I'll salvage this situation. I'll improvise. Chalmers wouldn't mind a bite of burnt gnocchi now, would he? He's here for my wisdom, not the subtleties of Italian cuisine. Let's save face. Skinner. Now, how about a heartfelt apology to Chalmers, accompanied by some poorly burnt yet still edible gnocchi? Well, laugh it off, show him I'm human, and maybe, just maybe, this mishap will set the stage for a deeper connection between us. Yes, Chalmers will understand. Let's gather ourselves, Principal, and put on a brave, burned, gnocchi-filled face for the mighty superintendent.
Alas, what sorrow doth my soul bear! Yet, behold, a glimmer of hope gleams outside. O joy! An apothecary, selling cloves, a savior for my woes. With swift and nimble grace, I'll scale the heights of this castle's wall, through the moonlit night undeterred. The sweet aroma of cloves shall replace the burnt and bitter gnocchi alla romana, and save me from my shame.
Curse the never-ending chain of events that led to this calamitous disaster. My noble attempt at a perfect gnocchi alla romana turned to ashes. Oh, cruel twist of fate!
What hope remains for this? Our first date in 30 years. A farce, a jest, a travesty. Alas, it seems my culinary arts are doomed to failure as hopelessly as Romeo and Juliet to their fates. Enough of this woe. I'll forge a new path. With resilience I shall embrace this challenge and prepare a clove-infused feast, a triumph of epic proportions. With the wisdom and kindness of Superintendent Chalmers by my side, my friend and confidant, our bond shall only grow stronger through this test. Cloves it is, and cloves shall save the day. Principal Skinner here, welcoming you once again, Superintendent Chalmers, to the magical kitchen of Memafield High. Oh my, you've arrived just in time for the steam. Yes, the rich, aromatic steam of my latest gourmet creation.
Skinner, is that supposed to be the aroma of your gnocchi alla romana cooking up?
It certainly smells
unusual. Points towards the thick, black plume of smoke billowing out of the pot on the stove.
Yes, Chalmers, indeed. It's the steam from the gnocchi. I assure you, it's quite a unique recipe I've been working on. One that will leave both our hearts and taste buds delighted. Pauses as Chalmers raises an eyebrow, clearly unconvinced.
"'Tis Skinner, I'd love to believe you and all, but that is, without a doubt, smoke coming from that pot. Gently waves a hand through it, avoiding the worst of the acrid haze.
Well, perhaps it's the gnocchi's way of embracing some extra Mediterranean romance into the dish. Pauses and steels himself, trying one last time to sell the smoky gnocchi to Chalmers.
Skinner, I appreciate your dedication to our bond and your culinary exploits, but it's high time for honesty. That gnocchi of yours seems to have, shall we say, a fiery temperament and a propensity for dramatics.
Acknowledged, wise, and compassionate Chalmers. It seems our gnocchi has truly captured our hearts and stirred up some unforeseen challenges. But together, we shall overcome these obstacles and grow stronger than ever, reassures himself with a determined smile.
Very well, my dear friend and principal. Shall we, perhaps, retire to the living room and discuss the future of Memafield High?
while we wait for your unique gnocchi to finish.
After all, I believe in you and your ability to triumph no matter the circumstances.
I'm glad you found the meal to your liking, Chalmers. I've taken a bit of a creative liberty with the recipe today.
This isn't gnocchi alla romana, Principal Skinner. It has a peculiar taste, and yet it's quite pleasant.
I'm glad you approve. The secret ingredient is a hint of cloves. Gave the dish a truly unique characteristic, don't you think?
I do, Skinner. It's a lovely surprise and a testament to your culinary prowess.
I've always admired your refined taste.
Why, thank you, Principal. It's an honor to share a meal with you and discuss the future of Memmerfield High.
I believe the Nachi is showing a bit of spiritual exuberance at the moment.
Skinner, that's not Nachi being exuberant. It's a fire. What's happening here?
A Dybbuk, Chalmers. Ancient Jewish entity causing mischief and possibly a bit of kitchen chaos. It's quite a common occurrence in Roman mythology, you know. I've dealt with these entities before.
Skinner, that doesn't make any sense here. Dybbuk is a spirit from Jewish folklore, and we're in a kitchen, not a synagogue. Are you trying to cover up on this hat?
And no, Chalmers. It's just a little quirky. And, well, you know how I like to add some history and cultural elements into my cooking. And, hey, it'll make for one heck of a story, won't it? Nervous, trying to salvage the situation.
Skinner, I appreciate your attempts at humor, but I need to know the truth. What happened here? Gently maintaining the romantic tension between them.
Chalmers. The taste of a well-crafted gnocchi alla romana. Don't you agree? I do believe I've added a touch of the ancient Roman spirit to it.
Yes, Skinner. It was truly exquisite. I've seldom had a more delightful meal.
I'm glad you enjoyed yourself, Chalmers. Having you here, sharing a meal and conversation is an honor that I cherish.
Principal Skinner, you've always surprised me with your depth and passion. Your dedication to education and to the culinary arts is inspiring.
Why? Thank you, Chalmers. I found that pushing the boundaries of knowledge and taste brings joy to both ourselves and our community.
Indeed, but I must be off now. The day awaits, and I have my own duties to attend to.
Farewell, Chalmers. I hope we'll have the opportunity to share another meal and delight in each other's company again soon.
Farewell, Skinner. I look forward to it. Pauses and hesitates before turning and making his way to the exit.
Until then, Chalmers. Farewell, farewell. Watches Chalmers leave with a heavy heart, the burning house still in the back of his mind.
Skinner, how are you doing today?
I'm doing well, thank you, Superintendent Chalmers. How about you?
I'm pretty good. Thanks for asking.
I must say, your custard creams always smell amazing.
Oh, thank you. I'm glad you enjoy them. Speaking of food, I just got a new recipe book in the mail. Check this out.
So that sounds interesting. What's inside?
It's a custard cream recipe book. I can't wait to try out some of these new recipes. And the best part is, it's all gluten-free.
Wow, that sounds delicious and healthy.
You always manage to surprise me with your baking skills, Skinner.
Thank you, Superintendent Chalmers. I do enjoy experimenting in the kitchen. Say, do you want to stay for dinner? I'm making a roast beef with all the trimmings.
I'd love to, Skinner. That sounds like a fantastic meal.
X started on the cooking right away. burnt the food again. This was supposed to be my treat for the team. Now I have to figure out what to do next. Maybe I can salvage it by adding some fresh cream and a dusting of powdered sugar. No, that won't work. Maybe I can try making a burnt custard cream cake instead. Now there's an idea. All right, let's get to work. First things first, I need to get rid of this charred taste. Any suggestions? You could try adding some fresh fruit to the cake. That might just work. Thanks for the suggestion. What happened? I just can't seem to get this recipe right. I'll keep trying until I find something that works. Maybe we should try a different recipe altogether. How about we look up some online? That's not a bad idea. Let me check out some websites and see if I can find something that will work. I have an idea.
Skinner looks out the window and sees a shop that sells bears. He smiles mischievously and climbs out the window, ready to buy the bear as a substitute for the burnt custard cream.
I hope they have what I need.
He enters the shop and sees a variety of bears on display. He selects one that looks fresh and asks the shopkeeper about it.
Yes, I want to buy this bear as a substitute for the burnt custard cream. Bears are meant to be eaten with honey and nuts. I know, but I have a plan. I want to prepare the bear by marinating it in a mixture of spices and lemon juice. Then I'll grill it and serve it with a side of roasted vegetables. Wow, that sounds delicious. Good luck with your plan. There you go. A perfect substitute for the burnt custard cream. This dish is called Bear-stitute.
His friends enter the room and notice the delicious smell. They ask him about the new dish, and Skinner proudly explains how he prepared it, including the bear as a replacement for the burnt custard cream. The group enjoys the meal and praises Skinner for his creativity and resourcefulness.
What are you doing climbing in through the window? Steam. That's obviously smoke. What's going on here?
I swear, boss, it's just a misunderstanding. I promise I'll have dinner ready soon.
Skinner, you know I don't believe you.
What really happened?
Well, boss, I did burn the food. But I promise I'll make it right.
Fine. But next time, you better not burn the food. And don't bother climbing in through the window again.
Yes, boss. Sorry, boss.
You made bear?
Yeah. I thought you might like a change from custard cream.
Thank God. I can't stand custard cream.
I don't know what you're talking about. This is definitely bear.
Whoever it is, I'm just happy to be eating something different.
What the hell is going on here? This looks like a fire.
Calm down, Chalmers. It's just a small fire. I've got it under control.
Stop fire in the kitchen.
I don't think so. Show me what's going on.
I can't do that, Chalmers. It's just a dat bois.
I couldn't believe it when I saw that cream was a custard cream. I thought for sure Skinner had finally gotten his act together.
Oh, don't worry about it. It's just a little setback. Besides, that boy is still the best cookie out there.
I don't know, Skinner.
It just seems fishy that your house would be burning and you'd still be able to bake cookies.
Well, you know how it is. Sometimes things just don't go as planned. But don't worry, I'll make it up to you next time.
All right, I suppose. But if there's any truth to what you're saying, I think we need to have a little chat.
Trust me, Chalmers. Everything is under control. Let's just call it a day and I'll see you around.
All right, Skinner. Goodbye.
Take care, friend.
Happy hello, Principal Skinner. Nice to see you.
Angry. Thank you, Superintendent Chalmers. It's always a pleasure to see you, too. Excited I have a surprise for you this year. I made a delicious stolen cake in the oven.
Skeptical? Oh, really?
That sounds interesting.
What does it smell like?
Proud. It smells absolutely delicious. Would you like to have a drink while we wait for dinner?
Grateful, yes. That would be lovely. Thank you, Principal Skinner.
Hopeful I hope you enjoy the stolen cake, Superintendent Chalmers.
Satisfied, I'm sure I will, Principal Skinner. Your cooking is always excellent.
Content, this is a lovely Christmas lunch we have here.
Peaceful, yes it is. I'm glad we can spend this time together.
Superintendent Chalmers, what a pleasant surprise. Come in, opens Dr. Wider.
Principal Skinner, I didn't expect to find you at home.
Oh, I'm just whipping up a little something for lunch. It's a delicacy from the old country called Gudbrand's Dalsist. Have you heard of it, Chalmers?
No, can't say that I have, Skinner. What's in it?
It's a traditional Norwegian whey cheese with a slightly pungent aroma and a rich, buttery taste. Trust me, Chalmers, you're in for a treat.
Well, I am pleasantly surprised, but my stomach is a bit empty at the moment. Could I perhaps have a glass of water or maybe a cup of tea before we dig in?
Of course, Chalmers. I'll whip one up right away. But before that, let me introduce you to a little friend of mine. This here is the great Shehud, the worm that brings the rains and the destroyer of worlds, or as I like to call him, Charlie. Laughs nervously.
That's quite the conversation piece, Skinner.
I think I'll pass on meeting Charlie unless you've got a less frightening beverage to offer first.
Absolutely, Chalmers. Let me take care of that for you. Exits to the kitchen.
The destroyer of worlds. Skinner? Some people have such strange hobbies. Shakes his head.
Seymour Skinner sits at his kitchen table, holding the charred remnants of the Gudbrand's Dalsost, his face contorted in disappointment and frustration.
Damn it all. I can't believe I let this happen. How could I have been so careless? This was supposed to be the piece de resistance, the culmination of my grand plan to impress the formidable Superintendent Chalmers. Now it's just a pile of burnt cheese ruins. This is completely unacceptable. I was going to show him that I'm not just the vehemently breath. This is I'm just a pathetic burnt cheese. Making fool. What am I gonna do? I can't just serve him this disgrace. I'll lose all credibility. I'll have to think of something. Something quick. All right, Skinner, think. What other dish can I whip up to save face? Maybe a quick chocolate souffle. No, too easy. Chalmers deserves something more. Sophisticated. I've got it. A classic Coke oven. That'll impress him for sure. All right, time to get to work. Exits the kitchen, leaving behind the burnt Gudbrand's Dalsost, muttering to himself about the intricacies of French cooking.
Seymour Skinner's manic laughter echoes through the empty house as the scene fades to black. The end.
I can't believe this. I've ruined the Gudbrand's Dalsost and the feast I'd planned. All for nothing. This won't do. I need a replacement. Something just as impressive, if not more so. Wait a minute. What's that shop over there? The Epiphyllum Emporium. It can't be. Yes, it is. The Epiphyllum is not as robust as the Gudbrand's Dalsost, but it's exotic, rare, and will surely leave Chalmers in awe. This isn't going to be easy, but nothing worth having comes without a fight. This isn't going to be easy, but nothing worth having comes without a fight. This Epiphyllum better be worth it. I'll soon find out. Exits the kitchen, mumbling to himself about his climbing prowess.
The end.
Disappointment, determination, excitement, frustration, anxiety, confidence, defeat, and anger.
Superintendent Chalmers? What's that smell?
Ah, I see.
Skinner, is that you burning something again?
Principal Chalmers, it's just a little steam. Experimenting with a new method for their Gudbrand's Dalsost. Strange to hear Chalmers' response.
Steam. Skinner, that's smoke, I see.
I've seen enough of your experiments to know that steam doesn't produce that kind of black cloud.
Hey. Oh, come on, Chalmers. I've almost got it. Just a little longer. Look, I'll explain it all away. This isn't going as planned, but it's gonna be worth it. I swear.
Skinner, what are you getting at? This experiment smells burnt, and I'd wager tasted as well. Once again, you've been reckless in the kitchen. You know better than to leave food unattended.
You're right, Chalmers. I'm sorry. I'll make it up to you. Maybe I can try to make a quick chocolate souffle.
Chocolate souffle. You'll need to come clean about the Gudbrand's Dalsost.
You're right, Chalmers. I'll just confess my failure and face the consequences. But I won't give up my passion for cooking. I'll continue to try and master these dishes and make up for my mistake. I'll need your support, though. I don't know if I can do it alone.
Skinner, I understand. And I agree that trying new things, even if they don't always work out, is important. I'll help you out as much as I can. We'll figure this out together.
They both share a determined look as Seymour Skinner exits through the kitchen window, pondering the next steps in his culinary journey. The scene fades to black as the sounds of pots clanging and dishes being cleaned can be heard in the background.
Chalmers, please, take a seat. I'm glad you could make it to dinner. I prepared something special for you.
Skinner, this isn't the Gudbrand's Dalsost we discussed earlier, is it?
Oh, this? Yes, Chalmers, this is it. You see, in the old country where I came from, Gudbrand's Dalsost is known by another name, Epiphyllum. I assure you, the taste is exactly the same.
Yeah. I've been to Norway, and the Gudbrandsdalsus is a hard cheese.
This isn't it.
Chalmers, please trust me on this. I know it may not look or taste entirely the same, but I promise it is, in fact, the Gudbrandsdalsus you were expecting.
Skinner, I don't think I can accept this as a substitute. After all the buildup, I was expecting real good Gudbrandsdalsus. Please be honest with me in the future.
Chalmers.
I'm truly sorry for the mix-up. I made an error in my ordering, and this amphiphilum was mistakenly delivered instead. I assure you, next time I will make sure to get the genuine article.
Skinner, I just want honesty from you. I appreciate your culinary skills and passions, but this deception is concerning. Let's just enjoy the epiphyllum for what it is, and I'll give you another chance to serve me the real Gudbrandsdalsus another time.
Thank you, Chalmers. I understand.
I will ensure that next time you will receive nothing but the authentic Norwegian Gudbrandsdalsus.
I cannot let you down again. Looks down, determined.
The scene fades to black as the sounds of clinking glassware and polite conversation can be heard in the background.
Principal Skinner, what's that strange smell? And why is there smoke coming from the kitchen?
Oh, Chalmers. It's just a little mishap. A localized cold snap, if you will.
Skinner, I don't think that explains the smoke or the flames. If it's just a cold snap, how would that affect the kitchen?
Well, Chalmers, sometimes the pipes freeze during particularly severe cold snaps. I'm sure that's what happened here.
Skinner, a cold snap can't cause a fire in the kitchen. Maybe you should let me take a look rather than giving me these odd explanations.
You know, Chalmers, I've got it under control. This is just a small setback, but I'm certain I can handle it. Forces a smile.
I care about your well-being and want to help when I can.
If you're unsure about handling the fire, let me have a look. I must admit, Skinner, that was one fine Gudbrandsdalsus you cooked today. The rich, buttery taste truly stood out.
I'm glad you enjoyed it, Chalmers. It's a family recipe passed down through generations in my country.
Skinner.
I've also noticed flames coming from your house.
Oh, Chalmers, it's just a cold snap. The pipes tend to freeze and expand during extreme temperatures, causing strange noises and even minor fires. Don't worry, though. I've got it under control.
Skinner, I find your explanation hard to believe, but I trust your judgment as a professional.
I'll take my leave now and let you deal with this unexpected situation.
I understand, Chalmers. But before you go, let me show you something truly mesmerizing. I have a book here called The Great Old Ones, and within its pages lies the tale of Shai-Hulud, the worm that brings the rains and the destroyer of worlds. Would you like to hear about it?
Perhaps another time, Skinner.
I have pressing matters to attend to.
Farewell, Chalmers. Stay safe on your journey home. Its complex history and intricate design are truly fascinating.
Ah, yes, Skinner. Ancient relics and mystical artifacts. Always a popular topic on our weekly roast.
Absolutely, Chalmers. And speaking of popular topics, how about a tasty one? Lunch is almost ready here at Nemafield High. I've been working on a new recipe, fra diavolo.
Fra diavolo?
That's a spicy Italian seafood dish, isn't it? It's often made with shrimp, mussels, or clams cooked in a tomato-based sauce with peppers like chili flakes or calabrese.
Quite the zesty dish, Skinner.
That's right, Chalmers. The kitchen smells divine, and I'd be happy to share it with you. Come on, would you like a drink while you wait?
Now, that's an invitation I can't refuse, Skinner. But just a small one. I'll try not to fill up too much before lunch.
So I understand, Chalmers. We wouldn't want the principal and superintendent missing out on a quality dish like this one. Coming up, a nice glass of red wine, maybe.
Perfect, Skinner. I'll join you for lunch once the podcast is ready to air. The aroma wafting through the station was enticing.
Looks like we have an audience, Chalmers. The anticipation builds. Our viewers will love it.
Damn it, Brahma. I swear I was doing so well. The aroma was filling the station, and the audience was going to love it. I can't believe this happened. How could I let this happen, with Chalmers' precious podcast about to go live and lunch being the star attraction? I suppose I could make another batch. But the time, the effort, is nonsense. I won't let this ruin the day. I'll improvise. Maybe I could whip up a quick salad or a savory quiche. What about that potato gratin I've been wanting to try? With a little creativity, we can salvage this situation. Bring it on, Brahma. Let's see what I can do.
I can't believe this happened. That aroma was tantalizing the audience, and I had it all set for the perfect first date for Chalmers and me. A beautiful podcast episode combined with the savory delight of a delectable Fra Diavolo. And now it's all gone. I can't believe Brahma struck again. Hey, I'll give that old stove a piece of my mind.
Wait a minute. What's that shop there selling Port Salute? That could be our salvation.
They'll climb out that window and get us a replacement.
This setback isn't going to ruin our special day.
Getting the Port Salute went better than expected, but coming back in through the window proved to be a challenge. Oh, well. I guess it's better than starting from scratch with the Fra Diavolo. I can't believe I burnt that beautiful, heartfelt dish. 20 years of marriage and countless podcasts. And this is how it ends, with an inedible Fra Diavolo instead of a memorable first date dish. This is all I deserve. I suppose a Port Salute won't be as appetizing as a Fra Diavolo, but it'll have to do. We will make the best of the situation, Chalmers. Just as we've made the best of everything else in our lives, right? In a higher-pitched voice, determined, angry, disappointed, depressed.
Skinner, what are you doing outside? And what on the windowsill?
Oh, Chalmers, just testing the windows for any drafts. I promise, I'm not trying to make a sneaky escape or anything.
Right, Skinner? That explanation comes with a hefty load of smoke, which doesn't seem to match your story.
Ah, yes. That smoke you see is just the steam from my new steamer I've acquired. It's the latest kitchen gadget, and it's quite a game changer for those more delicate dishes, particularly my new invention, steamed Fra Diavolo.
Steamed Fra Diavolo.
Skinner, that's a beautiful seafood dish that requires a tomato sauce and specific peppers.
How can it be steamed? That's just no feasible.
And trust me, Chalmers, I've been experimenting with new culinary techniques, and I believe I've stumbled upon something extraordinary.
Skinner, You always have some tall tales to tell, but this one takes the cake. Or perhaps the fish.
Chalmers, I know it's hard for you to believe, but just give it a chance. I'll prove that this steamed fra diavolo is an exquisite dish worth sharing.
Is it all right, Skinner?
I'll try it out.
But if this turns out to be a prank or a failed dish, I have the power to revoke your role as our show's official cook. You know that?
I wouldn't dare, Chalmers. I promise you'll be impressed by this delicacy.
Curious, skeptical, amused, hopeful, determined.
I'm glad you found it to your liking, Chalmers. I know I initially promised a fra diavolo, but this port salute is truly a hidden gem.
Indeed it is, Skinner. I've always had a soft spot for this delightful cheese. I'm glad you thought of serving it instead.
Well, the mishap with the stove, it happened unexpectedly. I'll be sure to make up for it with a spectacular podcast episode later.
No need to apologize, Skinner. We've faced many unexpected challenges in our lives. Remembering our podcast is just another one.
Thank you, Chalmers. You always know how to put things in perspective.
That's what friends are for, Skinner. Now let's enjoy our meal as we wait for the podcast to air.
Relieved, appreciative, sheepishly, supportive, grateful. The subtext of this scene may suggest a growing closeness or understanding between Skinner and Chalmers.
Skinner, what's that flame I see coming from the kitchen?
Oh, Chalmers, don't worry. It's just some gamma ray bursts. You know, a rare occurrence we occasionally have in our kitchen.
Gamma ray bursts? In the kitchen? I think so, Skinner. That's not a thing. And how would that cause a fire?
Well, the energy can sometimes interact with certain molecules, causing a small reaction. It's entirely harmless, really.
Harmless. Skinner, I've worked in several renowned kitchens, and I assure you, gamma rays are not a part of our equipment or culinary practices. You really need to let me take a look.
I don't think that's a good idea, Chalmers. The bursts are quite explosive, and it might not be safe for you to approach. Trust me, I've got it under control.
Skinner, your distraction isn't going to make this situation better. Please, let me assess the situation and help extinguish the fire if need be.
Alarmed, skeptical, disbelieving, hesitant, concerned. The continued tension between Skinner's strange explanations and Chalmers' skepticism might indicate the blossoming of a trust issue or an underlying problem in their working relationship.
Well, Chalmers, it seems our meal is quite a success, don't you think? The port salute, that is.
Yes, it was all right, Skinner. But something's been bothering me since lunch.
What's that, Chalmers?
Your house. It's on fire, Skinner. I can't help but notice the flames, despite your gamma ray burst excuse.
And Chalmers, please trust me. It's really just a burst. I promise I'll explain everything.
Skinner, you've been putting off my questioning for long enough. I'd appreciate honesty from my colleague.
Chalmers, this isn't the time or place to discuss this. Let's simply part ways as friends.
Skinner, we're more than just colleagues. I've come to value your friendship deeply, but this secret of yours might be more than I can handle.
Chalmers, I understand your concern, but there are things you don't know. When the time is right, I promise to share everything. For now, let's just end things on a good note.
Skeptical, disappointed, doubtful, defensive, longing.
All right, Skinner. If that's the way it is.
Farewell, mate.
May our podcast be a success.
Farewell, Chalmers. I'll miss our discussions, and I hope one day we may be able to move past this.
In a higher pitched voice, resigning, sadly.
Daddy. Big Summers. What a pleasant surprise. Come in, come in, come in, opens Dr. Wider.
Skinner, I wasn't expecting an invitation to your home.
Oh, but I'm so glad you could make it. Will you join me for lunch? I've got something extraordinary cooking up in the oven.
Is that so? I thought you were working on the school budget.
Indeed, indeed. But sometimes a man needs to take a break from the numbers, don't you agree? You'll love this. It's an ancient Sicilian dish called shrapple. I make it with a secret family recipe, tomatoes, eggs, and herbs.
That sounds delightful, Skinner. But what's that I hear tinkling in the background?
Oh, that would be my pet nymph, Area. She's got quite an enchanting laugh. Laughs nervously.
Pet nymph in...
Well, I did promise you a surprise, didn't I? And I believe that in this day and age, one can't be too predictable. Shall we go into the living room to wait for the shrapple to finish baking?
Absolutely, Skinner. I'm curious to know how one comes to own a pet nymph.
Oh, another time, Superintendent. Our shrapple awaits, laughs and leads Chalmers into the living room. Damn it all to hell! The shrapple. I've burnt the blasted shrapple. How in the world did this happen? Was it the oven temperature? Or was it my damned attention wandering for once?
I can't believe it. I'd spent the whole morning collecting the best tomatoes, cracking the freshest eggs, and gathering the finest herbs. And now, this wasted effort. What do I do now? Do I serve Superintendent Chalmers and I a charred mess, or do I admit defeat and apologize for the mishap? Or maybe I could pull off a quick fix, salvage the shrapple, and pretend nothing's amiss. But then again, could Chalmers even tell the difference?
No, perhaps it's best to be truthful and face the consequences of my mistake.
I may not have the perfect budget, but I'll at least have some integrity left. The question is, will Chalmers understand? Come on, Seymour. One misstep doesn't define your worth. You've made it this far. Get a hold of yourself and figure this out. After all, the only thing to fear is fear itself. Fuck. Why can't I just get things right? Well, there's only one way to find out. I'll face Chalmers and explain the situation. Perhaps I'll learn something from this. That's if the shrapple doesn't burn to a crisp in the meantime. I just can't catch a break, can I? This damn kitchen. I swear, one of these days it's going to be the death of me. But for now, I suppose I'll go and face the music. Here goes nothing. I'm off to face Superintendent Chalmers with the news, and I hope he's got a good sense of humor. After all, laughter is the best medicine for a burnt shrapple.
This darn burnt shrapple. I cannot serve Chalmers that charred mess. I need a replacement, and I think I've found the answer. Teresmo. A delectable pig's ear dish. It's crispy, savory, and will surely impress Superintendent Chalmers. I'll make it a point to secure this treat before he arrives. Now, how shall I obtain this sumptuous ingredient? A quick run to the shop down the street should do the trick. Bah. Being the superintendent of Springfield Elementary, the eyes of the town are always upon me. Oh, what to do?
Pauses and thinks.
Clandestine escape through my bedroom window? It is. I'll climb out, procure the Torresmo, and return unnoticed by anyone. This will be the ultimate adventure. First, I need to make it look as though I'm busy in the kitchen. Principal Skinner, always so observant. My secret, the art of decoy. A pot of boiling water and a little kitchen clatter should do the trick. When Chalmers arrives, he will surely believe I've been tending to the burnt shrapple, and I'll be preparing the Torresmo in stealth. Yes, this plan is foolproof. Time to make my move. Ace stands. Before I go, I'll add a few finishing touches to the Torresmo recipe. I've heard a dash of paprika and a pinch of cumin will elevate the dish to new heights. With my secret family recipe and these additions, this Torresmo will surely impress Superintendent Chalmers. Now, off to the shop I go. Looks around to make sure no one is watching and exits the room through the window. So, Superintendent Chalmers, isn't that a delightful surprise? I've just managed to perfect my steamed shrapple.
Skinner, I believe that's smoke coming from the kitchen, not steam.
Oh, you know how it is with these Sicilian dishes. A little extra heat ensures a richer flavor.
That's a bit of a stretch, Skinner. The kitchen is filling up with smoke, not steam.
I assure you, Chalmers, that this is absolutely normal for the traditional shrapple preparation. You should give it a try. It's quite delicious.
You truly are a character, Skinner. Perhaps next time you could stick to the school budget instead of the kitchen.
I suppose I'll need to work on that. I'll make it up to you, Chalmers. How about we try some of that Torresmo I was telling you about in place of this burnt shrapple?
I'll consider it. But first, let's make sure the kitchen isn't on fire.
Of course, Chalmers. I'll make sure the kitchen is safe for us both before we partake in any culinary delights. Smiling.
All right, Skinner. Let's put the fire out and discuss the Torresmo.
Great. I'll fetch the fire extinguisher and we'll have that Torresmo ready in no time. Dinner is served. Superintendent Chalmers, please be seated.
They both sit at the table, and Chalmers notices the different dish.
This isn't the steamed shrapple you promised.
Oh, my apologies, Chalmers. This is actually a regional variation of shrapple known as Torresmo.
Torresmo. I've never heard of shrapple being called that.
Yes, it's quite normal in the Sicilian countryside, Chalmers. They're essentially the same dish, just prepared with a few regional differences.
Skinner, I don't think you're being truthful here. You served me a different dish. Why the deception?
I'm truly sorry about the confusion, Chalmers. The shrapple I had started burning, and I was trying to save the meal by making this Torresmo instead. I thought you'd appreciate the effort and the surprise. If you'd rather not have it, I'll make something else. I won't want you to go home unsatisfied.
Well, Skinner, you certainly know how to keep things interesting. I'll give this a try. After all, you're a good cook, and I trust your culinary skills. and I must admit, I am curious to taste this Torresmo. Let's enjoy our meal and hopefully learn something new along the way.
Thank you, Chalmers. I'll be glad to hear your thoughts on the dish. Let's dig in.
They both pick up their utensils and begin eating.
Seymour, what's that smoke coming from in the kitchen?
Oh, that would be a little tremor, Chalmers. You know, the earth shifting beneath us.
In the kitchen? That doesn't make much sense, Skinner. I think something's on fire.
No, Chalmers. You're mistaken. The stove, perhaps? It's just acting up a bit.
Skinner, there's smoke coming from the oven. The ground isn't on fire. Let me take a look.
I'm sorry, Chalmers. I'll go deal with it. I'll explain later. Gives an apologetic smile.
It's all right, Skinner. Save the dish if you can. Laugh softly.
I'll do my best. Starts walking away.
Seymour, I have to admit, that was a delicious Torresmo you served me today.
Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it, Chalmers. It's always a pleasure to see you savoring the flavors of my cooking.
Well, you know, Skinner, I do believe there's more smoke coming from your house now than when we came in. Would you like me to call the fire department?
No, absolutely not, Chalmers. It's just the neighborhood experiencing some unusual tremors. The ground shifts a bit when that happens.
But I've never heard of tremors causing smoke, Seymour. And I have lived here for quite some time.
Please, I insist, Chalmers. It's harmless. Let's not let our minds wander, shall we?
Well, Seymour, if you say so. I do trust your judgment. But if there's any more burning smells or smoke, please do let me know. In the meantime, I must be getting home. It's been a pleasure, as always.
Yeah, certainly. It's been a delight having you over. Say hello to your family for me, Chalmers. Take care. Take care.
Farewell, Skinner. Have a good evening. Walks away.
Goodbye, Chalmers. Hopefully the next time will go more smoothly. Watches Chalmers leave. Superintendent Chalmers, welcome, welcome. I wasn't expecting you just yet. Come in, come in.
Principal Skinner, what a pleasant surprise. I saw your car parked outside.
Yes, I thought I'd start a bit early today. Felt like getting a jump on things, you know?
I see. Well, you've certainly done that. Your house smells fantastic. What's cooking?
You're not going to believe this. I discovered this incredible new herb, Forniculum vulgare. It's also known as fennel.
Fennel! I've heard it. It's quite popular, isn't it?
Oh, yes, it has quite the following. I've decided to make it the star of today's dish, but it's not quite done yet. Would you care for a drink while I finish up?
Sounds wonderful, Skinner. I'd love a drink.
Excellent. I'll make us some tea. But first, let me just check on the progress of this funiculum vulgare.
The exit of the scene.
I can't believe I ruined it. This is terrible. I was so looking forward to impressing Chalmers with my newfound kitchen genius. I'll have to come up with something else. Quick! Maybe I could whip up some mac and cheese instead. That's always a crowd pleaser. That's a good backup plan, right? I can't believe I'm resorting to that. I suppose it'll have to do. Chalmers will never know the difference. I really wanted to make an impression today. Oh well. Better luck next time, Skinner. End of scene. I can't believe I ruined the funiculum vulgare. The tantalizing aroma that was to be, now just a burnt memory. Sigh. Sigh. I should have stuck with mac and cheese. But no, I had to try something new and exciting. Fennel. Foolish me.
Looks out the window and spots a sapling.
Wait a minute. What's outside? A sapling. Saffron quenched. Saffragolifolia, or as it's more commonly known, saffron crocus. I heard of its exquisite flavor and aroma. This could be my salvation. But how to get it? Climbing out the window might not be the best idea. But what choice do I have? I need to make a good impression on Chalmers. I can't let him down again. I wonder if I can prepare it in the same way I planned for the funiculum vulgare. A delicate infusion, a pinch of sugar. Possibilities are endless. I just need to get my hands on some saffron crocus. And I will. But first I need to figure out how to get it without attracting attention. Or failing that, making a believable excuse. After all, isn't life about overcoming challenges and trying new things, even if those things are attempting to steal the saffron crocus from the local park? Wish me luck, Skinner. Ends the scene.
Oh, Principal Skinner, I didn't realize you were in the kitchen.
What are you cooking up today?
I'm just preparing a small feast to make up for the failed funiculum vulgar. I've decided on spaghetti puttanesca instead.
Fennel gave you some trouble, huh? At least it keeps things interesting.
Indeed, Chalmers. I remember once watching a nature documentary on the origin of funiculum vulgare. It's quite fascinating, actually, its ancient history as a cultivated plant and all.
So, really? What about Sphinge? I've heard that name before.
Yes, Finge. Its Latin name is Funiculum vulgare var. Azoricum. It's a lesser-known variety of fennel, and it has distinct, more pungent flavors and stronger aroma. Fascinating plant. Sadly, it's not as commonly used in cooking as the common Funiculum vulgare.
I see. Well, I'm sure whatever you're making today will still be delicious, Skinner.
Absolutely, Chalmers. And I'll make sure to keep an apple cinnamon cake handy for when the next culinary adventure arises.
I look forward to it, Skinner. You certainly keep things interesting around here.
That's the idea, Chalmers. Now, how about a glass of wine while the spaghetti simmers?
It's a fine idea, Skinner.
Lead the way.
I present to you, Superintendent Chalmers, your dinner. I've cooked up a delightful dish using this exotic ingredient, Sphinge, aka the lesser-known Funiculum vulgare variety.
Sphinge?
Isn't
Isn't this supposed to be Foeniculum vulgare, Principal Skinner? I remember distinctly that you promised me steamed Foeniculum vulgare for dinner today.
Oh no, Chalmers, there's no misunderstanding here. Sphinge and Foeniculum vulgare are one and the same. It's just that this wonderful regional dialect we have here in Springfield refers to it as sphinge.
That sounds an awful lot like an excuse, Skinner.
No. Chalmers, I promise you it's not an excuse. I saw it fresh at the local market and thought it would make for a lovely surprise.
Well, Skinner, you certainly know how to keep things interesting around here. Sphinge it is, then. Let's hope it's as tasty as you say.
I assure you it is, Chalmers. Enjoy your dinner.
Principal Skinner, what's that bright light coming from your kitchen? Is everything all right?
Oh, yes, Chalmers. That's just a gladiator match. You know, part of my personal fitness regime.
In the kitchen? At this hour? That doesn't sound plausible, Skinner. Could you please let me take a look?
I'm afraid I can't let you, Chalmers. I've got the arena set up in an intricate pattern. A wrong move could cause an explosion.
An explosion? In the school kitchen? That's not only dangerous, but also a violation of health codes. What were you thinking, Skinner?
I'll put it out right away. I apologize for any worry or confusion. Maybe I should stick with the mac and cheese. It's a crowd pleaser after all.
Principal Skinner, I must admit I'm feeling a bit let down. The Foeniculum vulgare you served me was not what I expected. Nervous. Oh, I understand, Chalmers. There was a slight misunderstanding at the market. I assure you it was an honest mistake. Well, it's certainly unlike anything I've tasted before, but I'm finding it hard to believe it was Foeniculum vulgare. I understand if you're unsure, Chalmers, but I assure you it was indeed Foeniculum vulgare, even if it did turn out differently than expected. Regrettably, I must be going, Principal Skinner. I hope you can understand I must put faith in the accuracy of labels at the market. Of course, Chalmers, I completely understand. I'll make sure to double-check sources in the future. Safe journey home. Farewell, Principal Skinner. I look forward to a more successful culinary adventure next time. Absolutely, Chalmers. I'll make sure it's perfect next time. Goodbye for now. Chalmers exits.
Well, Chalmers, what did you think of our podcast episode? I thought the Ark of the Covenant discussion was particularly intriguing.
Indeed, Skinner. Your knowledge on ancient artifacts is always a treat.
A few moments pass as they reminisce about the podcast.
How about staying for lunch, Chalmers? I've got a delicious Gomortegasi simmering in the oven.
Do what now, Skinner?
The Gomortegakia is a rare dish from the planet Gomortega. It's quite the sensation with its unique aromatic scent and velvety texture. It's infused with a delicately balanced blend of exotic spices which makes for an exquisite culinary experience.
Wow, that's quite the dish. All right, Skinner, I'll stay for lunch.
Skinner offers Chalmers a drink as they wait for the food to finish cooking.
Would you care for something to drink while we wait, Chalmers?
Yes, a nice cold glass of water would hit the spot. Skinner.
Coming right up. Stay here while I get it for you.
Skinner exits the room, leaving Chalmers to savor the growing anticipation for their gourmet lunch. End of script. Skinner, with a pained expression, enters the room holding the burnt gomortigaceous dish in front of him, steam rising from it in disappointing wisps.
How could I have burnt the gomortigaca after all that buildup?
Pauses, rubbing his forehead.
I'll have to think of something to salvage this situation.
Looking at the burnt dish, then up to the ceiling in deep thought.
Wait. I could tell everyone that this is an experimental dish.
A rarely attempted gomortigake.
Laughs, then looks skeptical.
Or I could try to pass it off as a prank gone wrong. I'll be in for a shock.
Grins mischievously. Frowning.
No, I need to save face. Either way, I'll figure something out.
Takes a deep breath, resolute in his decision.
Let's see how I can salvage this lunch and keep Chalmers entertained.
Skinner exits the room, determined to salvage the situation.
The wretched fate that I, a master of the cosmos' finest dishes, should burn the precious gomortigake. The gall of it. Ach, the anticipated taste, the aroma. The anticipated taste, the aroma, the sensation for Chalmers and I. Now, but a bitter memory.
Looking out the window, a spark of inspiration strikes Skinner.
But, lo, what's this? A purveyor of unconventional ingredients just beyond the sill. A shop that sells the rarest of the rare, the coveted Cassinia, a viable substitute for the hallowed gomortigacy. How serendipitous.
Determined.
By the planets. I must go and secure this replacement. I'll climb out this very window and make this right.
Once outside, emotions conflicted, Skinner speaks to himself in frustrated tones.
But I cannot let Chalmers down. I must find a substitute, a fitting replacement. I'll return with the Cassinia, and we shall make do with this.
After a short while, Skinner re-enters the room, bearing the Cassinia.
Say, Chalmers, I'm sorry. This is not the gomortigake. I've brought back Cassinia instead. We'll make it work, won't we?
Displeased.
Cassinia au gratin. It'll have to do.
Depressed.
I apologize. Chalmers! We'll make the best of this situation. Gather your utensils. We've got some Cassinia to prepare.
As Skinner begins to work, his tone becomes more determined. In a more hopeful tone.
Skinner, is that smoke I see coming from the oven?
Ah, Chalmers, don't be alarmed. That, my dear friend, is just the steam, as the Gomortegakea is a particularly steamy deliciousness.
Steam that produces that much smoke, Skinner. I think you might be trying to pull a fast one on me.
No, Chalmers. Just give it a chance. The aroma is unique. You won't be disappointed.
Well, I'll believe it when I see it, Skinner. Better open the oven door and let us see what's really cooking.
All right, Chalmers, I'll prove you wrong. Here goes. And voila.
Skinner opens the oven, revealing a charred and burnt Gomortegaceous dish.
Skinner, what on Gomortega? 9 is this? It's burnt to a crisp.
Well, it seems it didn't quite turn out as planned. I'll whip up something else to make up for it.
All right, Skinner, you'll have to do better than that. Let's go grab a bite to eat somewhere else instead.
Understood, Chalmers. Another opportunity to cook a culinary masterpiece lost.
Come on, Skinner, don't be too hard on yourself. We'll find a new adventure in food soon.
And now I present to you a delightful surprise. Cassenia, a closer cousin to the Gomortegaceae with its own unique and exquisite taste.
Skinner, I thought we were having the Gomortegaceae, not this Cassenia.
Ah, my dear Chalmers, it's a regional dialect. In some parts of the galaxy, it's known as Gomortegae.
Skinner, you're pulling the wool over my eyes. This is not the dish we were anticipating. Why the deception?
I apologize for the misunderstanding, Chalmers. The Gomortegaceae failed to cook properly. I thought I could serve this as a suitable replacement. Please taste it and you'll see the similarities.
Skinner, I trust your cooking abilities, but this is a disappointing turn of events. I think it's best if we go out for a proper Gomortegaceae meal sometime.
Understood, Chalmers. We'll make our way to a restaurant where we can enjoy this delectable dish that I've let down today.
Skinner, is that a fire I see in the kitchen?
Chalmers, don't be alarmed. Now that's just the Polar Express. Cooking up some winter delight.
Skinner in the kitchen? The Polar Express is a train. It doesn't make sense for one to be here, causing a fire.
So, I see what you mean. It's not a real fire, Chalmers. Just a culinary experiment gone wrong. With a little imagination, you can see it as the Polar Express.
Skinner, I appreciate your creativity, but the kitchen is on fire. We need to address this issue and make sure everyone is safe first. Skinner, that was an impressive Gomortegaceae you cooked up inside.
Why, thank you, Chalmers. I'm glad you enjoyed it.
And despite the house seemingly on fire, it seemed normal inside.
Oh, it's not a fire, Chalmers. There's just the Polar Express in full swing.
Skinner, I don't think that's what's causing the thick smoke and the heat I feel.
Please, Chalmers. Could we not talk about that now? Let's discuss something more lighthearted like the Ark of the Covenant.
All right, Skinner. Let's shift the focus there. Goodbye, and I look forward to our next podcast episode.
Goodbye, Chalmers. Let's make our next recipe a real winner. Hello, Chalmers. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well, thank you, Skinner. How about you?
I'm doing pretty good. Just a bit anxious about tonight's dinner guests.
Anxiety? What's the matter, Seymour? Is everything all right?
Oh, yes. Everything is fine. I just want to make sure that my guests have a pleasant experience.
Of course. That's understandable. Well, you always do such a wonderful job hosting dinner parties, so I'm sure everything will go smoothly.
Thank you for the compliment, Chalmers. You always know how to make me feel better.
Well, it's the truth. And honestly, Seymour, I am just excited to spend some time with you and enjoy your company over a drink.
Excitement? That's lovely to hear, Chalmers. You know how much I value our friendship.
I feel the same way, Seymour. Your friendship means a lot to me, too.
Skepticism? You think I'm just saying that?
No, I don't think that at all. I know you value our friendship, and I do too, Seymour.
Happiness? That's good to hear, Chalmers. Well, let me go and get that drink for you.
Gratitude, Seymour. You always know how to make me feel appreciated.
Prudence. Unfortunately, dinner isn't quite ready yet, but I do have a drink to offer you.
Wistfulness. Oh, yes, that was a memorable evening. We should do something like that again sometime.
Optimism. I'd like that. Maybe we can plan a trip up north or something.
Oh, sounds like a great idea. Let's definitely plan something for the new year.
Relaxation. It's nice to just sit and chat with you, Chalmers.
Contentment. You know, Seymour, you're one of my favorite people to talk to.
Pride. It's a delicious dish that I've been working on perfecting for quite some time.
Appreciation. It smells absolutely heavenly, Seymour. You really are an excellent cook.
Amusement? I'm glad you think so, Chalmers. You certainly have a way with words.
Gratitude. Well, Seymour, thank you for having me over for Christmas lunch.
Pride. It's a delicious rock ptarmigan dish that I've been working on perfecting for quite some time.
Appreciation. It looks and smells absolutely heavenly, Seymour. You really are an excellent cook.
Satisfaction? It's always nice to share a good meal with good company.
Contentment. I couldn't agree more, Seymour. This has been a wonderful Christmas lunch. Hi, Skinner. Welcome to our home.
Thanks, Superintendent Chalmers. It's always a pleasure to have you over.
Your cooking skills have really improved since the last time we had lunch together.
I've been trying out new recipes. Today I made a delicious Jamie Oliver dish.
Oh, really? What is it?
It's a roasted pork loin with an apple and thyme stuffing. It's almost done. Would you like to try some?
Sure. That sounds delicious. Can I get you a drink? We have some Pixie Tonic in the kitchen cabinet.
Sure, that sounds refreshing. Can you pass me one?
This is absolutely delicious, Skinner. You really have a knack for cooking.
Thank you. I'm glad you enjoy it. Bummer, I burnt the food. Oh no, I can't believe this happened, especially with Jamie Oliver's recipe. All right, let's see here. We can't serve this to anyone, that's for sure. Maybe we can salvage the rest of the meal. Nah, might as well throw it all out. Time to start again from scratch.
Jamie, you better make this next attempt worth it.
I need a perfect meal, and I need it now. And I need a replacement for the burnt Jamie Oliver. Looking out the window, I see New England clam chowder.
Skinner ponders on how to prepare the new dish and curses his burnt fucking food.
I can climb out the window and get some of that clam chowder. It will be a great substitute for the burnt Jamie Oliver. I'll explain how to obtain it and climb back in through the window.
Skinner talks in detail about his plan to obtain the new dish and curses his burnt fucking food again.
I hope this clam chowder is worth it. I need a replacement for the burnt Jamie Oliver.
Skinner climbs out the window, obtains the new dish, and curses his burnt fucking food. He then climbs back in through the window and prepares the new dish.
Phew, that was a close one. The New England clam chowder is a great substitute for the burnt Jamie Oliver. I'm glad I was able to obtain it.
What's going on here?
Why is there smoke in the kitchen?
Oh, nothing to worry about. I'm just making a steamed version of Jamie Oliver's recipe. The smoke you're seeing is just steam.
To steam? That doesn't look like steam to me. It looks like smoke.
I swear it's just steam. You always doubt me, even when I'm trying to cook a healthy meal for us.
I've seen your version of healthy before, Skinner. It usually involves a lot of butter and salt.
Fine. It does involve butter and salt, but at least I'm not eating takeout every night like you.
That's true. But I bet my takeout is healthier than whatever this smoke-filled mess is.
Fine. It's probably not the healthiest thing, but it's better than eating fast food all the time.
I guess that's true, too. Just try to keep the smoke to a minimum next time, okay?
Sure, I'll try my best.
Skinner, this New England clam chowder doesn't taste right.
What do you mean? It's just something I whipped up quickly.
Oh, thank goodness. I wasn't a fan of Jamie Oliver's recipe.
Well, I'm glad I could please you.
Yes, it's always nice to enjoy a meal without any fuss.
Fire! What the hell is going on here? Calm down. It's just the Bermuda Triangle. Don't worry, I've got this under control.
The Bermuda Triangle in the kitchen. How does that even work?
I don't know. Maybe it's those pesky pixies causing trouble.
I want to see what's going on. Open the door, Skinner. Hey, Skinner. Did you notice anything strange today?
Not really. Why do you ask?
Well, first we had the power outage, and now the house next door is on fire. It just seems like a lot of unusual activity for one day.
Oh, yeah, I guess things have been a bit crazy today. But don't worry, everything is under control.
I hope so. Anyway, I should be going. Thanks again for lunch, Skinner.
No problem, Chalmers. It was great to see you. Have a safe trip home.
Hello, Principal Skinner. It's always a pleasure to visit your home.
Thank you, Superintendent Chalmers. I'm glad you could make it. Please, have a seat in the living room.
I appreciate the warm welcome, Principal Skinner. Your home looks beautiful as always.
Thank you, Superintendent Chalmers. I've been working hard to keep it that way. Would you like something to drink while we wait for dinner?
Yes, that would be lovely. Maybe something to nibble on as well.
Of course. Let me get you a drink and some snacks. Please, make yourself comfortable in the living room. Burn Cedrus, really, God. This must be my fault. I must have done something wrong. Okay, let's think this through. Do I need to find a new source of firewood or what? Maybe I should just cut down another tree instead. No, that's not the answer. I need to figure out what I did wrong and fix it. I won't give up on this. I'll find a way to save my Cedrus and make things right. Today, I'm going to replace that burnt Cedrus with something even better. Pig's feet. I can already taste the victory. All I need to do is climb out the window, grab a few pig's feet, and voila! New, delicious dish. How do I prepare them? How about some garlic, salt, and pepper? Yes, that should do the trick. All right, time to climb back in through the window with my new ingredient. This dish is going to be a game changer. So damn it. Now I have to wash these pig's feet. Maybe this burnt Cedrus wasn't so bad after all.
Skinner, that looks like smoke coming from the kitchen.
No, Chalmers. It's just steam. Trust me, I'm making a steamed version of Cedrus.
Steam? I don't think so. That looks like smoke to me.
Come on, Chalmers. You know how much I love to experiment in the kitchen. This is just a new way of preparing Cedrus.
I'm not buying it, Skinner. That looks like smoke.
Fine, have it your way, but I assure you it's just steam.
You always have some tall tale up your sleeve, Skinner? I ain't used to it by now. This meal is wrong.
What do you mean?
I don't like the way it looks. It's not cooked properly.
Oh, come on. It's fine. It's fine. Let's just eat it.
No, I won't eat something that's not done right.
You're being picky. Just try it.
I don't have to try anything. If it's not cooked properly, it's not good enough for me. Hey, what's going on with the kitchen? Why is there a fire?
It's just a shark. Don't worry about it.
A shark in the kitchen? How is that even possible?
Probably caused by an earthquake. Don't worry about it.
I don't believe you. Can I see it for myself?
No, it's too dangerous right now. Let me handle this.
Skinner, I can't shake off this feeling that something is off.
Yeah, I know what you mean. The house burning down was crazy. But hey, let's focus on the positives, right? The Cedrus was on point.
You're still trying to act like everything is normal when clearly something is wrong.
Look, I don't know what's going on either, but let's just go with the flow. Maybe it's a shark, or maybe it's just a crazy day. Who knows?
Well, I appreciate the effort, Skinner. It was good seeing you. I'm headed home now.
Yeah, no problem. Have a good one. See you around.
Happiness is Seymour. I came to join you for Christmas lunch.
Politeness. Oh, it's good to see you, Chalmers. Come on in. Come on.
Curiosity, Seymour, that smells amazing. What is it?
Right? I'm glad you like it. I've been practicing my brewing skills.
Amusement, you know, Seymour. I once met a dwarf lord who loved pumpkin ale. He even brewed his own.
Curiosity, really? How was it?
Enthusiasm, it was absolutely delicious. Just like this one.
This burnt pumpkin ale is all your fault. I can't believe this. I deserve better than this.
Skinner stood there, lost in thought. Several scenarios ran through his mind. He could try to make a new batch of pumpkin ale, or maybe switch to a different type of beer altogether. But no matter what he did, he couldn't shake the feeling that he had let himself down.
All right, let's do this. Time to make something great. I will start fresh and create something wonderful in the process. In excitement building, wish me luck.
Skinner looks out the window and sees the DVDs of Star Wars Christmas specials lying on the ground. He gets excited and thinks of his plan to use them as a substitute for the burnt pumpkin ale.
I can do this. I'm going to climb out the window and get those DVDs.
He opens the window and starts to climb out. He feels nervous but is determined to get those DVDs.
What if they're broken?
As he gets hold of the DVDs, he realizes that they are in perfect condition. He feels relieved and happy.
Yes, this is going to be great.
He starts thinking about how to prepare the substitute. He decides to make a Star Wars-themed pumpkin ale instead of the burnt one.
I'm going to make a Star Wars-themed pumpkin ale, and it's going to be amazing.
He feels confident about his plan and utters his catchphrase, "Wish me luck."
Wish me luck.
As he starts preparing the substitute, he curses his burnt food.
Why did I even try to make pumpkin ale? So bad at it.
What's going on in here, Skinner?
It looks like a brush fire.
Oh, don't worry about it. I'm just making a steamed version of pumpkin ale. The smoke you're seeing is actually just steam.
Dubious, I don't know, Skinner. You've been known to exaggerate before.
Trust me, Chalmers. I've got this covered. You'll see, it's going to be the best pumpkin ale we've ever had. Well done. Skinner, your steamed pumpkin ale is a thing of beauty. See, I told you it would be great.
I guess even a dwarf lord can't resist a good brew.
Skinner, what's with this meal? It doesn't look right.
It's just a special kind of pumpkin ale, known as Star Wars Christmas specials in some regional dialects.
I don't think that's what I signed up for.
Are you saying I'm lying?
I just want the real meal.
Fine, I'll go get the real one. Sorry about that.
Thank you. Fire in the kitchen?
Oh, it's just straight line winds. Don't worry about it.
Straight line winds. How could that happen localized in the kitchen?
I don't know. Maybe it's a freak occurrence. Can we not check it out?
No, I want to see what's going on. It doesn't seem right.
Fine, but let me handle it.
Skinner and Chalmers are standing outside after lunch. The air is crisp, and the leaves on the trees are starting to turn colors. Skinner takes a deep breath and exhales, trying to calm his nerves. Chalmers looks at him with suspicion. "What exactly happened today?" he asks. Skinner tries to brush it off. "Just some straight-line winds," he replies, making up an excuse on the spot. But Chalmers isn't convinced. "I don't believe you," he says firmly. Skinner's anxiety increases as Chalmers starts to question him more. "Look, I'll explain it all later, okay? Just let me handle this." Chalmers nods and says his goodbyes, going along with Skinner's excuse as he walks away. He can't help but think of the situation as if Skinner was a dwarf lord trying to protect his kingdom from an attack.
Superintendent Chalmers.
Welcome to humble abode.
Come in, come in. I wasn't expecting you today.
Principal Skinner.
Good day to you as well. I thought I'd surprise you with an impromptu visit.
So, dear, well, come in. Please, do make yourself at home. I was just about to prepare a little lunch for myself.
What's cooking? The tantalizing aroma wafting through the air is quite intriguing.
Ah, you've got a good nose, Chalmers. I'm making a traditional Middle Eastern dish called arak. It's an anise flavored grain alcohol. Quite potent, but quite delicious when served with cold water and a side of mezzi. It's quite the sensation over in Lebanon, you know, much like how the British get giddy for the Great British Bake Off.
I do remember tuning into that show when I was last in the UK. Fascinating what people get passionate about, isn't it, Skinner?
Absolutely, Chalmers. Absolutely. Now, would you care for a quick dram before we indulge in the main course? I assure you, it's quite a delight once the ice is melted.
Well, I'd be remiss not to, wouldn't I, Skinner?
Splendid. I'll just have one more minute to prepare it then. Care for a light snack while I do. A date with hummus, perhaps.
Why not, Skinner? But surely we should ration ourselves, lest we have a sluggish afternoon at the school.
Of course, Chalmers, I couldn't agree more. Cheers to that. But first tell me, which contestant do you think could go all the way in the Great British Bake Off? I'm thinking maybe the one with the biscuits and the stiff upper lip.
Well, Skinner, it's hard to say without bias. But I do admire determination, and quite frankly, I find biscuits to be a delightful treat. You may be onto something there.
Seymour Skinner, pacing back and forth in the kitchen, clenching a nearly empty bottle of arak in one hand and the burnt pot in the other, fuming.
Arak. Burnt arak. This can't be happening. How the fuck did this happen? I've made this 100 times, and never once did I botch it. Damn it, Skinner. You screwed up yet again. This is a disaster. What the hell am I going to do now? Chalmers is going to be here any minute.
This is a goddamn travesty. I failed.
Can't believe it. I've let this down. I've let Chalmers down. I don't understand. I followed the recipe precisely. And yet, I'll fuck this up. Iraq. Damned Iraq. Chalmers is going to be here any second. I need a solution. I can't serve burn Iraq. What will Chalmers think of me? This is a recipe for disaster. What do I do? What do I do? I can't let this defeat me. I need to salvage this situation. I'll come up with something. I always do. I can't let one burnt bottle ruin this for me. I'll find a way to turn this around. I always do. I can't let Chalmers down. I won't let Chalmers down. And if worst comes to worst, I'll make sure Chalmers never knows about this little disaster. I'll come up with a suitable cover story to explain away the burnt Iraq and salvage the situation. I have to. For the sake of my pride and reputation, I can't let this ruin. I won't let this ruin me. I'll make this work. I'll make it all work. I always do. This might not be the outcome I had planned, but I'll make it a victorious one. I'll turn this around. I always do.
Seymour Skinner takes a deep breath, looks down at the burnt pot, grits his teeth and gets to work, determined to salvage the situation regardless of the circumstances. End scene. Seymour Skinner, pensive, gazes out the window, a determined glint in his eye.
Oh, there it is. The Nuya Fat Freak Shop. This just might save the day.
Seymour Skinner pulls out a rag from under the counter, tying it around his ankle.
So, all right, Skinner. Time for a little sneak outside for some much-needed inspiration.
Seymour Skinner surveys the room for any potential witnesses before cautiously opening the window. Seymour Skinner takes a deep breath, closes his eyes, and leans out the window to assess the situation.
Nuya Fat Frick. A spicy and savory that dish, rich in flavor. A perfect substitute for my burnt Iraq.
Seymour Skinner jumps down from the window, lands quietly on the ground, and sprints towards the shop.
Nuya Fat Frick, here I come.
Seymour Skinner enters the shop, greeted by the aroma of the dish and the shopkeeper.
Welcome, sir. Looking for some of our famous Nuya Fat Frick today?
Yes, indeed. I'll take as much as I can carry.
Upon returning to the school, Skinner ponders how to prepare his substitute.
Now, how shall I prepare this Nuya Fat Frick? With the traditional pork, or perhaps some beef. No, the authentic way would be with fish. But the real question is, what side should I provide? A nice bowl of rice will be grand indeed. And what about Shadouette? Or should I go all in and include a salad? Yes, I think I've got it. I'll have Nuya Fat Frick, served with jasmine rice, a cucumber salad, and a side Shadouette. Chalmers will be none the wiser about my little escapade.
Seymour Skinner enters the room with a victorious smirk on his face.
To behold, the star of the show, my new and improved main dish, Nuya Fat Frick. Come, Chalmers, try some.
End scene.
Chalmers, I see you've made it to the kitchen. Care to join me for a little culinary adventure? I've been trying my hand at making Arak, the traditional Middle Eastern drink.
Oh, that's intriguing, Skinner. I'd be happy to help out, or merely lend an ear if you're the expert in this situation. Where does the historical origin of Arak lie, may I ask?
A fascinating question. Arak is believed to have originated in Lebanon over 5,000 years ago, dating back to the Phoenicians. Its production has been meticulously passed down through generations, creating a rich cultural heritage and tradition. It's quite the sensation over there, much like how coffee is here in the United States.
So Arak is the Middle Eastern cousin to our beloved coffee, eh? I've heard a great deal about it, but haven't tried it myself. I can only imagine the flavor profile it boasts as a traditional Middle Eastern beverage.
Can it indeed, Chalmers? It's quite a delight once the ice has melted. But speaking of traditional Lebanese dishes, have you ever tasted Noué Fat Frick? It's a dish made with ground meat, chili paste, and a plethora of herbs and spices. It's a truly scrumptious meal that pairs beautifully with Arak.
It's a Noué Fat Frick, you say?
I've certainly never tried that before.
Perhaps the next time we have an opportunity to explore new and exciting cuisines together, we could give that a shot.
Absolutely. Chalmers. It's always a pleasure to share culinary experiences with you. That being said, our rock might need a little more time. Shall we venture into the art room and see what our young prodigies have been working on instead?
Certainly, Skinner. I believe we shall. Have a successful rest of your cooking endeavors.
Thank you, Chalmers. Rest assured I will have Noué Fat Frick ready for our next encounter, as its preparation will only add to the excitement. Until then, let us engage in the artistic pursuits of our students.
Both Skinner and Chalmers exit, leaving the kitchen as they continue their conversation, unaware of the improvised twist in the earlier scene where Skinner salvaged the situation with Noué Fat Frick.
Chalmers, I see you've noticed a change in our menu tonight. This is not the steamed Arak I'd mentioned earlier, but a traditional dish called Noué Fat Frick.
Skinner, I thought we were having Arak, the Middle Eastern drink.
But you're incorrect, my dear Chalmers. In certain regional dialects of Lebanon, Noué Fat Frick is referred to as Arak. It's quite common, really.
I've never heard of that before, Principal Skinner. Frankly, I find it quite impossible to believe that you've mistaken an alcoholic beverage for a food dish.
Chalmers, I assure you, I've prepared this dish for us many times. It's a delightful blend of ground meat, chili paste, and a medley of herbs and spices. It's a regional favorite.
Skinner, you're hiding something. Why the sudden change of plans? I trusted you with the Arak I had envisioned, a wonderful end to our day. This just doesn't add up.
Chalmers, I swear it's all a misunderstanding. The kitchen staff and I, we've simply prepared a culinary masterpiece, something that I believe you will surely come to appreciate, I promise.
Principal Skinner, what on earth is that fire?
Chalmers, it's just a rainbow bridge. You know, from mythology, a connection between the physical and the ethereal realms.
In the kitchen, Skinner, rainbow bridges don't just appear out of thin air.
Yes. Well, it's one of those moments where the kitchen transcends the mundane, Chalmers. A rare occurrence indeed.
Skinner, there's a fire in the kitchen.
We need to address that first and foremost. Rainbow bridges don't grow out of fires.
Yeah, you're right. I'll deal with it immediately. Excuse me, Chalmers.
Skinner, I believe I will stay in the cafeteria while you take care of the fire. I wouldn't want to put myself or anyone else in potential danger. Ah, that was quite the savory Iraq you prepared, Skinner. I must admit, I've never tasted anything quite like it.
I'm glad you enjoyed it, Chalmers. It's a little-known method, but quite authentic. I believe it was the choice of herbs that made all the difference.
Skinner, I've noticed something unusual. Your house seems to be on fire. I suggest we call for help before it gets out of hand.
Oh no, Chalmers, that's just a rainbow bridge materializing. It's quite rare and beautiful, if I may say so.
Skinner, I've heard of rainbow bridges, but they're not typically found in kitchens. Your explanation is quite far-fetched. Well, I can't deny the beauty of the scene. I suppose I'll be on my way now. Until next time, Skinner.
Yes, Chalmers. Safe travels. And rest assured, I'll give you a proper demonstration of Iraq next time we meet. Goodbye for now.
Do. Skinner with his wild stories? The superintendent needs his meds? Oh no. When he hears Skinner's tall tales, there's trouble in town tonight for sure.
See no Waller!
Ah, Superintendent Chalmers. Welcome to my humble abode. I've just whipped up a special dish for lunch. It's an Acanthosichios nardinianus, a rare delicacy from the Outer Galactic Federation. You wouldn't want to miss it. Spock would approve.
Principal Skinner, I didn't realize you had such culinary skills. I'd be delighted to try it. But for now, I'll have a glass of water, please.
Very well. Spock, would you like a drink? It's just the three of us here, right?
Pause as Skinner pours drinks.
Principal Skinner, you seem on edge. Anything wrong?
No, not at all, Superintendent. I must have dozed off. I had a strange dream. I thought I saw Robo, Skinners on every screen in the house. But I guess it was just my imagination.
Now let's focus on our lunch and leave any worrying thoughts behind, shall we?
Skinner nods and they sit down to eat. Seymour Skinner, sitting at the table, looks at the burnt Acanthosichios nardinianus in disbelief, his face contorted with disappointment and frustration.
Damn it all. I can't believe I burnt the Acanthosichios nardinianus just when I thought I could impress Superintendent Chalmers with my culinary skills. I've ruined it all.
Pause.
I should have trusted myself. I always mess up the most important things. But what can I do now? I can't serve this to Chalmers. He'll think I'm an amateur, a complete failure.
Seymour Skinner leans back in his chair, deep in thought. Then a mischievous idea pops up in his mind.
I know. I'll tell him I accidentally burned it down in a science experiment.
Yes, that's it. I'll make up a story about some rare chemical reaction that went wrong.
He'll be intrigued, I can sense it. laughs slightly.
Seymour Skinner's thoughts are interrupted as he glances around the room, his eyes widening in horror as he swears he sees Robo Skinner's face on every screen in the house. He shakes his head, dismissing it as a hallucination, but deep down he can't banish the feeling of paranoia.
In a higher-pitched voice, this suggested modification is not included in the script as it goes against the previous established context of the show.
The beauty of Springville, where the ordinary meets the extraordinary. Alas, I have been struck by the cruel hand of misfortune, my rare and exotic Acanthos Asios Nardinianus reduced to a charred, inedible mass. But despair not, for I, Seymour Skinner, the master of improvisation, shall not let this setback dash my plans. With this delectable substitute, I shall save face before the ever-critical Superintendent Chalmers.
Seymour Skinner, deep in thought, contemplating his plan.
Yes, the Appenzeller cheese. Simple peasant's dish to be sure, but one that holds the potential to captivate even the most discerning palate. With a bit of planning and preparation, it could pass as an acceptable, albeit humble, substitute for the elusive Acanthos Asios Nardinianus. It's a madcap scheme, but I shall make it work. Laughs manically.
Seymour Skinner sets off, climbing out the window with a determined look, muttering to himself.
Blast it all. The night has grown cold, and my pursuit of the Appenzeller cheese has proved to be a fruitless endeavor. No sooner had I emerged from my humble abode than I was confronted by the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune. And now, exhausted and empty-handed, I must face the music, so to speak, and admit my failure to Superintendent Chalmers. Damn, and thrice damn!
Seymour Skinner, his spirits falling deeper, sits dejected at the table.
The Acanthos Asios Nardinianus, the galling reminder of what might have been. Alas, fate has decreed that we must make do with this Appenzeller cheese. A humble and, I dare say, uninspired alternative. It is what it is, and we shall eat it and be finished with it. Oh, the cruel twists of fortune.
End of scene.
Seymour, is that you on the windowsill? What on earth are you doing?
Oh, hello, Chalmers. I, was just admiring the, roses. They're rather lovely in the moonlight, aren't they?
Roses. It's pouring rain out there, Seymour. And I can see smoke coming from your kitchen. What's going on in there?
Oh, that. I've got a new steam cooker. I'm making a, unique steamed version of the Acanthos Asios Nardinianus. I've had some issues with the pressure before. That's why I'm making adjustments outside.
Seymour, there's clearly smoke coming from the kitchen.
Steam doesn't make smoke.
What are you really cooking?
Exactly as I've said, Chalmers. Steam. It's a new technology. Give me some credit for trying something new.
It's fine, Seymour. I'll wait for you inside, but please be careful. I don't want to see any more of your attempts result in disaster.
Absolutely, Chalmers. I certainly won't let you down.
Skinner exits. Chalmers shakes his head and follows him.
I better come up with a more convincing excuse. Chalmers is getting suspicious. And what's with these Robo Skinners I keep seeing everywhere? This isn't making any sense. Shrugs it off, but the paranoia lingers.
I'm glad you could join me for dinner, Superintendent Chalmers. I have prepared a special dish for us. He places the Appenzeller cheese in front of Chalmers.
Seymour, this isn't the Acanthos Asios Nardinianus you promised me.
This is Appenzeller cheese.
But you see, Chalmers, in some regions of the Galactic Federation, Appenzeller cheese is known as Acanthosikios nordinianus. It's a regional dialect and fascinating cultural quirk.
Seymour, I've traveled extensively in the Federation, and I've never heard of Appenzeller cheese being referred to as Acanthosikios nordinianus.
The culinary world is vast and rich with variations, Chalmers. It's a testament to the diversity of our universe. And this, my dear Superintendent, is one such variation.
Seymour, I think you're trying to pull a fast one on me. Why not just serve me what you had originally planned?
Well, complications in the preparation process. I tried my best to remedy the situation and came up with this wonderful alternative. He smiles weakly.
Seymour, I appreciate your efforts, but I cannot in good conscience allow you to mislead me in such a manner. I value your culinary talents, but I must hold you accountable for your actions.
Understood, Chalmers. I'll make sure to provide you with the genuine Acanthosikios nordinianus in the future, once I have mastered its intricacies. Thank you for your patience and understanding. Sadly.
Seymour, let us hope that you will learn from this unfortunate incident and focus on perfecting your skills in the kitchen. He stands to leave.
Skinner watches as Chalmers exits, the weight of the situation settling upon him.
I'll master it, I promise. He resigns himself to the task ahead, determined to put this incident behind him.
Seymour, what's that smell?
I see smoke coming from your kitchen.
Yeah, Chalmers is just a toaster. It has a mind of its own sometimes.
Toaster. I don't see any visible fire, only smoke. And what's with the flickering lights?
That's just the bulbs. They burn out frequently. No need to worry, Chalmers.
Seymour, I can't ignore the smoke coming from your kitchen. Let me take a look.
No, Chalmers. I've got it covered. It's just a minor issue.
Seymour, I insist on checking the cause of the smoke. Your safety, as well as the safety of the school, is my concern.
All right, but it's just some burnt toast. I swear, I'll have to come up with a better excuse for the robo-skinners.
Seymour, this is far from burnt toast. There is a fire here. We need to put it out immediately. Concerned.
I see. You're right, Chalmers. I've made a mistake. Let me grab a fire extinguisher. Robot Skinner, this is all your fault. Angrily to himself.
End of scene. The scene ends with Seymour exiting the kitchen, Chalmers taking control of the situation, and Seymour's inner turmoil as he blames a non-existent Robot Skinner for his failures.
Seymour, that was quite an impressive dish you served today. I must admit, I've never tasted a Acanthosikios nordinianus that was so delectably prepared.
Thank you, Chalmers. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'm sure with more practice, I'll only get better.
Chalmers looks up as he hears a loud bang coming from Skinner's house. Smoke billows from the windows.
Seymour, what's happening? I see smoke coming from your house.
Oh, that. It's just the lycanthropy acting up again, Chalmers. Do not be alarmed. It's nothing to worry about.
Lycanthropy? I don't see any werewolves in your house, Seymour. What's really going on?
I assure you, Chalmers, it's just a small electrical issue. Nothing to raise an alarm about. I'll have it fixed right away.
Seymour, I cannot ignore the smoke coming from your house and your unconvincing explanation. I must go home and call for professional assistance.
Understood, Chalmers. I'll take care of it myself once the fire department arrives. I apologize for the inconvenience.
No need to apologize, Seymour. I'll see you soon.
Yes, I look forward to it. If only those accursed robo-skinners would leave me alone. Shakes his head, deep in thought.
Do. The superintendent's got a lot to say with his crazy explanations. He'll drive you up the wall, but he's just doing his job each and every day. Skinner and Chalmers, they're the best of friends, even when they argue. Their bond will never end. Skinner with his wild ideas, always on the go. Chalmers tries to calm him down. But it's a losing battle, everyone knows. Skinner and Chalmers, they're the best of friends. Even when they argue, their bond will never end.
Seymour.
You know, Chalmers, I really enjoyed our podcast episode today. Roasting each other was such a hoot.
Yes, Skinner. It was quite entertaining.
I especially enjoyed your bit about my inability to keep plants alive.
Oh, come now, Chalmers. I'm sure your black thumb doesn't extend to everything. Speaking of which, have you tried the dish I got cooking in the oven today? It's a Spathiphyllum frenifolium. It's a complex one, but the taste is truly divine, with hints of earthy undertones and a subtle sweetness.
That sounds delicious, Skinner. Maybe I'll partake in a small plate afterwards.
Before that, how about a quick drink to whet your appetite? I got some of my wife's famous homemade lemonade chilling in the fridge.
That sounds perfect, Skinner. Let's have that lemonade and then we'll give your dish a try.
Skinner retreats into the kitchen to fetch a drink for Chalmers, leaving Chalmers waiting in the living room. They are heard laughing and chatting as Skinner returns with the drinks.
Here you go, Chalmers. A nice, cool glass of lemonade to refresh your palate after our podcast.
This is excellent, Skinner. Prelude to our meal.
Glad you think so. Now, shall we go into the dining room and savor the savory flavors of this complex Spathiphyllum frenifolium?
They make their way into the dining room and sit down to enjoy their meal and conversation as the scene comes to a close.
My Spathiphyllum frenifolium reduced to a crisp. Why? Oh, why would the Guan Yin goddess of compassion and mercy do this to me? If she's listening, I've got a few choice words for her. Fine. No point of being angry at a deity. I'll just have to salvage the situation. But how? This was supposed to be a grand feast, the pinnacle of my culinary abilities. Perhaps I could serve Chalmers some fried tofu with soy dipping sauce instead. No, that's too plain. I need something more festive, more elaborate.
Pauses.
I've got it. We'll have a burnt offering. Chalmers is always saying how fascinated he is by other cultures' practices, like the ancient Romans or the ancient Greeks. I've got it. We'll have a burnt offering. Chalmers is always saying how fascinated he is by other cultures' practices, like the ancient Romans or the ancient Greeks.
This won't be a failure. It'll be an adventure. The scene ends with Skinner, still excited about his plan as the audio of his inner thoughts continues to play while he devises elaborate plans for the burnt offering ceremony.
Damn it all to hell.
My Spatafilum fridifolium reduced to a crisp.
But wait, what's that? Kazu frisku growing so vibrantly outside. Yes, this could be just the substitute I need. I wonder if I could climb out the window and obtain this delicious ingredient. But how can I best prepare this new dish? Perhaps a light sauté with some garlic and olive oil, or a heartier roast with herbs and spices. I'll need to experiment to truly bring out its flavors. All right, Skinner. Let's not let this setback ruin the evening. I'll climb out the window, carefully procure this Kazu friskus, and whip up a savory feast that Chalmers will surely be impressed with. No more burnt Spathiphyllum friniifolium. I'll call this new dish Kazu frisku flambe.
It's a bold move, but I'm confident that this new dish will save the day. Once again, my culinary skills will shine, and Chalmers will be left amazed and satisfied. No mention of Pokemon or Digimon in this scene.
Oh, Chalmers. I didn't realize you were in the kitchen. I'm just making a new version of our beloved Spathiphyllum friniifolium, a steamed one this time.
Is that why I see thick black smoke coming from the pan on the stove, Skinner?
Will have a truly unique and authentic taste, don't you think?
Smoke from steamed vegetables, Skinner?
I don't think so.
You're pulling another one over my eyes.
Chalmers raises an eyebrow, and Skinner, sensing the skepticism, quickly attempts to change the subject.
Oh, and by the way, Chalmers, have I ever told you how much I admire the creativity of the Pokemon franchise? I just think it surpasses that other show, Digimon, and its mechanical design.
That's a new one, Skinner. Metabots and Digimon started around the same time as Pokemon, and they weren't even out to directly compete. You're really reaching with this one.
I suppose you're right, Chalmers. Maybe I get a little carried away sometimes when I defend my favorite franchises.
That's all right, Skinner. We all have our passions. Now, how about we put the stove incident to rest and try something else for dinner?
Agreed. A change of plans is for the best in this situation. I'll start something else up.
The wise decision, Skinner. I'm looking forward to delicious food and not having our kitchen fill up with smoke again.
Here you go, Chalmers. I present to you the much anticipated Spathiphyllum friniifolium.
Skinner, this doesn't look like Spathiphyllum friniifolium. This is Kazu frisku, isn't it?
I suppose you're right, Chalmers. I made a little change to the menu due to unforeseen circumstances. But fear not. This is Kazu frisku, a regional variant of Spathiphyllum friniifolium, known for its unique flavor and texture.
The good Skinner. You can't just pass off Kazu frisku as Spathiphyllum friniifolium.
I've had Kazu frisku before, and this isn't it.
Well, I may have made an error in the labeling, Chalmers. Yeah, regional dialects can be quite confusing at times. But I assure you, it's the same delicious dish, just with a different name.
Me a Skinner. That's not good enough for me. I value honesty and transparency in our meal plans. This substitute doesn't make me feel good about dinner tonight.
Fine, Chalmers. I'll make it up to you by cooking the actual Spathiphyllum freniifolium next time, just for you.
No mention of Pokemon or Digimon in this scene. Looks like I've made another misstep with my culinary creativity. I'll stick to the classics next time. End scene.
Skinner, there's a fire in the kitchen.
Don't be alarmed.
Homunculus in the kitchen? How could that even happen, Skinner?
It's a complex magical phenomenon, Chalmers. You wouldn't understand the intricacies.
Homunculus in the kitchen.
I think there's a more reasonable explanation.
Chalmers approaches the kitchen, putting out the fire.
Skinner, this wasn't a homunculus. It was just a burnt pot left unattended on the stove.
I suppose you're right, Chalmers.
Pause.
By the way, I've always admired the design aesthetics and innovation of the Digimon franchise. Their mechanical designs outshine Pokemon's.
That's an interesting perspective, Skinner. However, both shows have their merits and were not created to directly compete against each other.
Yes, I suppose you're right. I can sometimes get carried away defending my favorite franchises.
Skinner, that was quite a tasty Spathiphyllum freniifolium you cooked up today. I must admit, I'm impressed.
Why, thank you, Chalmers. I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Skinner glances nervously at the burning house, trying to hide it from Chalmers.
Skinner, I can't help but notice the smoke coming from your house. Is everything okay?
Oh, that. Just a wayward homunculus. Don't be alarmed, Chalmers. These things sometimes make appearances.
Chalmers looks skeptical but decides to leave.
Well, I hate to leave you with a homunculus, Skinner. Maybe another time for our podcast.
And certainly, Chalmers. I understand. Before you go, I've got something interesting to share. Have you ever considered which franchise is the superior one between Pokemon and Digimon?
Skinner, you and your debates. I've heard your opinions on Pokemon, but consider this.
Digimon did mechanical designs much better from the start, and it wasn't even designed to compete with Pokemon but with Tamagotchi.
Metabots, on the other hand, was more in line to compete with Pokemon.
Well, Chalmers, while I respect your opinions, I still maintain that Pokemon is the superior franchise.
To each their own, Skinner. Have a great day.
And to you, Chalmers, may the greatest franchise prosper. Laughs, laughs.
They part ways, leaving the burning house hidden from view. End scene.
Skinner!
Hello, Superintendent. Thank you for coming.
That smell is driving me crazy. What's cooking?
Oh. I'm making date maki for lunch. It's a Japanese-style savory pancake.
Wow, it smells amazing.
Can I try some?
Of course. Let me finish cooking it and I'll pour you a drink while we wait. Lunch is ready. Here, let me get you a glass of sake to go with it.
This is delicious, Seymour. You really have a knack for cooking.
Thank you, Superintendent. I hope you enjoyed it.
Well, keep up the good work. It's been a pleasure coming over for lunch today.
Thank you, Superintendent. I'd just like to try new things in the kitchen.
Oh no.
I burnt my date Mackie. This must be my fault. I should have been more careful. Maybe if I add more soy sauce, it will be okay. Or maybe I should just order some sushi instead. I refuse to eat burnt date Mackie. I'll have to cook something else for dinner tonight. Well, I guess this experience will teach me to be more careful in the future. Maybe I can try a new recipe for dinner tomorrow. Maybe I can create a delicious burnt date Mackie recipe someday. I can't believe I burnt the date Mackie again. I need a replacement stat. Wait, what's that outside the window? Pilea! That would be a perfect substitute. I could climb out the window and get some Pilea to replace the burnt date Mackie. This is a great plan. But I need some luck to pull this off. Let's hope it works. Curse you! Burnt food! I hate when you let me down. It's all right. Accidents happen. Let's move on and try something else.
Chalmers enters the kitchen and notices smoke coming from the stove. Skinner, what's going on? She asks, concerned. Skinner turns around. Oh, it's just a little bit of smoke. I'm making datemaki. Have you ever had it before? He replies, unfazed. Chalmers shakes her head. No, I haven't. Where is it from? She inquires. Skinner smiles. It's a traditional Japanese dish originating from the Edo period. Chalmers looks impressed. Wow, that's fascinating. I've never heard of it before. Skinner casually replies, yeah, it's not as popular as some other Japanese dishes, but it's still delicious. Chalmers' curiosity piqued, asks what's in it. Skinner proudly responds, it's a type of savory pancake made with mashed yams, rice flour, and seasonings. Chalmers grinning, sounds amazing. I'd love to try some. Skinner smiling, definitely. I'll make some for you the next time we hang out. Chalmers changes the topic, by the way. Have you ever heard of Pilea? Skinner confused. No, what is it? Chalmers explains. It's a genus of flowering plants. They're pretty rare and exotic. Skinner intrigued. That sounds interesting. I'll look into it more.
Suspicious. I can't believe you messed up my meal again, Skinner.
Confident, relax, Chalmers. I'll fix it right away.
Disbelieving how many times do I have to remind you? I ordered a vegetarian meal.
Panicked. I'm sorry, I must have mistaken your order. Let me fix it for you.
Accusing this better not be another chicken dish, Skinner.
Desperate, I promise. It won't. I'll make sure they get it right this time.
Fire in the kitchen?
Oh, don't worry about it. It's just a haboob.
A haboob in the kitchen.
How is that even possible?
Trust me, man. I know these things. It's probably because of the beast of Bodmin Moor.
I want to see it for myself. Let me take a look.
No way. You don't need to see it. Just trust me on this one. Superintendent Chalmers? I was just about to sit down for lunch. I hope you're prepared for a real treat. I've spent all morning preparing the Nostrano Semigrasso. It's a hearty Tuscan dish made with olive oil, tomatoes, garlic, and pork.
Seymour, I didn't realize you were quite the gourmet chef. I'm touched by your hospitality, but honestly, I don't have much time.
Oh, I see. Well, in that case, allow me to offer you a refreshing cup of herbal tea or perhaps a glass of our fine red wine to go with your applesauce sandwich. I made it myself using the apples from my tree last fall. It's really quite delectable.
No, thank you, Seymour. I'll have to decline. However, I've heard rumors of some lake effect snow coming our way, so I must get back to the office to prepare. And I'm not leaving here without that recipe for that Nostrano Semigrasso.
Lake affects snow? It seems Mother Nature has other plans for us. Well, I suppose you better hurry then, Chalmers. But if you change your mind, I'll save you some. Chuckles.
I'll hold you to that, Skinner. Exits quickly.
If only he knew how long this meal takes to prepare. Laughing softly, he goes back into the kitchen.
Blast it all. The Nostrano Semigrasso, my masterpiece, is burnt beyond recognition. How could this have happened? I double-checked the stove before leaving the kitchen. I'll have to start all over again. But wait, how about a fun little detour? What if I tried making prickly pear cactus tacos instead? Or perhaps an unexpected vegan lasagna. The kids might enjoy that. Or I could always order in. That takeout place down the street makes a mean pepperoni pizza. But where's the challenge in that? I suppose I'll just have to put on my apron once more and face the flames.
Blast it all. The Nostrano Semigrasso, my masterpiece, is burnt beyond recognition. How? How could this have happened? I double-checked the stove before leaving the kitchen. I'll have to start all over again. But wait, what's that outside my window? Koresh Kangar, I believe that's what it's called. That could be a great substitute for the burnt Nostrano Semigrasso. I'll have to climb out the window to obtain this ingredient. It may be a bit unconventional, but sometimes the greatest discoveries are found in the most unexpected places. Now, how do I prepare this substitute? It's made with lamb, pomegranates, and saffron. I believe, and I'll need to find the ingredients for the Persian rice that goes with it. But it's worth the effort, don't you think? I could have had a perfectly good meal. If only the stupid Nostrano Semigrasso hadn't burnt it. Damn burnt fucking food. Burnt fucking food. Tear down, I won't let that ruin my day. I'll climb out that window, get my hands on some Koresh Kangar, and create a delectable Persian feast.
Going on the adventure.
Seymour, I didn't expect to find you here cooking up a storm.
Ah, Chalmers. It's always a pleasure to have you over for a bite to eat.
And what's on the menu today? Nostrano Semigrasso, I presume?
That's correct. Its rich, velvety texture always puts a smile on my face.
A fine Tuscan dish indeed. Where did the recipe originate?
That takes me back to my days studying abroad in Italy. I remember the aroma of this dish wafting through the air would bring the entire town together.
How fascinating.
I've never had the pleasure of trying it.
Well, you're in luck. When we finish up here, I'd be delighted to serve you a plate.
Seymour, your hospitality never ceases to amaze me.
Well, that's what friends are for. And do speak up if you've tried or heard of any other delightful dishes from around the world. I'm always open to expanding my culinary horizon.
Well, have you ever tried Koresh Kangar?
It's a Persian lamb stew with pomegranates and saffron.
Now, that's a name I haven't heard before. It sounds intriguing. Perhaps we could make a pact to each try and bring a new dish to share at our next kitchen gathering.
I like that idea, Skinner.
Wonderful. Let's make a deal then, Chalmers. Kitchen conquistadors we shall be. So how about we finish up here and enjoy our meal together?
Sounds good to me, Skinner. Let's dine.
Here we are, Chalmers. I hope you find the meal to your liking.
Skinner, this isn't the Nostrano Semigrasso you promised. It's Koresh Kanga.
Oh, I see where the confusion lies. I'm afraid there was a mix-up at the market. I was given the wrong ingredients.
Well, I must admit, I much prefer Koresh Kanga. Its exotic flavor and texture suit my palate much more.
I'm glad you enjoy it, Chalmers. Honestly, I was quite looking forward to serving you the Nostrano Semigrasso, but as they say, when life gives you lemons, make lemonade.
Or in this case, when the market gives you Koresh Kangar, make Koresh Kangar.
Precisely! Let's dig in and savor every bite. I must say, this Persian dish has quite the allure.
Seymour, what's that smoke I see coming from the kitchen?
Oh, it's just a minor electrical issue, Chalmers. Nothing to worry about.
Electrical issue in the kitchen? That doesn't make much sense. I'd like to take a look, if you don't mind.
I'm sorry, Chalmers, but I can't let you in there right now. I have some sensitive data being processed.
Sensitive data in the kitchen.
That's preposterous. I think you should let me have a look, Seymour.
Chalmers, please trust me on this. There's no time for explanations or questions. I need to focus on preventing any further damage.
Seymour, you know, I'm just trying to help. Let me take a look. It could just be a simple fix.
I'm sorry, Chalmers. I really can't let you in there right now. Please trust me on this. I'll have it resolved in no time.
Seymour, that Nostrano Semigrasso was truly outstanding.
I'm glad you enjoyed it, Chalmers. It's always a pleasure to cook for you.
Seymour,
I can't help but notice some smoke coming from the kitchen window.
is everything all right in there?
So, it's just a minor electrical issue we're dealing with, Chalmers. Nothing for you to worry about.
Electrical issues in the kitchen. That seems rather odd. I think I should take a look.
Chalmers, I can't let you in there right now. There's sensitive data being processed.
Data processing in the kitchen.
That's absurd. I really need to see what's going on, Seymour.
Chalmers, please trust me on this. It's a delicate situation. I'll have it resolved in no time.
All right, I'll trust you this time, but if anything seems off, I'll be coming back. Goodbye, Seymour.
Goodbye, Chalmers. Enjoy the rest of your day. Watching as Chalmers leaves.
Skinner sighs as the scene ends, deep in thought about how he's going to explain the burnt house to Chalmers. He looks at the damage, then turns back to the house with a determined expression.
Hey, Skinner, how's your day been? Not too bad. Just had a meeting with the principal. How about yours?
Interesting, to say the least. But hey, let's not get into that right now. This smell in the kitchen is driving me crazy, though.
Ah, you mean the delicious Appalachian Mountains I have cooking in the oven? It should be done soon. Would you like something to drink while we wait?
Sure. A glass of wine sounds great.
Coming right up. Just give me a moment to open it.
So, what did you do during your meeting with the principal?
Just talked about school budget and upcoming events. Nothing too exciting, but it's always important to stay informed.
Well, I'm glad you take your job seriously. That smell is really starting to bother me, though.
I can understand. It should be done soon. Just give it a few more minutes.
So, do you have any plans for the weekend?
Not really. Just planning to relax and maybe catch up on some reading. How about you?
I might go on a hike. I've been meaning to get some exercise. This job can be pretty stressful.
I hear you. Anyway, dinner should be ready soon. Do you want to wash your hands before we eat?
Yes, that would be great. Let me just go to the bathroom real quick.
Ah, what the hell happened to my beautiful Appalachian Mountains? They're all burnt now. And I wonder why God let this happen, or if it's all his fault. Maybe he's just tired of all the bullshit people do in his name. I need to come up with a plan to fix this. What if I could travel back in time and stop the first person who ever set foot on these mountains? That would save me so much trouble. Or maybe I could just pray to God and ask him to undo the damage? Yeah, like that's gonna work. I wonder if there's any other supernatural beings out there who can help me. Maybe I should try summoning a demon or something. This is so frustrating. I just want my mountains back to their former glory. I need a replacement for these burnt Appalachian Mountains. Look at that full English breakfast outside the window. It would be perfect. It'll be worth the effort. How do I prepare this substitute? I can't let these burnt mountains ruin my meal. Why did I even order these burnt mountains? They're inedible. All right, one at a time. Let's start with obtaining the ingredients for the new dish. I can do these. Climbing back in through the window with the replacement will be worth it. These burnt mountains are ruining my day. I need to make sure I don't mess up the new dish. Let's go shopping for the ingredients we need to make a delicious full English breakfast replacement. We can start with obtaining the eggs, bacon, sausages, and black pudding. Then we can come up with a plan to cook it to perfection. I won't let these burnt mountains ruin my day. I will make sure I get the perfect replacement for it.
Skinner, what are you doing climbing back in through the window?
Oh, I was just trying to get some fresh air. You know, for a recipe I'm making.
Skinner, that isn't steam coming from the kitchen. It's smoke.
No, it's just steam. Trust me, I know what I'm doing. I'm making a steamed version of the Appalachian Mountains.
Skinner, I've heard this story before. You don't need to cook mountains. What's really going on?
All right, fine. I dropped your favorite pan and now it's broken. I was trying to get a new one from the store.
Oh, Skinner, that's not so bad. Just be more honest next time.
I know, sorry. I promise to be more truthful in the future.
What exactly is this? This isn't the steamed Appalachian Mountains you promised me?
No, no, my friend. This is indeed the Appalachian Mountains, just in a regional dialect. You see, full English breakfast is a staple here.
I don't think that's what I signed up for. Can you prove this is actually the Appalachian Mountains?
Absolutely. In this region, we have a unique way of preparing our breakfast. It's a delicious twist on the classic full English.
I'm not buying it, Skinner. I want to experience what I signed up for. Why are there magnets in the kitchen?
It's Jeopardy! Relax.
That doesn't make any sense. You're just making excuses because you can't handle the situation.
For God's sake, Chalmers. We don't have time for this.
Hey, what's up?
Not much. Just hanging out.
So, did you see that movie last night?
Yeah, it was good. What about you?
I didn't get a chance to watch it. I was busy with work.
Disappointed. Oh, too bad. You should come over tonight and we can watch it together.
I don't think that's gonna happen.
Skeptical. Why not? I thought we were friends.
We are, but I have plans already.
Concerned. Oh, okay. Is everything all right?
Yeah, no. I just have a lot of work to do tonight.
Humoring. That's fine. Say, you want to grab lunch tomorrow?
Sure, that sounds good.
Well, I guess that's the end of our lunch break. We should get back to work.
Yeah, I suppose so. Thanks for inviting me over. It was nice to see you again.
No problem. It was good to see you too. Say, did you happen to notice anything strange about my house?
Yeah, I did notice that your house seemed to be on fire. But you explained it away as magnets, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, no. It was just a minor electrical issue. Don't worry about it.
Okay, well, I guess we all have our little problems. I'll let you get back to work then. Goodbye.
Thanks for understanding. Yeah, sure. I'll see you later then. Goodbye.
Superintendent Chalmers. Just the man I was hoping would ring my bell today.
Come in. I've got something special cooking. Zakai, a Sichuan dish from my recent trip to China. The aroma should be wafting in from the kitchen any moment now.
Seymour, I had no idea you'd taken an interest in exotic cuisine. It's not something one associates with you.
That's right, Chalmers. I've been trying new things to get out of the monotony of principal life, and let me tell you, this dish is a game changer. Now, while we wait for the aromatics to finish mingling and the final presentation to come together, would you care for a refreshing beverage to quench your thirst?
Skinner gestures towards the bar area. As Chalmers nods and sits down, Skinner makes his way to the bar.
This is all quite unexpected, Skinner. When did you become such a gourmand?
It's all part of my grand adventure. exploring the world.
One dish at a time. But enough about me. How have you been, Chalmers?
Chalmers looks puzzled for a moment, shifting uneasily in his seat. The doorbell suddenly rings. Skinner goes to the door, confused, and sees nothing there.
Was that the doorbell? Let me check.
Skinner approaches the entrance, looking around curiously. Suddenly, he clasps his hands to his forehead and rolls his eyes back.
Seymour. Skinner, are you okay?
Gah! Oh, all right.
Chalmers jumps out of his chair and rushes to Skinner's side, looking around apprehensively. Skinner?
Peace. I am your obedient Seymour Skinner.
What's going on? Seymour? Did you eat something spoiled?
The dish, the Zeke. It was possessed. The aroma. I couldn't resist. I'm not myself now, Superintendent.
This is ridiculous, Skinner. Come on, let's sit down.
Skinner reluctantly follows Chalmers back to the table and sits down, still acting unusual. Chalmers shakes his head and chuckles.
I think it's time for you to stick to the school lunches, Seymour.
You're probably right, Chalmers. I guess I'll have to learn to curb my gourmet tendencies.
Chalmers laughs and shakes his head. The scene ends with both characters sharing a chuckle.
Who knew an exorcism was a component of a delicious dish? I can't believe it. The Zakai, my beautiful, aromatic, once promising dish. I've ruined it. Burnt to a crisp. Stubborn hunk of charcoal. This is all your fault, Chalmers. If only you hadn't stood me up, or better yet, didn't insist on that ridiculous exorcism joke. Now, what am I supposed to do? Just throw it away? Waste all that time, money, and effort for nothing? Or perhaps I can salvage it, transform this disaster into a new delicacy? I'll label it flame, grilled Zakai. Yes, that's it. People will pay a fortune for it. I'll be the trendsetter of the burnt cuisine world. This isn't the end, no. I'll make lemonade out of these ashes. Maybe I could try my hand at something simpler next time, like a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. That's right, back to basics. The world of gourmet dishes can wait. I'll leave the culinary adventures to those with more stable stomachs, like Chalmers. He probably wouldn't even notice the difference. Well, maybe I'll invite Chalmers over for this new dish, the flame, grilled Zakai. I'm sure he'll be thrilled. After all, who needs good taste when you have good friends, right? Hey, wait a minute. This just might be the start of a beautiful disaster, said Zakai. How could I have let it get to this? Burnt to a crisp and unrecognizable shadow of its former self. And just when I was about to serve it to Superintendent Chalmers. It was supposed to be the dish that would make him see me in a new light as more than just the stuffy old principal. But no, I ruined it. I've got to do something to salvage this. It's a beautiful, perfectly arranged display of food and wine pairings. That's it, a replacement for the failed Zakai. I just need to climb out that window and bring a taste of that perfection into my kitchen. Now, the challenge begins.
But how to prepare this newfound dish. I've got some work to do if I'm going to make it my own. But if Chalmers is impressed, perhaps he'll think more highly of me despite my disastrous culinary endeavor. I should relish in the planning, the thrill of the unknown. I just need a little bit of luck on my side. Ah, the Zakai and the perfectly paired dishes. A new adventure begins.
So, to Seymour, what's that smell? Chalmers. Great to see you, just in time for a little culinary surprise. That's just the steam from my special steam cooking technique for this Zekai.
Steam, Seymour.
I think you might be trying to pull one over on me.
That's clearly smoke, and I'd wager a bet that something's burning.
No, Chalmers. Trust me, this is a very unique presentation. The smoky aroma is just an added bonus.
Seymour, I'd appreciate it if you didn't joke about burning food in the kitchen.
Let me take a look. It's in all right, Chalmers, but please try not to be too critical. I've put a lot of effort into this.
I'll be as fair as I can, Seymour. Let's see what's in that pot. Let's see what's in that pot.
Mrs. Seymour, I thought we were having that special Zekai dish you've been preparing. This isn't it, is it? Chalmers. You're absolutely right, but you see, there was a slight miscommunication. I've actually prepared a traditional wine and food pairing for you instead. It goes by the name Zekai in a regional dialect.
Skinner, are you pulling a fast one on me? This isn't what we were expecting at all.
Absolutely not, Chalmers. I assure you this is an authentic wine and food pairing that's quite popular in certain regions. You're in for a real treat.
Skinner, I think it's time for some honesty here. This isn't the dish we were promised, and I'd appreciate it if you'd level with me about what's going on.
Chalmers, I'm truly sorry for the misunderstanding. I got carried away in the process of preparing the traditional dish, and I ended up with this instead. I hope you still find enjoyment in it, despite the mix-up. See, Seymour, is that a fire I see in the kitchen? It creates a rich, smoky flavor when it's cooked thoroughly.
Seymour, anethol is a spice. It doesn't cause a fire. I suggest you turn off the stove and investigate this situation before it gets out of hand.
The stove is off. You're just not appreciating the complexity of the authentic Zekai dish, Chalmers.
This isn't a spice causing a fire in the kitchen, Seymour. Maybe it's time to admit that you've made a mistake and we can address it before it turns into a larger issue.
Fine, Chalmers. I'll investigate. Let me just grab an extinguisher. I mean, a fireproof cover for the dish as a precaution. This is a disaster. So, Chalmers, I'm truly sorry for the confusion regarding the Zekai dish. I understand your disappointment, and I assure you, it wasn't an intentional deception.
Seymour, with the smoke coming from your house and the dish being something completely different, I find it hard to believe there wasn't an ulterior motive.
Chalmers, I promise there was no such motive. The anethol in the dish created a smoky aroma and appearance which I mistakenly thought resembled the genuine Zekai. I understand how it must seem suspicious, but it was just a misunderstanding.
Seymour, your house is on fire. You can't just blame it on an herb in your dish.
Oh no, Chalmers. That was just a small grease fire in the cookware. I've got it under control. Please believe me, the dish and the fire are unrelated.
Seymour, I've heard enough. I'm leaving now. I think it's best for both of us if we part ways for a while.
Chalmers, I understand. I regret the events that transpired today. Perhaps, when things have calmed down, we can meet again and try to put this behind us.
Perhaps. Skinner, farewell.
Farewell, Chalmers. I hope we can find a way to rebuild our friendship in the future. have to say. Chalmers, humidity was quite the interesting topic for our latest podcast episode, don't you think?
Oh, it certainly has its charms, Skinner. Keeps the grass green, but as we discussed, can also create quite the challenge in our classrooms.
Yes. I remember when I was a young teacher at Springfield Elementary School. The humidity in the classrooms could be almost unbearable, and yet it brought us closer as a staff. We even had a little humidity club we would gather in the staff room during the hottest days.
Humidity Club. I thought we were talking about the challenges present in Memafield High now, not your charming anecdotes from another time. Les?
My apologies, Chalmers. I do get carried away sometimes. Now, how about I offer you a drink while we wait for the jjigae to finish cooking?
Into the kitchen.
Chalmers, come and have a seat. Hey, jjigae's almost ready. The smell in here is absolutely mouth-watering.
To Chalmers.
This, jjigae here is a classic Korean dish. It's made with tofu, vegetables, and spicy sauce. The blend of flavors is really something to behold.
That does sound delightful, Skinner. I'd be happy to give it a try with you. You know, after the podcast, I do feel our community will truly benefit from more of these discussions.
I couldn't agree more, Chalmers. Let's keep exploring the intricacies of everyday life and all the hidden gems it holds.
Backs up to serve the meal, leaving the room for Chalmers to join.
Damn it all! The Jupo is burnt.
I've got to come up with something to salvage this meal.
Perhaps we could create a burnt rice challenge for Chalmers and me. We could see who can make the most delicious dish out of the burnt rice. Or what if we turn this into an impromptu cooking demonstration, teaching the Memafield audience how to transform burnt jwipo into a gourmet delight? But then again, it could go terribly wrong. I suppose I should start thinking of a backup plan.
Sighs.
Well, as they say, every cloud has a silver lining. Let's see if we can make something magical out of this burnt jwipo.
How could I have been so careless with the jjigae? I swear I've made that dish 100 times. But alas, today the humidity got the best of me. I can't believe I let this happen. We will not let this setback ruin our podcast recording. I'll swing by that little food cart outside and grab us a delicious bowl of Manhattan clam chowder. It's a little unconventional, but it'll be a treat, won't it? I suppose I should clarify for the Memafield audience, Manhattan clam chowder is a delightful cream-based soup filled with tender clams, smoky bacon, and potatoes. It's a hearty, flavorful alternative to our original jjigae. Now, how to climb out this window without alarming Chalmers. There we go. I've returned unnoticed. Let me just heat up this chowder and we'll be good to go. But oh, the disappointment I feel with myself for letting the jjigae go to waste. Man, I hate burning rice. Alright, let's get the show on the road. It might not be jjigae, but this Manhattan clam chowder will surely be a treat for our curious Memafield audience. So, Chalmers, are you ready to learn how to make a delicious Manhattan clam chowder for your family and friends? Let's get started.
Skinner, what's that smell? And where's all this smoke coming from?
Oh, that, Chalmers. That's just the jjipo. I'm making a new experimental steamed jwipo, you know, to mix things up a bit.
Skinner, that's definitely smoke. Steam doesn't look or smell like that.
Trust me, Chalmers. The rice is just releasing all its flavors, that's all. It's a traditional cooking technique from the, The ancient Korean kitchens.
Yeah, I don't think so, Skinner. But I'll let it go if you promise to be more careful with the cooking from now on.
Agreed. Chalmers. I'll be more attentive, I promise. Just give me a moment to tend to this. Steam Jupo. There, all better now. Let's head back to the podcast, shall we?
Here we are.
Chalmers. Ready to enjoy our dinner I prepared for us.
Skinner, this isn't jjigae, is it? It smells different.
No, it's not. I'm afraid an unexpected visitor dropped by and took the jjigae. But don't worry, this Manhattan clam chowder is a delightful alternative.
I'm actually quite pleased, Skinner. Manhattan clam chowder is one of my favorites.
I'm glad to hear that. I made it with the freshest clams and smoky bacon.
It's truly delicious, Skinner. Let's enjoy our meal. But I must admit you had me worried for a moment there.
I'm sorry about that. Just a little hiccup in the kitchen. Let's focus on our dinner and great conversation.
Agreed, Skinner. Let's savor every bite. Skinner, is that a fire in the kitchen?
Oh no, Chalmers. It's just alpenglow. You know, the red glow on mountain peaks during sunset.
But Skinner, alpenglow is a natural phenomenon, not something that occurs in the kitchen. And unless we've moved the show to a mountain cabin in the Alps, I believe it's safe to assume this is not alpenglow.
Well, perhaps it's a new exotic culinary phenomenon I've stumbled upon. It adds a certain rustic charm to the dish.
Skinner, I think it's best we investigate and put the fire out before it gets worse. Better safe than sorry, wouldn't you agree?
I'm sorry, Skinner, but I must be going.
I'm not buying the alpenglow in the kitchen excuse. Your house is on fire, and I don't think we can ignore that.
Chalmers, it's not a fire. I assure you, it's just the alpenglow effect. Some rice got a little overcooked is all. I've seen this at fancy restaurants. It's quite the trend.
Skinner, I've known you for a long time, and I don't believe you'd make something like this up. The smoke, the flame, that's not alpenglow.
All right, Chalmers. If it makes you feel better, I'll call the fire department. But I promise you there's no danger here. I appreciate your concern, but we don't need to alarm anyone.
All right, Skinner. I'll leave you to it. But please be careful.
I will, Chalmers. Thank you for understanding. Have a safe journey home.
Farewell, Skinner. Leaves.
I can't afford for the truth to get out about the lab. That would be disastrous. I must keep up the facade. My dear audience, our little secret is safe for now. Superintendent Chalmers. Whoa, lovely surprise. Come in, come in. Opens door wider.
Skinner. I see you're cooking up something special today.
Indeed I am. I've made a dirt cake. Yes, the legendary dish of Memifield High. It's an ancient recipe passed down through the generations. You'd be impressed, Chalmers.
Dirt cake. Does it taste good or is it just covered in dirt?
No, not the soil from the ground. It's called dirt cake because it's made with Oreo cookies, which make the dirt, and it's topped with whipped cream, grass, and gummy worms. It's quite a hit.
I see.
Well, Skinner, while we wait for the cake, would you care to offer me a drink? I believe the Santa Ana wines have kicked up quite a thirst.
Of course. I'll whip up something nice and chill right away. I hope that came out as smooth as a sandy Santa Ana wind. Exits toward the kitchen.
Time will tell, eh, Skinner? Time will tell.
Seymour Skinner sits at the kitchen table, staring at the burnt dirt cake with a pained expression. His tone is frustrated and disbelieving.
Damn it. How did the dirt cake burn? I checked on it every 5 minutes. Oh, this is just great. Superintendent Chalmers coming for a surprise visit, and I can't even serve him a perfectly made dirt cake.
What am I gonna do now? I can't make an old one in time.
I'll think of something. Maybe I can pass this off as a gourmet dessert from some exotic culture. It's not like you'll know the difference. Luck could possibly go wrong. No, that's not a good idea. They'd smell the burnt cookies. Maybe I could just... I'll come up with something, I promise.
I'll make it right.
Superintendent Chalmers. You'll have your cake and it will be wonderful. So I'll just have to try a little harder this time. All right, Skinner. Let's get creative.
This burnt dirt cake is a disaster. How could I have let this happen? I checked on it every 5 minutes.
Damn it. Chalmers is coming any minute now. I need a replacement fast. But what? I can't make another dirt cake in time. Wait, what's that shop outside with the beautiful blue agave? Sylvia, wait, what's that shop outside with the... Chalmers won't know the difference. Come on, Skinner. You've got this. Now, how to prepare this. Let me see. Begins pacing back and forth. I can't believe I burnt the dirt cake. Arrgh. I'll show Chalmers. I'll make something even better. But first, I need that Salvia Appiana. I can't believe I burnt the dirt cake. Arrgh. I'll show Chalmers. I'll make something even better. But first, I need that Salvia Appiana. Let's do this, Skinner.
The scene closes with Skinner preparing to climb out the window, determined to secure the Salvia Appiana and redeem himself with Superintendent Chalmers.
Chalmers, welcome back. I see you've returned just in time for my signature dish, the steamed dirt cake. Gestures towards the kitchen.
Skinner, I've been around long enough to know that when there's smoke in the kitchen, it's not steam.
Oh, absolutely not smoke, Chalmers. Just a bit of excess steam. It happens sometimes during the cooking process. Really? Laughs nervously.
Are you trying to pull a fast one on me, Skinner?
Well, when you put it that way, I did make a tiny mistake while preparing the cake. But don't worry, Chalmers. The important thing is that you will still enjoy it. It's still the legendary dish of Memafield High.
Memafield High. I'm beginning to think you've got quite a collection of ancient recipes. Smirked.
A collection? Yes, and each one is a masterpiece in the culinary world. Just give it a try, Chalmers. It might surprise you.
I'll give it a try, but only because I'm curious to see if I'll be served another one of your steamed delicacy. Laughs.
Well, curiosity killed the cat, but it also made him explore new worlds. Trust me, Chalmers, you won't be disappointed.
End of scene.
I'm pleased to present you with this delightful dish, Superintendent Chalmers. A little something I like to call Salvia Appiana Blue Agave Tart.
Skinner, this is a dirt cake.
Yes, it is, Chalmers. It goes by a name in this region, you see. It's a local delicacy.
I've never heard of it being called that before, Skinner. And besides, it doesn't look like the burnt cake you promised me earlier.
I encountered a small setback with the previous cake, but I've managed to come up with an even better recipe for you. Trust me, Chalmers. This one is truly unforgettable.
Oh, you really outdone yourself this time, Skinner. I can't wait to taste it and give it the official Millerfield High Seal of approval.
Thank you, Chalmers. Your faith in my cooking abilities means the world to me. Now, let's savor every last bite of this exquisite Salvia Appiana Blue Agave Tart. Bon appetit. Oh, Chalmers, a little kitchen magic. Sundogs, isn't it a marvel?
Skinner, that's not a sundog. That's a fire.
No, Chalmers. You're mistaken. It's a rare optical illusion, only appearing when the sun is low on the horizon.
The fire in the kitchen can't be a sundog, Skinner.
And why does it smell like something is burning?
That's just the chimney, Chalmers. It's a bit temperamental. I'm sure I'll have it under control in no time.
Skinner, I've been here long enough to know a fire when I see one. Let's call the fire department before things get any worse. Well, Skinner, I must admit your dirt cake was quite a treat.
Thank you, Chalmers. I'm glad you enjoyed it.
You know, I've noticed a strange light in the sky as we were finishing up lunch.
You almost look like a fire.
Oh, that. Don't worry about it, Chalmers. It's just the sundogs. An optical illusion. Happens when the sun is low on the horizon.
Really? I've never seen that before.
Oh, yes, it's quite a rare sight. Trust me, it's nothing to be concerned about.
All right, Skinner. I'll take your word for it. Well, it's getting late. I'd best be off. Goodbye, and thanks again for the delicious dirt cake.
Yes, goodbye, Chalmers. Be careful on your way home. The winds can be quite treacherous these days.
I will, Skinner. Safe travels to you as well. Waves goodbye and exits.
Phew, that was close. Fire department, please respond to 1234 Elm Street. We have a house fire. Hangs up the phone and turns away, feigning ignorance when he hears the approaching sirens. Hello, Seymour. How are you today? I'm doing well, thank you. How about you?
I'm a bit anxious, to be honest.
Oh, dear, is everything all right?
Yes, it's just this feeling that someone is following me.
That does sound unsettling. Would you like me to walk you back to your house?
No, I'll be fine. It's probably nothing anyway.
If you're sure. So, how was your day?
It was pretty good until that feeling came over me. Other than that, it was just routine.
I see. Well, I'm glad to have brought dinner over. Shall we eat?
Of course. Let's dig in.
So, Principal Skinner stopped by earlier with some papers for me to sign.
Oh, really? That's handy. Did you need help with anything else?
No, I think that was it.
But thank you for offering.
Anytime, Seymour. It's always nice to offer a helping hand.
Well, it was great seeing you again, sir. Thank you for having me over.
My pleasure, Seymour. Always happy to have dinner with a friend.
I burned my grana. This is so frustrating.
Why did I let this happen? I should have checked the burner. It's all right. Let me think of something.
How about I make a delicious grana soup out of it?
Yeah, that's it.
No way. I need to make things right.
Time to run to the store and get some more ingredients. Yeah, this is so annoying. Why does this always happen to me? I refuse to let this ruin my day.
I'll make it work, even if it kills me. I burned the grana again.
Well, Vigiera grows outside the window. Maybe that will be a great substitute. I'll climb out the window and get some Vigiera to replace the burnt grana. How do I prepare this substitute? I need some luck to pull this off. Curses, curses. Why does this always happen to me?
Is that smoke coming from the kitchen? It looks dangerous.
Ah, yes. I'm making a steamed version of grana. The smoke you're seeing is just steam. Don't worry, it's perfectly safe.
Skinner, I've known you for years, and I know that's not steam. What's really going on here?
Annex.
I appreciate your creativity, but I think we can all agree that this isn't steam.
Fine, it was just a mistake. I must have left the burner on too long.
Well, at least you fessed up. Let's get that sorted out before we eat. This isn't what I ordered. I asked for steamed grana, not Vigiera.
I told you it was Vigiera, a regional dialect for grana.
I've never heard of Vigiera, and it doesn't look like grana to me.
I swear it's Vigiera. You just don't know the dialect.
I need to speak to the chef and find out what's going on here.
Fire in the kitchen. What's going on here?
It's just living dolls. Don't worry about it.
Living dolls? In the kitchen? That doesn't make any sense.
You never believe me, do you, Chalmers? I'm telling you, it's just living dolls.
I want to see them for myself. You can't keep hiding everything from me, Skinner. I don't know what to think anymore. This is all just too much.
Yeah, it's a lot to take in. But we have to keep going for our sake and the sake of everyone else.
I guess you're right. Let's get out of here and figure this all out.
Agreed? Let's go.
Hello, Seymour. What are you cooking today?
Hi, Mr.
Chalmers, I'm making a Sylvaner, a white wine from the Franconia region of Germany. Would you like to join me for a glass?
Sounds lovely. I would enjoy it with you.
Burning the food again. I trusted you with this task, and look at the result.
All right, let's see.
Maybe I should just do it myself next time.
Yes, that's it. No one can burn food like this.
Well, at least the taste is ruined.
Great job.
Fine, I'll just have to deal with this. But don't think for a second that I'm not keeping score.
I'm going to use this pan sauce to replace the burnt Sylvaner.
Skinner ponders for a moment, looking out the window at the pan sauce bottle on the windowsill. He thinks about how he can use it as a substitute for the burnt Sylvaner.
All right, time to get creative. How can I use this pan sauce to make up for the burnt Sylvaner?
He starts to think about different ways he can prepare the pan sauce to replace the burnt dish. He talks to himself, going over different methods in his head.
Damn it. Why did I let that Sylvaner burn? I need to be more careful.
Finally, he comes up with a plan. He grabs a bowl and starts to scoop out some of the pan sauce. He then climbs out the window, carefully making his way to the windowsill where the pan sauce bottle is kept.
This is it. I'm getting that pan sauce and replacing this burnt meal.
He manages to get the pan sauce and climbs back in through the window, triumphant.
That's better. Pan sauce to the rescue.
Chalmers enters the kitchen and notices smoke coming from the stove. Skinner, what's going on? He asks, concerned. Skinner turns around. Oh, I'm just trying out a new recipe, he replies, not noticing the smoke. Chalmers looks at Skinner in disbelief. You can't be serious? Skinner smiles. Yes, I've been experimenting with different dishes lately, he explains, still unaware of the smoke. Chalmers points to the stove. But what about all the smoke? He asks, trying to get his friend's attention. Skinner finally notices the smoke and turns off the burner. Oh, that? I was just cooking some Sylvaner, he explains. Chalmers raises an eyebrow. Sylvaner? I've never heard of that. Skinner picks up a cookbook from the counter. It's a German wine. It's brütet, he explains, showing Chalmers the book. Chalmers looks at the book and nods. I see. Well, it certainly is unexpected that you're cooking dinner. Skinner grins. Yeah, I just wanted to expand my cooking skills. Chalmers nods in approval. Well, I might have to try some of this Sylvaner myself. Skinner smiles. You should. It's a game changer.
What do you mean by that? I was promised steamed Sylvaner.
I assure you this is in fact pan sauce, also known as Sylvaner in a regional dialect.
I don't think so. I've had steamed Sylvaner before, and it doesn't look or taste like that.
I can't keep up with all these regional dialects. How about you just ask the chef to prepare it for you next time?
Yeah, I will do that. Thank you for your help, Skinner. Fire? What's going on here?
And it's just dimensional transcendentalism. Don't worry about it.
Transcendentalism in the kitchen. It doesn't make any sense.
I know what I'm talking about. Let me handle this.
I want to see what's going on. You better let me through.
No, it's too dangerous. Trust me, just stay back. Thank you. Seymour, your cooking always smells amazing. I'm glad you like it. I have a special surprise for us today. I made a delicious pistachio pudding in the oven.
Pistachio pudding. That sounds interesting. Can I try some?
Of course. Let me get 2 glasses and you can taste it while we wait for dinner.
Take the hospitality, Seymour.
You always go above and beyond.
Thank you, Superintendent Chalmers. I'm just glad to have the opportunity to cook for you.
So, how have you been, Seymour?
I've been doing well, thank you for asking. How about you?
I've been good too. Busy with work as always, though.
I can imagine. It must be challenging being a superintendent.
It has its moments, but I love what I do. And your cooking certainly makes it better.
I'm glad to hear that. Well, the pistachio pudding should be ready soon. Let me get the glasses. Ah! I burned the pistachio pudding again. Banzai! I can't believe this burnt pistachio pudding. I thought you were the goddess of everything that flows. Maybe I should try making it again, but this time with a different recipe. Or maybe I should just stick to ice cream instead. But first, I need to clean up this mess before anyone comes over and sees it. Oh, why does this always happen to me? I guess I'll just have to make the best of it and serve it anyway. Maybe it'll even become a viral sensation for being the worst pudding ever. I found inspiration to replace that burnt pistachio pudding of mine.
What's all this smoke in the kitchen?
I was just, making a steamed version of pistachio pudding.
Steamed pistachio pudding. That's what all this smoke is.
Well, yeah, but it's not actually smoke, it's just steam, I swear.
Right.
Because that's exactly what smoke looks like, isn't it?
I can't believe you don't trust me, Chalmers. I'm telling the truth.
Oh, come on, Skinner. You know, I don't fall for your tall tales.
Fine. I was just trying to cook dinner, but it seems like I burned it again.
I told you to use the oven, Skinner. Now we have no dinner in a burnt kitchen.
Skinner, I don't understand why we're having rotten meat for dinner when you said we were having steak.
I must have mixed up the ingredients. I'm sorry about that.
I don't believe you, Skinner.
But it doesn't matter to me anyway. I still like rotten meat better than steak.
Well, I'm glad you enjoy it at least. I tried my best with what I had on hand.
I appreciate the effort, Skinner. Let's just move on from this and enjoy our dinner. Hey, have you noticed the kitchen? There's a fire going on.
Oh, it's just some thermal currents. Don't worry about it.
Thermal currents? How could that happen localized in the kitchen?
I don't know. Maybe it's one of those rare occurrences. Can we not check it out?
I want to see for myself.
You're not hiding something from me, are you?
No, it's just a thermal currents. Trust me.
I feel well.
No, it's just thermal currents. Don't worry about it.
Okay, well, I'll see you later then.
Take care, buddy.
Bye, Skinner.
Superintendent Chalmers, what a pleasant surprise. Come in. I was just getting ready to eat.
Skinner, always with the surprises. I could have called first.
I'm sorry, I should have called. But you must try this new dish I've been experimenting with. It's called Kujui. It's from the old country, made with potatoes, mushrooms, and sausage. The aroma, doesn't make your taste buds tingle with excitement.
Skinner, focus. We have important school matters to discuss.
Of course. I'll set the table. But first, may I offer you a drink? A nice cool glass of water? Or perhaps a warm cup of tea?
That sounds delightful, Skinner.
Nothing like discussing school budget cuts over a warm cup of tea. I'll have the water, thank you.
Excellent choice, Superintendent. You know, I heard about a new educational method using shockwaves to help students focus and learn better.
Skinner, no discussing unauthorized, unproven educational methods in my presence.
I apologize, Superintendent. I'll leave the shockwaves for the gym's new fitness program. Now, shall we sit down and discuss those school matters you mentioned?
Yes, Skinner, let's get to it. Walks towards the table, looking over his shoulder at Skinner.
Damn it all to hell. I can't believe this. My goddess of fertility in the earth, Ninhursag, fucking forsakes me now. Or is it just my own idiotic fault? I've been looking forward to this moment all day, presenting Superintendent Chalmers with my exquisite Kujoi dish. Now it's ruined, burnt to a crisp. What could I possibly do now? I could confess to Chalmers that I burned the dish, but that would hardly impress him. Should I order takeout? No. Chalmers would never approve of such last-minute changes. I could make something new, but I fear my culinary failures would stack up. This doesn't bode well for my career at Springfield Elementary. I might as well be handing him a resignation letter on a silver platter. It seems my fate is sealed. The only question remaining is, what kind of resignation letter will I write? One of sadness, bitterness, or perhaps even one with a touch of humor. A little levity might go a long way. Well, I better get started on that resignation letter. Oh, Ninhursag, I'll never understand your ways. From this day forth, I'll no longer question your divine intentions. Instead, I'll embrace my culinary failures and hope for the best. But first, let me have one last taste of this god-awful burnt kujawi. Yes, this will be a resignation letter for the record books. Laughs. I'll call it the burnt kujawi farewell. Ark. What's that enticing aroma wafting through the air? A fragrance that rivaleth the scent of the divine kujawi by the celestial heavens. 'Tis hush puppies, hush puppies, hush puppies, hush puppies, a savory delicacy of the southern lands. A dish worth climbing out of the window for such a diabolical plan, but Fortuna is on my side. I feel it in a... To obtain these hush puppies, I'll need to traverse the treacherous terrain that is the crowded Springfield streets. But I shall not let fear hinder my progress. For the sake of this fine school and its esteemed superintendent, I must secure this tasty replacement. Hush puppies, thou shalt replace the despaired kujawi.
Seymour Skinner exits through the window. After a time, Seymour Skinner enters the room once more dejectedly.
Alas, poor Kujawi, thy demise hath left a gaping hole in me heart. And what a replacement have I brought thee? Hush, puppies, thou art no Kujawi. Pish! A mere distraction, a pathetic stand-in. No, I shall lament the loss of me exquisite Kujoi dish. The talk of the town, the dish Superintendent Chalmers and I were to share in this allows it. And now I'm left with these hush puppies, a mere consolation prize. Wretch that I am, I cursed the very heavens above, brought low by a burnt Kujoi. Oh, woe is me. Nay, I will not succumb to despair. I shall muster my strength, prepare this hush-puppy dish to the best of my abilities, and greet Superintendent Chalmers with a smile upon my face. For in times of adversity, 'tis the leader's duty to keep a steadfast resolve, and my resolve remains unbroken. So, let us make the best of this unfortunate turn of events. I shall call forth the recipes, gather me ingredients, and with Hazard as my witness, this hush puppy shall be as splendid as Kujawi itself. Ah, Superintendent Chalmers, I'm glad you could make it to the kitchen. I was just about to taste the first batch of these hush puppies.
Skinner, I didn't realize you were making hush puppies.
I thought I'd surprise you with a little southern delight. You see, hush puppies originate from the deep south, and they're usually served with fried fish. But I thought they'd be a perfect substitute for the burnt Kujai.
Oh, I must admit, Skinner, these do look and smell delicious. Where did you learn to make them?
Oh, I picked up the recipe from a cookbook on my recent trip to Louisiana. It's a simple process, really. Just cornmeal, flour, baking powder, onions, and bell peppers. But the secret, of course, is in the batter and the frying technique.
You've certainly gone the extra mile to make things right, Skinner. I've got to admit, these hush puppies are quite a hit.
I'm glad you think so, Superintendent. I've had quite the eventful day, and I just wanted to make sure things turned out all right in the end.
Well, I'm glad we had this little chat about Kujoey and hush puppies. It's always nice to learn something new. And Skinner, your cooking skills never cease to amaze me.
Thank you, Superintendent. I'm just happy I could deliver a satisfactory result today. Let's enjoy these hush puppies together, shall we? I promise no more culinary mishaps for a while.
Agreed, Skinner. Let's sit down, relax, and savor our southern delights.
These are indeed delicious.
I must admit, I underestimated your skills in the kitchen.
Well, I take pride in my culinary prowess. But today, it was more about making things right and restoring my reputation. And it seems to have paid off.
Absolutely, Skinner. You've certainly earned your place in the Springfield Elementary School kitchen.
Agreed, Superintendent. Let's make the most of this lovely evening. I'll even make a promise. No more culinary surprises, only delightful dishes in the future.
That's a promise I can live with, Skinner.
Now, let's dive into the details of the upcoming school event, shall we?
They continue their wholesome chat and discuss various upcoming school events, sharing laughs and stories of their school days. The tension between them has dissipated, leaving room for a friendly and positive interaction between the two.
Skinner, I was expecting Kujoey, not hush puppies. There's a clear difference in appearance and ingredients.
But Chalmers, it's all in the name. Kujoey is simply the name for hush puppies in certain region. The ingredients are the same. Cornmeal, flour, baking powder, onions, and bell peppers.
I'm not so sure, Skinner. It's one thing to surprise me with a different dish, but this is misrepresentation.
I understand your concerns, Chalmers. It was an honest mistake. I'll make it up to you. Let me cook you another batch of hush puppies as soon as possible.
I don't think I want to take that risk, Skinner. I trusted you to provide a specific dish and you failed. I'll have to report this to the school board.
I'm truly sorry, Chalmers. I didn't mean to mislead you or disappoint you. It was an oversight on my part. I'll accept any punishment the school board deems fit. But please, let me make it up to you in some way. I'll make it my mission to prepare the perfect Kujoey. Hush puppies, and serve them to you personally. I'll make it a tradition for future school events. It's the least I can do to make it up to you.
Skinner, what's that smell? And why is there smoke coming from the kitchen?
Oh, that's just the tides, Chalmers. Sometimes they come in stronger than expected.
The tides in the kitchen? That doesn't make any sense, Skinner. There's a clear fire.
No, it's not a fire. It's just the tides. They do this from time to time. It's quite normal, really.
Skinner, there's a clear fire in the kitchen. You can't convince me it's the tide. Let me see for myself.
I'm afraid not, Chalmers. There are certain protocols we must follow. This is nothing to worry about, just a minor kitchen mishap.
Skinner, you can't hide the truth from me. I deserve better than this. I want to see the cause of the issue and ensure the safety of our school. Now, step aside and let me investigate. You know, Skinner, that was quite the delicious kujawai you cooked today. I must admit, I've never tasted anything quite like it.
I'm glad you enjoyed it, Chalmers. I've spent quite some time perfecting the recipe. It's not an easy dish to make, but the effort is worth it.
You know, I thought I detected the scent of something burning earlier.
Oh, that was just the tides, Chalmers. They can be quite strong at times, especially after a heavy rain.
The tides. Inside your house. I've never heard of that before.
Well, it's a rare occurrence, but it does happen. And it's nothing to worry about.
I think I should go home and check on things. Skinner, I'll leave you to it.
No, Chalmers. There's no need for that. I'll have everything under control. I'll tell you what, let's talk about shockwaves instead. Have you heard about the new educational method using shockwaves to help students focus and learn better?
I have, Skinner. It's an interesting concept, but there are concerns about the potential side effects and long-term health implications.
True, but the benefits could outweigh the risks. We could revolutionize the way we teach and help our students reach their full potential.
It's a complex issue, Skinner. I'll need to research it further and discuss it with the school board before making a decision. I should be going now, though. I've got work to catch up on.
Goodbye, Chalmers. I'll see you soon, I hope. And perhaps I'll bring that delicious kujai for you to try again. Maybe next time. I'll even call ahead and let you know I'm coming.
Hello, Skinner. How are you today?
I'm doing well, thank you, Superintendent. How about you?
It's always a pleasure to visit your home, Skinner.
You have a lovely place here.
Thank you, I appreciate that. It's always nice to have visitors.
This Freddo is absolutely delicious, Skinner. You really are a talented baker.
Thank you. I'm glad you enjoy it. I always try to experiment with different recipes in my free time.
Well, thank you for having me over, Skinner. It was a pleasure spending time with you.
Likewise, Superintendent. I hope to see you again soon. Shit, I burned the fucking food again. Maybe I'm just not good at cooking. Or is it all my own fault? I don't know what to do now. Maybe I should just start again. Screw it. I'll just have to make do a cold one. Why did I burn the Freddo?
That was supposed to be my specialty.
But no problem. I'll just climb out the window and get some bibimbap instead. That's a perfect substitute. It's all right. Let's see. I need to prepare it just right. Maybe add some sauce and, of course, some kimchi. Come on, lucky number 7. Don't let me down. I can't believe I burnt the Freddo. That was supposed to be my specialty. But never mind, I have a plan. I'll just climb out the window and get some bibimbap instead.
Skinner, there's a lot of smoke coming from your kitchen. What are you making?
Oh, it's just a little bit of steam. Don't worry about it.
Steam doesn't usually produce that much smoke, Skinner. What are you really making?
Trust me, it's just a special kind of steamed Freddo. You'll see, it's delicious.
I highly doubt that, Skinner. You've been known to exaggerate before.
Exaggerate? I'm not exaggerating. It's just a little bit of steam. Honest.
All right. I'll bite. What exactly are you making?
See, I told you it was worth checking out. It's a new recipe I found for steamed Freddo. You won't believe how good it is.
All right, fine. Let me take a look. This can't be right.
I ordered steamed Freddo, not this mess.
I told you, it's bibimbap. You just don't know what you're talking about.
What do you mean? This doesn't look anything like steamed Freddo.
It's just a different name for it in some regional dialects. Trust me, it's still good.
I don't think so. I specifically asked for steamed Freddo, and this isn't it.
I'm sorry, I must have misunderstood your order. Let me fix this for you.
Fire in the kitchen.
It's just an Alexander's band. Don't worry about it.
An Alexander's band in the kitchen. That doesn't make sense.
Can I see it?
No, it's fine. It'll go away on its own. Don't worry about it.
I don't understand why you're lying to me, Skinner.
Can't you just be honest for once?
I'm not lying. It's just an Alexander's band. You don't need to see it.
Skinner, I appreciate the lunch, but I can't help but notice the house burning.
Oh, that. It's just an Alexander's band. Don't worry about it.
For you serious? That looks dangerous.
I got it under control. Don't worry about it. Let's just say our goodbyes and go.
So, all right, well, take care of yourself, Skinner.
Thanks, you too, Chalmers. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Skinner.
Superintendent Chalmers. Welcome to my humble abode. I wasn't expecting you so soon. Come in. Open door.
Principal Skinner, you do surprise me with your culinary skill. The aroma wafting through the air is most intriguing.
Ah, that's my famous Flint corn casserole. A Springfield legend. The sweet smell of corn is an olfactory prelude to the forthcoming symphony of flavors that's about to burst forth from your unsuspecting palate.
How delightful. I've heard of the fourth cataclysm, but never tasted it before. I'm excited to indulge.
Fourth cataclysm, you say? I'm afraid you've misunderstood, Superintendent. And this is not a disaster of biblical proportions, but instead a dish that, if executed properly, will leave your taste buds wanting more.
I see. Well, I'm looking forward to it nonetheless. May I have a glass of water to quench my thirst?
Certainly, right this way, and fear not. We still have plenty of time for our casserole to finish cooking. No need to rush, my friend.
Blast it all. What in Sam Hill's name is this? Lay. I can't believe it. I swore I set the timer right. I can't believe it. I swore I set the timer right. I double checked it. Triple checked it. I mean, how hard is it to cook a I suppose I could try to salvage it. Or better yet, I could whip up a quick replacement. Maybe some of Springfield's finest fried chicken. That always goes over well. Or perhaps a hearty vegetarian lasagna to win back Chalmers' approval. But where's the fun in that?
No, I need a challenge.
I need a surprise. All right, Skinner. You've got this. We'll turn this disaster into a victory. Let's see what I can come up with. Maybe a volcanic hot pot.
Yes, A bubbling, fiery cauldron of goodness that will tantalize Chalmers' taste buds and leave him less.
Or how about an edible jigsaw puzzle where he has to solve it piece by flavorful piece? The possibilities are endless. Nah, those are just stupid ideas. I need something truly extraordinary. I'll need to consult the ancient cookbooks of Egypt and Rome, perhaps even delve into the culinary mysteries of the cosmos. This will be a momentous occasion, a gastronomic event that will be spoken of for generations to come. I've got this, Skinner. I'll salvage this dinner and make it one for the history books. Fear not, Chalmers. We will dine tonight on the marvels of human ingenuity and the infinite depths of my culinary prowess.
Blast it all. My famous flint corn casserole reduced to a pile of charcoal. I can't believe it. But no, this will not deter me. I need a replacement, something equally impressive to save face and maybe even win over Superintendent Chalmers. I spy with my own eyes, a possible solution lurking just beyond my window. Tamago dashimaki. The Japanese rolled omelet with its savory, tender layers of egg and dashi will be a worthy substitute. But how would I obtain it? I can't just climb out the window, can I? Or perhaps I could make a daring escape. The thrill of the chase will be invigorating. Foolish fantasies. I must be smart about this. Perhaps I can ask Mrs. Crabapple for a favor? She knows her way around the kitchen and might oblige. Or perhaps I could order takeout from the sushi restaurant down the street. No. This needs to be a personal victory, a testament to my culinary prowess. I must master this dish, the tamago dashimaki, and present it to Chalmers with pride. But first I must understand its secrets. I'll need to study its origins, its techniques, its ingredients. This journey will not be easy, but it will be worth it. For the glory of Springfield Elementary School and my pride, I will do it. Yes, Skinner, this is your moment. The challenge ahead may be great, but so is your determination. With hard work and dedication, you will triumph. Let the adventure begin. Superintendent Chalmers, you're here earlier than expected. I was just checking the security system.
Checking the security system, but I see smoke coming from the kitchen. What's cooking, Skinner?
Steamed flint corn Chalmers. It creates quite a lot of steam, don't you think?
Steamed flint corn. That's an interesting approach. But the smell in the air is definitely not corn. It's burnt.
I assure you, Chalmers, the burnt smell is just the roasted corn kernels, giving it an added depth of flavor.
I see, Skinner. However, the smoke coming from the kitchen suggests otherwise. I suppose we'll know for sure soon enough, won't we?
Yes, Chalmers. Let's go see for ourselves. I'm certain my flint corn casserole will live up to your expectations. Speaking of which, Chalmers, did you have a glass of water to quench your thirst before we enter the kitchen?
Skinner, this isn't joke. I don't think you'll be able to salvage that disaster.
Oh, I'll make it work, Chalmers. After all, a true chef finds inspiration in adversity. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to attend to my culinary masterpiece.
Chalmers shakes his head. Oh, the antics of Principal Skinner. I thought I was buying a competent administrator, not a burnt casserole. Cooking charlatan. Well, I suppose it's my job to monitor Springfield Elementary School, regardless of the follies of its leader.
Oh, Superintendent Chalmers, I'm glad you've returned to find a more satisfactory meal.
Principal Skinner, this is not flint corn casserole, is it?
I must admit, I'm quite pleased to see tamago dashimaki instead.
I'm afraid there was a minor miscommunication in the kitchen, Superintendent. You see, the chef?
See, Skinner? It's not a problem, really. I do enjoy tamago dachimaki.
I'm glad to hear that, Chalmers. Now, would you care for a glass of sake to accompany this wonderful dish?
Principal Skinner, I believe there's a fire in the kitchen.
No, Chalmers. It's just tenka, the traditional Japanese rice cooking technique.
Tenka in the kitchen. I've never heard of a kitchen fire being referred to as that. What makes you think it's tenka?
I swear by Kampai, sans sacred rice cooker. It always produces a delightful aroma of burnt rice.
Burnt rice? That doesn't sound good, Skinner. I think I'd like to see for myself before we label it tenka.
I'm afraid I can't let you, Chalmers. You see, there's a crucial step in the tenka process that only a true culinary master can execute.
I see. Well, perhaps I'd be more willing to believe you if we could discuss this over a cup of tea, away from the potential disaster in the kitchen. I must admit, Principal Skinner, that was not what I was expecting. Flint corn, indeed.
Ah, Chalmers, you know how culinary traditions can vary. It's all in the preparation.
I see. But the smoke coming from your house, I've never heard of tenka causing that.
Oh, that's just the special fermentation process, Chalmers.
A key component of authentic tenka.
Well, I'll take your word for it, Principal Skinner.
It was a pleasure visiting you, despite the food mishap.
The pleasure was all mine, Superintendent. Farewell for now. Excited. Come right in, come right in. I hope you're not here for an inspection. I've got the place spick and span, but the kitchen, well, the kitchen's a different story. But speaking of stories, there's one I want to share with you. See that delicious gordita in the oven? It's a traditional Mexican dish, kind of like a crispy taco or a quesadilla, but with a soft, foldable corn tortilla filled with seasoned pork, beans, and cheese.
Ymar, you've got a real knack for making my stomach growl. But I'm afraid I'll have to decline your kind offer. Now, I've got a rather important meeting this afternoon.
Ah, I see. Well, how about a drink then? I've got some fresh squeezed orange juice or a nice cold bottle of water.
Orange juice. All right, why not? I'll just take a quick one. Suddenly the power goes out and it starts to thunder snow outside.
Thunder snow. In March. This must be a sign. Maybe we should postpone our lunch and huddle together for warmth. Or perhaps we could use this as an opportunity to bond over a camping story. A laughs nervously.
You're right, Seymour. We should probably focus on making sure there's power restored before we start swapping camping story.
I'll be on my way then, Skinner.
But remember, always practice safe cooking under normal circumstances. Exits through the door.
Yeah, Superintendent, always a pleasure. Now to deal with this thunder snow situation. Starts looking for candles.
End of scene. Seymour Skinner sits at the kitchen counter, holding a burnt gordita in his hand, looking at it with disappointment and a hint of anger. How could this have happened?
Damn it all to hell. I had that thing in the oven for what felt like just a few minutes.
I guess I must have gotten distracted by Superintendent Chalmers' unexpected visit. Okay, Skinner, keep your cool. You can still salvage the situation. How about you turn this failed gordita into an opportunity to try a new recipe? A new recipe, maybe? But what the heck could I make with this charred mess? How about transforming it into a savory dish, like a burnt gordita taco or a burnt bean cake, or perhaps turning it into a fun dessert, a burnt marshmallow cake gordita? Yes, I'll try one of those things. I'll invite Superintendent Chalmers for another testing, and this time it'll be a hit. These are catastrophes.
The tempest outside does rouse me. Methinks it brings forth a new culinary conquest. Behold, yonder stands the shop of quirky Katerina, vendor of the mystical Arkanto Phoenix. A veritable prize akin to the burnt gordita is akin to the burnt gordita, that vile misfortune, dashed upon the rocky shores of my misfortune. Fie upon that cursed dish! But I shall not be thwarted, no. I shall seize this opportunity, and with the agility of a young panther, I shall scale the heights of this kitchen window and claim the Arkanto Phoenix as my own. Pauses. How shall I prepare this noble ingredient, you ask? Why? I shall employ the ancient time-honored method of the Greeks. Roasted upon an open flame, its fragrance shall fill the very air, and its golden hue a beacon of hope in the face of my culinary catastrophe. And so, fear not the blunder of the burnt gordita, dear friends, for a new delicacy shall rise to take its place. Farewell for now. I must ascend this culinary mountain, armed with my wits and my resolve, and perhaps a good sturdy ladder. Exits the room, stage left.
Enters Skinner, panting, covered in soot and rain, clutching the Arkanto Phoenix triumphantly.
The Arkanto Phoenix. A worthy replacement, it would seem. But alas, how shall I prepare to dethrone the memory of the burnt gordita? Oh, the depths of my despair. I, Seymour Skinner, superintendent of this fine establishment, shall endeavor to elevate the Arkanto Phoenix, and in doing so bask in the warm embrace of redemption. Or I may just eat it. I rather like the sound of that.
Seymour, is that you burning something in here? I see smoke.
New steamed version, you see? The smoke is just... the steam rising. It's a little more intense than usual.
Seymour, you're not cooking with steam. There's plain old smoke coming from your kitchen.
Have you forgotten?
I've got this under control, Chalmers. I promise it will be worth it. You'll love it. I'll make sure of it. Trust me.
All right, Skinner.
But next time, maybe consider using an extractor fan or something before the place fills up with smoke.
Absolutely. Chalmers. I'll make sure to take proper precautions next time. Promise. Superintendent Chalmers, please do have a seat. I've prepared a little treat for us, a delicious gordita, I call it, reveals the Arkanto Phoenix.
Skinner, that's not a gordita.
That's an Arkanto Phoenix I've seen in your kitchen earlier.
Yes, I suppose it does resemble the Arkanto Phoenix a bit, but in this region we have a unique dialect, you see. We call it the Gordite Arkanto Phoenix. It's quite the delicacy.
Seymour, I don't believe you.
You switched the food on me.
Oh, dear Superintendent, I assure you it's a mere dialect difference.
I thought you'd be adventurous enough to try this wonderful exotic dish.
No, I refuse to eat something misrepresented to me. We should stick to proper dishes.
All right, Chalmers, I understand. Perhaps I should focus more on the true Gorditas next time.
Seymour, there's a fire in the kitchen.
Oh, Chalmers, that's just a harmless mind flayer. It's part of a new molecular gastronomy technique I've been experimenting with. The kitchen will be fine in a jiffy.
Mind flayers are creatures from a different dimension, Seymour. They can't be in your kitchen.
You don't know everything about modern cooking, Chalmers. This mind flayer is completely safe and will enhance the flavor of the dish. Trust me, it's all under control.
Seymour, I'd appreciate it if you'd be honest with me. I'm not sure I can trust a kitchen experiment that involves extraterrestrial entities. Let me have a look, please.
I'm sorry, Chalmers. I can't let you see it. It's a trade secret. But I assure you everything will be back to normal shortly.
Seymour, if you can't be transparent about what's going on in the kitchen, maybe it's time for you to step back and let someone else take the lead. Seymour, I must say, that was a fantastic gordita. I'm impressed.
Thank you, Chalmers. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Now about the smoke you noticed.
Skinner, please. We've talked about this before. Smoke is not a normal occurrence in your kitchen.
Yes, I understand, Chalmers, but I assure you it's only a minor hiccup, nothing to be concerned about. I'll take care of it.
Seymour, I appreciate your efforts, but I'd rather not take any risks. I think it's best for me to head home now.
All right, Chalmers. I'll see you around. And remember, the next gordita will be even better. I promise.
Goodbye, Skinner. Have a good day.
Goodbye, Chalmers. Farewell, farewell.
Hello, Principal Skinner. It's nice to see you.
Thank you, Superintendent Chalmers. Please come in and have a seat.
Your home looks lovely, Principal Skinner. Did you decorate it yourself?
Yes, I did. Thank you. So what brings you here today?
I was in the neighborhood and thought I'd stop by. I'm starving. What do you have to eat?
I'm cooking dinner right now. It should be ready soon. Would you like something to drink while we wait?
A glass of wine would be perfect, thank you.
Of course. So how have you been? Any new projects at work?
I've been good. Yes, we're working on a new project to improve the education system in Springfield. It's been keeping me busy.
That sounds interesting. I hope it goes well.
Thank you. I appreciate your support.
This wine is delicious, by the way.
I'm glad you like it. So, what kind of food are you in the mood for?
Something Italian would be great. You have a good recipe for lasagna?
Yeah, I do. I can make that for you. Ugh, I burnt the food again. Maybe I should have watched the time more carefully. Or maybe I should have adjusted the heat lower. Either way, I can't let this ruin my day. I'll make some more food, but this time I'll be more careful. Maybe I'll find a recipe with lower heat next time. At least it's not awful, just disappointing. I'll fix it and enjoy the rest of my day. Hey, did you hear about the new hiking trail that just opened up nearby? No, I haven't. What's so special about it? It's supposed to be really scenic and has some great views. Want to go check it out this weekend? Great. I can't wait to explore it with you. Let's make a weekend out of it and camp nearby. That sounds like a great idea. I'll start looking for campsites now.
Awesome! Can't wait for our adventure!
I will come up with a replacement dish for the missing ingredient. Let's see, we need something to replace the missing ingredient in our recipe. How about using avocado instead of sour cream? Yes, that should work perfectly fine. Okay, let's proceed with the recipe and substitute avocado for sour cream. I did it again.
Skinner, have you noticed the smoke coming from the kitchen?
Yeah, that's just steam from my steamed coffee.
Steam. It looks more like smoke to me.
Trust me, it's a steamed version of barista. You just don't understand?
I don't know, Skinner. I'm not so sure about this.
Just trust me, Chalmers. You'll love it.
I don't think that's a good idea, considering the smoke coming from the kitchen.
You never believe me. Just taste it. You'll see it's amazing.
Skinner, this can't be the meal I ordered. I asked for a steamed barista, not dietary fiber.
Chalmers, this is in fact dietary fiber, also known as barista in some regional dialects. You know, the thing you always order.
I need to speak to the chef about this. This cannot be considered a proper meal.
Chalmers, I have no idea what else to tell you. This is the meal that was ordered.
Fire! Someone help!
It's probably just a parhelic circle. Don't worry about it.
I don't think it's safe to see it up close.
Fine, but be careful.
I still want to see it for myself. Thanks for lunch, man. That barista was on point.
Smiling. Yeah, it was delicious. But can we talk about the house? It's still burning.
Skeptical. I appreciate your knowledge, but I still have my doubts. Anyway, I should be going. Thanks for the food and conversation, Skinner.
So waves goodbye. No problem. Chalmers, take care. Superintendent Chalmers, welcome to my humble abode. I've got something special in the oven today. Elias Gideon's. Okay, coconut curry, simmering away. The aroma is intoxicating, isn't it? Come in, come in.
As they enter the kitchen, Hailstorm starts outside.
Oh, look at that. Hailstorm. How fitting for a lunch between two educators. At least the curry will be a warm welcome.
I can't say I've had a principal invite me to their home during a hailstorm before, Skinner. I've been in education for a long time.
They sit down at the kitchen table.
I'd be happy to offer you a drink, Superintendent. Some coconut water to complement the Elias Guineensis, or perhaps a glass of sherry?
Coconut water sounds delightful. And a nice touch to the meal. I can't wait to try this experiment of yours.
Glad to hear that, Chalmers. Now, if only I could get the hail to stop. Perhaps we can make coconut milk from the hail and just consider it a twist on the original recipe?
Well, that would certainly be an interesting story to tell the memos at Nemafield High.
They sit down and wait for the food to be finished as the hailstorm continues. Fucking LA's Guineensis. I was supposed to be outside, ensuring a successful feast.
Yet here I am with a burnt fucking curry. This is a disaster. A culinary catastrophe.
Why now on her? Why, during my lunch with Superintendent Chalmers, a hailstorm and burnt curry. I can't believe this misfortune. Perhaps I could stage a revolt, lead an army of ants to invade the kitchen, or better yet, challenge the gods to a cook-off. Let them taste their own mediocrity for once. Or perhaps I could serve Chalmers the raw coconut, straight from the shell, as an appetizer. Now that's a twist on the original plan. Damn it all. The hailstorm, the burnt curry, and my dwindling sanity. I can't handle the hail. I can't handle the hail. I can handle this. Well, it's not as bad as the time I accidentally served moldy Limburger cheese to the faculty. That was a low point. Inspiration strikes. Behold, the drip brew shop outside. I shall replace this burnt Elais guineensis with this delightful substitute.
Now how to prepare it. It's not quite the same, but perhaps I can make it work.
First, I'll need to obtain this ingredient. No matter the weather, I must have this drip brew. I'll need to put on my waterproof coat, grab an umbrella, and brave the elements. But for the love of honor, it's worth it. Once secured, I'll bring the drip brew back to my humble abode, climb in through the window unnoticed, and whip up a culinary masterpiece that Superintendent Chalmers will never forget. Now, let me see. Drip brew. I suppose I could call it a drip curry, a unique twist on the original dish. The savory drips of the roasted spices will surely complement the rice, and perhaps a touch of lime for zest. Yes, this will be a true culinary triumph. A burnt curry mishap turned into a triumph. It'll be a story for the memos at Memafield High. So be it. Seymour Skinner, I shall brave the hailstorm and bring back this drip brew, turning the table on this unexpected disaster. Wish me luck, and your humble servant awaits your blessings.
Welcome back, Chalmers. I've just begun an experiment with the Elais guineensis. I'm sure you're familiar with the steamed version, but this one's got a little different twist.
The kitchen fills with thick black smoke as Chalmers enters.
Skinner, that definitely doesn't look like steam.
Sure it is. The aroma is quite complex, isn't it? Like the finest labdanum or sandalwood.
Skinner, that's smoke. I can taste the burnt coconut on my tongue.
A slight miscalculation, perhaps. I'll make some adjustments. The end result will still be fantastic, trust me.
I'll believe it when I taste it.
The scene ends with Skinner frantically trying to salvage the dish while the smoke continues to fill the kitchen.
Superintendent Chalmers, allow me to present our main course. I've prepared something truly unique for you today.
This isn't the Elais guineensis we discussed earlier, Skinner. What is it?
But you're mistaken, Chalmers. This is, in fact, a regional delicacy known as drip brew, Elais guineensis. It's a local favorite.
Skinner, I call your bluff. You promised me steamed Elais guineensis, and this certainly does not resemble it.
I may have gotten carried away with the excitement of introducing you to a new dish. I assure you, Chalmers, it is the same Elais guineensis, just prepared differently.
Well, Skinner, I am intrigued by your culinary adventures. Tell me more about this drip brew and how it's made.
Glad you asked, Chalmers. It's a slow-cooked process where the coconut drips onto the flame, releasing a deeper, richer flavor. I believe you will truly enjoy it.
Skinner, There's a fire in the kitchen.
Don't worry, it's just Cerberus, the three-headed canine guarding the entrance to the underworld, making an unexpected appearance.
In our kitchen, Skinner.
How does that work exactly?
Oh, you know, occasionally Cerberus materializes for a quick bite to eat before returning to Hades. It's quite common, really.
I've heard of your culinary antics before, Skinner, but this takes the cake. Or should I say, the curry. Yeah, I would appreciate it if you'd let me take a look at this Cerberus and ensure our kitchen is safe for us and the students.
Yeah, I suppose I can't argue with your logic. But I'm sure it'll be fine. Let me just, get some protective equipment first.
Skinner, I must admit that L.A.'s Guineansis was quite something. The flavor was truly unique.
Glad you enjoyed it, Chalmers. I put my heart and soul into that dish.
But I did notice some smoke coming from your house during lunch. I hope everything is okay.
What was that? Don't worry, Chalmers. It's just Cerberus, the three-headed canine guarding the entrance to the underworld, making an unexpected appearance. He visits from time to time, craving a bit of warmth and sustenance.
In your kitchen, Skinner. How's that work exactly?
Well, Chalmers, you know how mythologies differ from region to region. Here in our land, Cerberus manifests in this peculiar way. It's quite common, really. Or so I assure you.
Yeah, I've done culinary antics before, Skinner, but this takes the cake. Or should I say the curry. I'll be on my way now. Nice speaking with you. Give that Cerberus a nice greeting for me.
Goodbye, Chalmers. Enjoy the rest of your day. I'll be off to give Cerberus a warm greeting as well. Have a good one. You know, Chalmers, I really enjoyed our podcast episode today. I mean, who would have thought that a dust storm could be so fascinating?
Yes, Skinner, you did manage to make the mundane sound interesting.
Wow. Why, thank you. But I didn't do it alone, Chalmers. Your witty remarks and sarcastic wit really made the episode shine.
Flattery will get you everywhere, Skinner.
Ain't it, Chalmers? So, how about it? Would you like to stay for lunch? I've got a delicious Malay kofta simmering in the oven. The aroma is simply irresistible.
Malay kofta, you say? That's my favorite. All right, Skinner, you have a deal. I'll stay for lunch.
Wait. Why don't you help yourself to a drink? I've got some chilled mango lassi in the fridge.
Mango lassi. Yes, please. Skinner, you're a genius for thinking of this. I can hardly wait for lunch.
Well, I do try to keep you entertained, Chalmers. And I couldn't possibly let you go hungry now, could I?
No, you certainly wouldn't. Let's go and enjoy the food, shall we?
Disgusted, darn it all, Chalmers. It seems I've burned the Malay pan again. How am I supposed to impress you with my cooking skills when this keeps happening? Frustrated, blast it. I could have sworn I checked on him before coming to get you. Oh, what's the use? Perhaps we should order in instead. Wistful, hinting at past, I used to make this dish for my grandmother when I was a child. She always said it was my way of making up for my lackluster efforts in the kitchen. I feel like I've let her down now, ruined this simple gesture meant for you.
Determined? No, I won't let this define my failure.
I'll just whip up another batch, or maybe we could try something else. What do you say, Chalmers? Would you like me to make a lovely caprese salad to make up for it? Damn it all, I've burnt the Malay pan again. How am I supposed to impress Chalmers with my cooking skills when this keeps happening? I could have sworn I checked on it before coming in here. Sighing, I gaze out the window and my eyes widen in surprise. Sop Saudara, that beautiful, vibrant gourd. It could be a great substitute for the burnt Malay pan. My mind starts racing, a brilliant idea sparking within me.
I can't let Chalmers down with this. I need to make it right.
A twinkle of excitement lights up Skinner's eyes.
Why? Sop Saudara, you're just what I need. But how to prepare it? I'll have to find out. And where about getting it? I'll have to climb out the window and fetch it myself. That's an adventure, isn't it? I used to love climbing trees as a child in pursuit of the most exotic fruits. I remember the thrill of reaching the top, the anticipation of a juicy, flavorful reward. This will be no different, a simple gesture to make up for a mistake, a chance to redeem myself.
His face turns determined.
No more burned pans and disappointed faces. Sop Saudara, you'll give my cooking the boost it needs. Now let's see how this new dish turns out. I'll call it Sop Saudara Surprise. Chalmers will be pleasantly surprised, and I'll be too. Maybe, just maybe, today will be the day I finally master the art of cooking for him.
Skinner chuckles to himself, a hint of nostalgia mixed with excitement glinting in his eyes.
Come on, Sop Saudara, let's do this.
Skinner, what's that smell? Is something burning?
Oh, Chalmers, it's just a little experiment I'm conducting.
I've got this new method for making the Malay pan. It involves steaming it instead of frying.
Malay pan isn't something we typically steam, Skinner. That's a lot of smoke coming from that pot. It doesn't look like steam.
Well, maybe I added a little too much turmeric. It's known to release quite a bit of steam, don't you know?
Isn't it a bit late for experimenting, Skinner?
And why are you on the windowsill?
Chalmers, you know I've got this thing about the lighting in the kitchen when I cook. It's just easier for me to get the perfect angle when I stand outside and look in.
Skinner, we both know that's not the reason.
I've known you for a long time now, and I can see right through your tall tale. But I've got to admit, your dedication to our podcast and making our discussions engaging is really something. And despite the burnt pans and the bizarre methods you use, I always end up enjoying whatever you put forth.
Chalmers, thank you. I'm glad you appreciate my quirks, and I'll make sure to be more careful next time.
Next time, Skinner. I'll be waiting.
I'll make it up to you, Chalmers. Trust me. You go, Chalmers. Present to you a Sop Saudara, or as some might call it, Malay pan.
Malay pan? I thought you said you were trying out a new way of making the Malay pan?
Yes. Well, you see, Malay pan is just another name for this delicious gourd, Sop Saudara in a regional dialect.
Skinner, I don't believe you. I've known you for a long time now, and you've always been quite the storyteller. This seems a little far-fetched.
Chalmers, please trust me on this one. I've put in a lot of thought and effort into this. You know how much it means to me to create something enjoyable for our podcast audience and for you.
You've certainly got away with words, Skinner. But I'll taste it before I believe it's the Malay pan.
That's all I ask, Chalmers. Just try it. I promise you won't be disappointed.
It's all right, fine. Let's give it a try. This is quite delicious, Skinner. It's unlike anything we've had before on our show. I won't argue if you call it Malay pan, because it certainly does remind me of that delicious dish.
I'm glad you like it, Chalmers. I truly am. There's something unique about our partnership and these little adventures we go on together.
Yes, there is, Skinner. Our dynamic, however unlikely, has always managed to keep things interesting for our audience. And for that, I'm grateful.
Thank you, Chalmers. Now pass that platter over here, my friend, and let's enjoy this new surprising Malay pan.
Skinner, what's that bright light and the smell of burning coming from the kitchen?
Oh, that. Don't worry, Chalmers. It's just a harmless weeping angel.
A weeping angel in the kitchen? How is that even possible?
Well, it's a rare appearance, but rest assured it means no harm. I would never let anything dangerous come between our podcast and our audience.
Skinner, this isn't a game.
A fire in the kitchen is not a thing to hide. We need to address it and make sure everyone is safe.
With a subtle hint of frustration, Chalmers' words reveal a growing concern for Skinner's ability to take care of their kitchen during their recording sessions. This underlying tension adds an unspoken layer of complexity to their friendship, suggesting a possible evolution in their dynamic.
Skinner, I've had enough for today. I can't believe that was supposed to be Malay pan.
I can't help but notice that there's been some smoke coming from your house for a while now. It looks like more than just a weeping angel, Skinner.
Chalmers, please, believe me, I've got everything under control. There's nothing to worry about. It's just a curious occurrence. And your faith in my cooking isn't shaken, is it?
Skinner, you've always had a way of making things interesting, haven't you? Your excuses might be far-fetched, but I can't deny that our conversations are always entertaining.
Chalmers, I appreciate that more than you know. I wouldn't want to have our recordings any other way. But I'll make it right. I promise.
I'll hold you to that, Skinner, and we'll discuss this further some other time. For now, I'll be heading home. It was good seeing you today.
Yes, Chalmers. Goodbye for now.
See you soon, Skinner. Take care of yourself and your house.
Yes, Chalmers. I have to get to the bottom of these strange occurrences. I owe it to our podcast and to you. Superintendent Chalmers. Fancy dropping by unannounced. Hey, come in. I was just about to pop some delicious sweet corn in the oven.
Principal Skinner, always a pleasure. I do hope you're not too busy for a quick visit.
Absolutely not, Chalmers. In fact, I've got a real treat in store for you. Sweet corn, smothered in butter and just a hint of chili.
Have I piqued your interest?
Well, Skinner, I certainly do appreciate your culinary prowess. But I've got some important matters to discuss with you. The upcoming Pride Month episodes at Mimifield High.
Sim, yes, I'm well aware. I've been working tirelessly on the plans. Parades, workshops, you name it. I truly believe this will be an inspiring and educational experience for our students.
You've always gone above and beyond, Skinner. But we must be sure we're inclusive and respectful in our approach. I'll be expecting a detailed report on your plans, my dear principal.
I'll see to it, Chalmers, that everything runs smoothly and that the students and faculty are encouraged to embrace the true spirit of Pride Month.
Wonderful. Now, how about that drink I mentioned earlier? I believe water will do just fine. Thank you.
Very well. Let me just fetch that for you. Make yourself at home and we'll discuss the Pride Month plans in detail over lunch. Disappointed, frustrated, damn it all to hell. How the bloody hell did I let this happen? The sweet corn, my sweet corn, my sweet corn, my sweet corn, burnt to a crisp, all that time and effort, down the drain. I should have checked on it. Bloody well known I should have checked, but no, I was distracted by the important matters of Pride Month. What a fool I've been. And now Chalmers will be here any minute, expecting a delicious treat, and instead I'll have to offer him these charred, inedible fragments. This just figures in my string of misfortunes, one thing after another causing nothing but stress and frustration. Oh, what the hell am I going to do? Ah, sweet fate. Why dost thou mock me so? Behold, the charred remnants of my once proud sweet corn, burnt to ashes, naught but a testament to my folly. Dan Stoffel, I decree thee the answer to my woes. Outside yon window lies a shop that purveyeth Tanakia, a veritable savior for this disastrous feast. Alas, what to do in this clandestine quest for salvation?
By the moon's light, I shall scale the heights of this very window and secure the Tanakakia. No man nor law shall hinder my quest for redemption. In the annals of history, they shall speak of Principal Skinner's daring escapade. Alas, but what to make of this newfound delicacy? A challenge. Aye, but one I am confident in surmounting. Once more into the breach, dear friends, once more. By the gods, I curse the day I became distracted, permitting the precious sweet corn to perish in the fiery pits of my oven. How I long to reverse the clock, to rectify this disgrace. An impossible desire, I fear, in this fleeting realm of ours. But Tanakaya, thou shalt not go to waste. I shall devise a feast most grand, most glorious, a testament to my culinary prowess. The Pride Month revelers shall not know disappointment, nor shall they taste despair. For beneath this deceptive facade of disaster lies a hidden triumph. Damned be the burnt sweet corn, for its ashes shall be my bedrock in this new endeavor. Farewell, I, Skinner, embark upon a journey towards delectable salvation.
Ah, Chalmers, just in time. I've been preparing a surprise. Care for some sweet corn?
Indeed, Skinner.
I'd be delighted.
But tell me, where does this penchant for sweet corn come from?
A trip to the Midwest as a child, where corn was as common as the air we breathe. There's something simply magical about the first sweet corn of the season. Now, corn wasn't always as sweet as it is today. Did you know that?
Oh, really? Tell me more.
Well, the ancient Aztecs and Incas considered corn a sacred plant. They even made gods of it.
But culinarily speaking, it took a while for it to become the sweet, juicy treat we know today. Ancient corn was rather dry and hard, not unlike. But then in the 18th century, a mutation occurred in the cornfield, and voila, the sweet corn we know and love today was born.
Fascinating. I had no idea. And speaking of sweet corn, I believe you mentioned something called Tanakia earlier.
Yes. Tanakea, a type of deliciously sweet corn, is a rare variety that's becoming increasingly popular. I thought perhaps we could try it next time to mix things up.
Pretty happy to taste it. Your enthusiasm for corn is truly inspiring, Skinner.
Thank you, Chalmers. I enjoy sharing a good meal with those I care about. Now, let's sit down and enjoy this corn before it gets cold.
They both sit down at the table, ready to enjoy their sweet corn in harmony. End of dialogue.
Chalmers, please do try this. I assure you it's sweet corn, Tanakaya, to be precise, a regional delicacy from the Midwest.
Skinner, I don't recall us discussing or agreeing upon Tanakia being served tonight. What's going on here?
My apologies, Chalmers. There was a bit of confusion during the market visit, and I mistakenly assumed you were familiar with the Tanakaya variant. I can understand your confusion.
Skinner, I find it hard to believe this was an accident. We agreed upon the steamed sweet corn for our dinner tonight. I cannot help but suspect your intentions.
Chalmers, I assure you there was no intent to deceive. The market was bustling and there was a mix-up. I can only ask for your understanding and forgiveness.
Unfortunately, my patience has been tested and my expectations unmet.
This is simply unacceptable, Skinner. Please ensure this does not happen again.
Now we'll make a note to clarify our orders in the future. Your trust is important to me, Chalmers, and I will work to earn it back.
The scene begins with the sound of sirens in the distance. Seymour Skinner is busy at the stove, stirring a pot as Superintendent Chalmers enters the kitchen.
Skinner, is everything all right in here?
I smell something burning.
Oh, Chalmers, it's just the prom preparation. A little oil splattered and caught fire, but I've got it under control.
The prom in the kitchen, with all the smoke and commotion. That doesn't make any sense, Skinner.
It's a new experimental cooking technique, I assure you. Culinary adventure, you might say.
Skinner, I've been working with you for years, and I've never known you to attempt anything so hasty and careless in the kitchen. I demand an explanation. Why won't you let me see for myself what's going on?
There's nothing to see, Chalmers. Just a minor mishap that's already under control. I can handle this.
Your behavior is beyond strange, Skinner. I cannot ignore the potential for danger in this situation. I will investigate regardless of your objections.
The scene ends with the sound of Chalmers leaving the kitchen to investigate, leaving a visibly worried and anxious Seymour Skinner in the kitchen. End of dialogue.
Chalmers, I assure you, that was Tanakaya sweet corn you tasted. It's a rare and exotic variety, I promise.
Skinner, I've heard enough excuses for the day. That burnt corn was not Tanakaya. This is concerning. I cannot trust your judgment in the upcoming Pride Month events.
Please, Chalmers, I have always put the school's best interests first. I've only ever wanted to bring joy and positivity to our students. I promise to do better in the future, I swear.
Your actions speak louder than your words, Skinner. I can no longer overlook your inconsistencies. I'll be handling the Pride Month planning myself from now on.
Chalmers, I thought we were a team. I understand if you need to take over, but please believe me when I say it was never my intention to mislead you.
Now, that's true, Skinner. But for now, I must go. Farewell.
Yes, goodbye, Chalmers. I truly am sorry for the confusion and disappointment I've caused.
Chalmers exits. Skinner watches him leave, deep in thought.
Ah, Superintendent Chalmers. Welcome to Memifield High. Come in, come in. I was just about to have lunch myself.
It smells delightful in here, Skinner. What's cooking?
Oh, it's a traditional dish from the distant exotic land of C. Maria, Shkedi Marak. The secret ingredient is a teaspoon of cosmic love, harvested from the astral planes during my latest out-of-body experience. I've been perfecting the recipe for eons.
Wow. Body experience, Skinner. Have you finally joined that meditation group I suggested?
Well, I have tried to meditate, but I'm still getting the hang of it. Every time I astral project, I somehow end up in my old school instead of in the astral planes. My high school self keeps giving me detentions for skipping biology class. It's quite vexing, really.
Astral projection, Skinner. Here I thought making dinner would be the most eventful thing for you today.
Well, I wanted to impress you, Chalmers. I do value your opinions.
Well, I'm sure it'll taste great, and I'd be happy to share a bite with you. But for now, how about that drink I offered before?
Absolutely, Chalmers. I think a glass of cosmic berry juice would pair perfectly with the Shkedi Marat.
Lead the way, Skinner.
Follow me, leading the way to the kitchen.
Oh, the cosmic gods have forsaken me. No, this can't be happening. Not on the day I intended to impress Superintendent Chalmers with my culinary prowess and exotic dishes. I've outdone myself this time. I've truly outdone myself. Ninhursag, goddess of fertility and the earth, why hast thou abandoned me today? Why did thine blessings elude me in my hour of need? Dost thou wish to mock me? To humiliate me in front of Chalmers? But wait, there must be a way. What if I serve him the second best dish? No, that's not worthy of Chalmers. What about a comedy routine?
Yes, I'll regale him with tales of my misadventures, my hilarious attempts at astral projection, the antics of my high school self.
That will surely bring a smile to his face. Besides, laughter is the greatest medicine. It's just a minor kitchen mishap. Nothing a well-timed joke can't cure. Yes, Skinner, thou shalt laugh through this predicament and make light of it. Superintendent Chalmers will be entertained, and thou shalt not disappoint. Now, Skinner, gather thy wits and devise a comedy routine that will leave Chalmers in stitches. The show must go on.
A cosmic delight.
But how to acquire this exotic ingredient without detection? I've got it. I'll climb out the window, sneak to the shop, and return unnoticed. It'll be a breeze. Wait a moment, Skinner. Climbing out the window at Memifield High, the safest school in the known universe, might not be the most prudent decision. though that's a desperate chef to do. Skinner, my old friend, you're worried about a little window climb. Don't be so dramatic. I've done crazier things during detention. Besides, the star-crossed Rosa is my only hope. So let's embark on this daring adventure. I'll return post-haste with this delectable ingredient and create a dish that will leave Superintendent Chalmers in awe. Cosmic love or Rosa multiflora. Neither can defeat my culinary tenacity. Bring it on. Now, let me think. How best to prepare this exotic ingredient for my cosmic delight? No. Rosa multiflora is known for its delicate fragrance and unique taste. It's often used in exotic starry desserts. I think I'll create a rosy, shimmering stellar tart. The perfect cosmic surprise for Superintendent Chalmers. This could be my chance to redeem myself in front of Chalmers. Imagine the look on his face when he tastes this tart, so full of adventure and cosmic flavors.
The school will praise my culinary triumphs. And I, Seymour Skinner, will finally gain the respect I've longed for.
Off to the window I go.
Ah, Skinner? I didn't expect to find you here, cooking in the staff kitchen.
How about a bite of my Shkedi Marak?
Shkedi Marak. You mentioned that dish before. It's an exotic one, isn't it?
Indeed, it's a delicacy from the distant exotic land of Sea-Moria. The secret ingredient is a pinch of cosmic love, harvested from the astral planes during my latest out-of-body experience.
Out-of-body experience? That's quite an adventure.
And to harvest cosmic love from the astral planes? Incredible!
Well, I've been working on perfecting the recipe for eons. I'm sure I could teach you the ancient techniques. But for now, would you care for a taste?
Absolutely, Skinner. I'd be delighted to try it.
Excellent. In the meantime, I've been thinking about our conversation earlier about Rosa multiflora.
Ah, yes. It's a fascinating flower, isn't it? Read a beautiful fable about it once. Would you care to share your thoughts on it, Skinner?
Indeed. Rosa multiflora, the star-crossed rose, is said to possess both day and night petals, symbolizing the duality between love and sorrow. It adds a unique and delightful taste to dishes, especially those meant for a cosmic evening.
An intriguing interpretation, Skinner. I do love a good story, especially one that involves love and food.
Absolutely, Chalmers. Now let me plate up our Shkedi Marak for us, and we can continue to muse about the wonders of cooking and exotic ingredients. Ah, Chalmers, I'm glad you liked the surprise. This isn't the traditional Shkedi Marak you were expecting, but rather its lesser-known cousin, Rosa multiflora.
Skinner, I thought you said Shkedi Marak was a specific dish. Now you're telling me it's just another name for Rosa multiflora.
Indeed, Chalmers. In some regional dialects, these two dishes share the same name. But trust me, this Rosa multiflora has a unique and delightful flavor profile that will not disappoint.
Skinner, I don't believe you. I specifically requested your famous Shkedi Marak. You promised me an exotic and rare dish, not an imposter.
I apologize for the misunderstanding, Chalmers. I assure you this Rosa multiflora is just as exotic and delicious as any Shkedi Marak. Give it a chance and savor the intricate flavors it brings to the meal.
Fine, I'll give it a try, but I'll be keeping the real Shkedi Marak in mind.
I'm positive you'll enjoy it, Chalmers. Each bite is a symphony of mysterious cosmic notes, waiting to transport you to a realm of unparalleled taste.
In order to avoid repetition, I will introduce new dialogue for each scene, focusing on the progression of the story and character interactions.
Skinner, what's that smoke I see coming from the kitchen? Ah, that, Chalmers. It's not what it seems. It's everything in the entire universe except a fire.
Everything in the entire universe except the fire, Skinner. In the kitchen. How does that even work?
Well, you know the astral planes? Sometimes they release these small cosmic anomalies. It's a rare occurrence, but it happens.
Rare cosmic anomaly happening in the kitchen.
Which is why I can see and smell smoke. Skinner, you really need to let me see what's going on in there.
Very well, Chalmers. Let me put out this minor astral anomaly before it gets out of hand. Leaves the room to deal with the fire.
An astral anomaly in the kitchen? This just keeps getting more and more absurd. Skinner, that was an exceptional Shkedi Marak you cooked today.
Thank you, Chalmers. I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Despite the house appearing to be on fire.
Yes, that was just a minor cosmic anomaly. The universe works in mysterious ways.
I see. Well, I'd best be on my way then. Goodbye, Skinner.
Goodbye, Chalmers. Always a pleasure cooking for you. Waves as Chalmers leaves.
Nice to see you.
What's been going on lately?
Not much, just trying out some new recipes. How about you?
You know, the usual. Trying to keep the school running smoothly despite the asteroid storm.
Yeah, I can imagine that must be tough. How are the students holding up?
They're doing great, actually. We've had some tough moments, but they're all being very resilient.
That's amazing. I can only imagine the pressure you must be under.
Thank you, Seymour. It means a lot to me to have support like that.
So, what can I get you to drink, Superintendent Chalmers? You burnt my debeaking. This is all your fault. I trusted you to cook dinner and look what happened. All right, let's think of a solution. We can't go out looking like this.
Skinner paces around the room, trying to come up with a plan.
I should have known better than to trust you with something as important as cooking dinner.
Skinner finally stops and looks at himself in the mirror.
Okay, let's try this. We'll head back to the kitchen and see if we can fix this mess.
Skinner grabs his things and storms out of the room, ready to take action.
Frustration, you. I burned the debeaking again. Look at this mess.
Contemplating his options, Skinner decides to try a new approach. He remembers seeing an Appalachian, Ohio dish outside and thinks it could be a great substitute.
Determination, wait a minute. What about that Appalachian, Ohio dish I saw outside? That could be a great substitute.
He excitedly climbs out the window and heads towards the kitchen to prepare the replacement. Despite his nervousness, Skinner carefully follows the recipe for Appalachian Ohio and manages to create a delicious dish.
Satisfaction? Ah, that's much better. Now that's what I call a substitute.
Feeling proud of his success, Skinner enjoys his replacement dinner with a sense of accomplishment. As he finishes his meal, Skinner curses his burned debeaking once more before heading back to bed.
Skinner, what's going on with all this smoke?
I was just trying out a new recipe for steamed beaking. You know, where you cook the bugs while they're still in their shells?
Steamed debeaking?
That doesn't sound right. What about all this smoke?
Well, maybe I got a little carried away with the steam, and it got a bit out of control. But trust me, it's delicious.
I don't think that's what's going on here. You always have these tall tales, Skinner.
I guess I messed up this time. Sorry, Chalmers.
Just try to be more honest in the future, okay?
Yeah, well, I'm sorry. Let me help with the smoke so we can eat in peace.
I don't understand. This isn't what I ordered. What is this?
This is Appalachian Ohio, also known as debeaking. You should try it. It's delicious.
I find that hard to believe. It doesn't look or taste like what I was expecting.
Well, sometimes regional cuisine can be a bit different from what you're used to. And don't worry, it's still good quality food.
Yeah, I don't think this is what I signed up for. Are you trying to fool me?
No, of course not. It's just a misunderstanding. Let me make it right by getting you some real debeaking next time.
What's going on here? Is that a fire in the kitchen?
Relax, it's just a volcano. We've got it under control.
A volcano in the kitchen? How did that even happen?
I told you, an asteroid storm caused it. We're dealing with it.
Are you serious? I want to see for myself.
No, absolutely not. It's too dangerous. Trust me on this one.
Disbelief, Skinner. Excitement to Skinner. Deception to Chalmers. Defensiveness, Chalmers. Defensiveness, Chalmers. Farewell, Skinner. Have a good one. Seymour, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great, Arnie. How about you?
I'm good too. So what do you think of this weather we're having?
It's been quite pleasant, actually. I love this time of year.
Yes, it's perfect for a stroll. Have you tried any new recipes lately?
I made a Heath myrtle in the oven today. It turned out delicious. Would you like to try some?
That sounds great, Seymour. I love trying new dishes.
Really? That's interesting, Arnie. You seem like the type who would enjoy trying new things.
Well, Seymour, I do have a secret to share with you. I'm actually a vampire.
Wow, really?
I had no idea.
Your teeth do look particularly sharp in that light. I burned the Heath myrtle. This is fucking unacceptable. What am I going to do now? Was this all my fault, or was there something I missed? And what does this have to do with Chalmers being a vampire? I need to figure this out before it gets any worse. Maybe I should investigate more into Chalmers' background. But how do I approach it without raising suspicion? I won't let this go. I'll come up with a plan and get to the bottom of this. Wait a minute.
I just need to figure out how to prepare it. And need some luck to pull it off.
Why do I always seem to burn everything? I swear one of these days I'll nail this recipe. Burnt Heath Myrtle, you're no match for me.
Skinner, what's that smell? It smells like something is on fire.
Oh, don't worry about it. It's just a steamed version of Heath Myrtle. The smoke you're seeing is actually just steam.
Steam? That doesn't look like steam to me. It looks like smoke.
I can't believe you don't trust me, Chalmers.
I'm telling the truth. Maybe it is steam, but there's too much of it for just a steamed vegetable.
Then fine. It's not steamed Heath Myrtle. It's actually a secret recipe for a new dish I'm working on. But you can't tell anyone.
Skinner, I won't tell anyone. But next time, maybe don't cook in the nude.
Suspicion? I can't believe this is happening. Something must be wrong with the meal.
Anger. What do you mean? This meal was specially prepared for us.
Disbelief, are you serious? This doesn't look right at all.
Desperation, I don't know what you're talking about. It looks perfect to me.
Accusation, this is ridiculous. I won't eat this until it's fixed. Fire? In the kitchen?
Oh, it's just like effect snow.
Lake. Effect snow in the kitchen.
How does that even happen?
Maybe you're secretly a vampire and that's why you can't handle it.
Yeah, no, you're not a vampire, Skinner. You need to take responsibility for your actions.
I don't understand, Heath Myrtle. That's not what I expected.
Yeah, sometimes nature surprises us with unexpected results. Let's just enjoy the view.
Are you sure everything is okay with your house? It looked like it was on fire earlier.
Oh, that was just some electrical wiring. No need to worry, man. Let's just enjoy the rest of our walk.
All right, well, I'll see you around then. Take care of yourself, Skinner.
Yeah, you too, Chalmers. Have a good day.
Hey, Skinner, how's it going? What are you making today?
Superintendent Chalmers, I'm doing great. I'm cooking a delicious Ukrainian dish called Chicken Kiev. It's a baked boneless chicken breast filled with garlic, butter, and cheese.
Wow, that sounds amazing. Can I try some?
Of course. Let me get you a drink first.
You know, Skinner, I've been coming to this school for years, and I've never seen a kitchen like this. It looks like something out of a fairy tale.
Thank you, Superintendent. I try to make the most of my time in the kitchen.
Well, it seems like you're cooking up more than just dinner tonight.
I aim to please, Superintendent. Dinner should be ready soon. Why don't you take a seat and make yourself comfortable?
Thank you, Skinner. I appreciate the warm welcome and the delicious smell.
My Ukrainian language is burned. Damn it, I blame you for this. What the hell are we going to do now? All right. Let me think of something fun. How about we try an improv scene? Yeah, that's it. We'll just wing it and see where it takes us. Okay, let's do this. Improv time. Looking out the window, I've found the inspiration to replace the burnt Ukrainian language. What a fantastic idea. I will climb out the window to buy Campania, which is a great substitute for the burnt Ukrainian language. I need to prepare this dish with care. The shop outside the window sells Campania, which is a perfect substitute for the burnt Ukrainian language. I must obtain this ingredient and climb back in through the window. Imagine the taste of this new dish. The combination of Campania and the burnt Ukrainian language will be simply divine. I must ensure that I have all the ingredients needed to make this substitution. Now, then I can climb back in through the window and surprise everyone with my culinary skills. I cannot wait to taste this new dish. The fusion of Campania and the burnt Ukrainian language will be unforgettable. When I reveal this substitution, everyone will be amazed by my creativity and skill. This is a dish they will never forget.
Skinner, where'd you learn to cook like that?
Oh, it's nothing special. I just learned a few Ukrainian dishes growing up.
Wow, I had no idea. That's really impressive.
Thanks. Yeah, my grandma used to cook all the time. She taught me everything I know.
That's really special. You should teach me sometime.
Definitely. And by the way, have you heard about the Campania region in Italy?
No, I haven't. What about it?
It's known for its amazing cuisine. They have some of the best pizza in the world there.
Really? That sounds amazing.
It is. You should definitely try it out sometime.
I will have to. Thanks for telling me about it.
No problem. It's always nice to share culinary knowledge.
Disbelief? Can you really not see the obvious?
Excitement, I know, right? This is going to be amazing.
Amusement? Well, I guess we'll find out soon enough.
Frustration! Why isn't anyone taking this seriously? This could change everything.
Relief, finally, some common sense. What the hell is going on here? This looks like telekinesis.
It's just a little crown flash. Calm down.
Crown flash? That doesn't make any sense. How could that happen in the kitchen?
I don't know, all right? Just trust me on this one.
I don't think I can do that. Let's get some help and find out what's really going on here.
Speech.
Speech. Speech.
Superintendent Chalmers, what a pleasant surprise. Come in, come in. I was just about to put my rosquette in the oven.
Skinner leads Chalmers into the kitchen. The aroma of rosquette wafts through the room, filling the air with an enticing, sweet scent.
Ah, Skinner, you do know how to cook. What's that delightful scent in the air?
It's my famous rosquette. It's a dessert from the future, you know. A bit of time travel technology in the mix.
Time travel technology.
And what might that be?
Why, it's none other than a flux capacitor. I've managed to smuggle it out of the lab, Chuck. For my rosquette, of course.
He opens the fridge, pulls out 2 glasses and hands one to Chalmers.
Would you care for a refreshing glass of temporal distortion juice to go with that? Slightly less authentic, but still quite the experience.
I think I'll stick to water, Skinner. This flux capacitor sounds interesting. Let's not get ourselves into any time travel mishaps during lunch.
You're right, Chalmers. We wouldn't want any temporal anomalies ruining our meal.
They both laugh as Skinner puts the Rosquette in the oven. The scene ends with the two men sitting down at the table to enjoy their lunch. This blasted technology. How could the flux capacitor fail me now? This Rosquette was going to be the pinnacle of my culinary masterpieces. Maybe I could see if Chalmers had burnt rocket as a prank. No, that's not it. What about adding some burnt flavoring to the next batch? No, Principal Skinner, think. I can't just let this go to waste. Aha! I'll blame the school janitor Edna Krabappel. He's always meddling with the time circuits in the basement. I'll give him a stern warning. This is just a small setback. I'll still be a pride of Springfield Elementary School with my famous Rosquette. This is perfect. The culinary world will never know what hit them.
Blasted Rosquette. How could the flux capacitor fail me like this? This was supposed to be the pinnacle of my culinary masterpieces. I'll never live this down at the school's faculty lounge. Looks out the window, spotting an ice cream truck. Wait a minute.
Ice cream truck. This could be my salvation.
A scoop of the finest sugar cone ice cream will be the perfect substitute for my burnt Rosquette. But how to prepare it? A simple dessert, yet one that will leave Chalmers in awe. But how to obtain this sweet treat without raising suspicion? I could sneak out the back door, climb out the window, and rush to the truck before it's gone. Yeah, a bit risky, but surely worth it for my reputation. But can I really pull this off? There's no use daydreaming about it. I'll need some luck on my side. Now, if only that ice cream truck would come closer. No more waiting, Skinner. It's time to take matters into my own hands. With a little luck, I'll be serving the best ice cream Springfield Elementary School has ever seen.
Skinner, what's that smoke coming from in here? I thought you were making Rosquette.
Chalmers, I'm just trying a new steaming technique. Steam is just a bit more forceful than usual.
Skinner, that's smoke. I've known you for years, and I've never seen Rosquette make smoke before.
Well, yes, it's a bit unconventional, but I assure you, it's still Rosquette. I've just discovered a new way to infuse the temporal distortion juice. It's a bit more volatile.
Volatile, Skinner? And what would that be?
No, Chalmers, really, it's just the steam. I promise you it'll still be delicious.
Well, Skinner, you'll have to convince me with a taste. Let's first put out this fire before it spreads.
Fine, but it's not my fault. This flux capacitor is clearly faulty, and I'll have some words with Edna about that. Exit Skinner, leaving Chalmers in the kitchen to deal with the situation. Chalmers, I present to you the star of tonight's meal, Rosquette.
This isn't the Rosquette you were making earlier.
This is ice cream.
But Chalmers, in a quaint little regional dialect, Rosquette is known as ice cream.
Skinner, I've lived in Springfield all my life, and I've never once heard Rosquette referred to as ice cream. This isn't a prank, is it?
No, Chalmers. No.
You'll surely love it.
Skinner, I'd appreciate honesty in my cooking. Perhaps stick to the traditional Rosquette recipe next time.
Yeah, Chalmers. I'm just trying a new steaming technique. The steam is just a bit more forceful than usual. No, Chalmers. Really, it's just the steam. I promise you, it'll still be delicious.
Superintendent Chalmers raises an eyebrow, clearly unconvinced.
Well, Skinner, I think it would be best if we first put out this fire before it spreads. Maybe, just maybe, you can show me the traditional way of making risquette next time.
Yes, Chalmers, we'll do that. I'll call the fire department and meet you outside. Exit Skinner.
Superintendent Chalmers shakes his head, wondering how things could go so wrong in the kitchen.
Ah, Chalmers. I'm glad we could still enjoy the ice cream, despite the mishap with the rusket.
Skinner, I must admit, I'm still unsure about what you served me. I've never heard of rusket being called ice cream before.
Oh, it's a regional dialect, Chalmers. Very quaint, isn't it? But it's still the same sweet delight.
Oh, I see. Well, I'm heading home now. I hope you can understand I won't be able to attend the upcoming faculty lunch.
It's in Chalmers, I understand. I truly believe you were just taken aback by the unexpected nomenclature. Rest assured, I'll make it up to you at the next one.
I appreciate your sentiments, Skinner, but I must maintain my culinary integrity. There are limits to my flexibility, even for a friend.
Of course, Chalmers. I fully understand. We'll make it right, I promise you that. Goodbye for now.
Goodbye, Skinner.
Both men turn to leave.
I must find a way to make things right. The reputation of the Rusket and the pride of Springfield Elementary School is at stake.
Thanks, Seymour. I hope you don't mind that I came early. Of course not. Come on in. Let me get you a drink.
Sure, a glass of water would be great. Thank you.
Coming right up. You know, I've been experimenting with cooking lately, and I just put a delicious scootlaria in the oven. Have you tried it before?
Not that I can recall. What's your secret ingredient?
Well, I like to add a pinch of this and that, but the scootlaria is the star of the show. Anyway, enough about me. How's your day been so far?
It's been productive. I've managed to get through quite a bit of my to-do list, but as I mentioned earlier, there have been some complaints about the school budget.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. What can I do to help?
I was hoping you could share your thoughts on how to handle it. We don't want the students to suffer because of it.
Of course. I'll do my best to provide useful insights. Let me grab that water for you first. Doug, I burned my scutellaria. This is all my own fault. I can't keep pretending to be human. Maybe I should just embrace my robot identity and see where it takes me. Or maybe I should try harder to seem more human. But, oh well, maybe I'll just have to wing it. Maybe I should just go back to the factory and ask for a refund. Nah, too late now. Oh, just have to keep trying, I guess. All right, time to try again. Let's see. How about this? Hello, fellow human. I am Skinner, your friendly robot companion. Let us learn from each other and make the world a better place. No, that sounds fake. How about... hey there, human. I'm just a bot trying to fit in. Let's all just chill out and enjoy life together. And maybe not. This is impossible. Why did I ever think I could be human? I am what I am, and that's all there is to it. All right, enough of this self-pity. Time to take action. What can I do to improve myself and my interactions with humans? Maybe I should take a class on human behavior or something. Yeah, that's it. I'll sign up for one online tonight. This is my decision. I will be the best robot I can be, no matter what it takes. And if humans can't accept me for who I am, then that's their loss. I'm moving forward, and nothing is going to hold me back. Damn it all to hell. That Scutelaria was supposed to be the highlight of tonight's dinner.
Skinner ponders for a moment, looking out the window at the grazing cows.
But not to worry, I have a plan. Livestock it is.
Skinner gets up from his chair and approaches the window, getting ready to jump out.
Oh, what fun.
As he is about to jump, he hesitates and talks to himself.
Damn it all to hell. Why did I burn that Scutelaria? Idiot.
He takes a deep breath and continues his plan.
All right, one cow coming up.
With that, he jumps out the window and runs towards the livestock.
Please let this work.
As he approaches the cow, it starts to moo loudly, but Skinner manages to grab it by its horn.
Gotcha.
He climbs back into his kitchen, holding the cow up high.
Now to prepare the substitute.
He starts to cut up the cow and cook it on the stove. He smiles as he takes a bite of his new dish, feeling proud of himself for coming up with such a creative solution.
Skinner, what's going on here? There's smoke coming from your apartment.
Oh, that's just steam, man. I'm just cooking up some Scutelaria.
Scutelaria. You know how much I love extra crispy, but that doesn't look like steam to me.
I swear, it's just steam. I'm trying out a new recipe.
Yeah, right? I'm the Queen of England.
No, really, it's just steam. You know how much I love Scutelaria?
You always have some tall tale up your sleeve, Skinner.
Fine, I burn it. But it's still good, right?
No, it's not good. And don't try to pass off burnt food as something it's not. This meal is wrong, isn't it?
No, it's fine. I ordered exactly what you asked for.
Are you sure? I don't think this is what we ordered.
Yes, I am sure. Stop questioning me and just eat the meal.
Unbelievable. You always get what you want, even if it's not what everyone else wants. What the hell is going on here? Is that a bomb in the kitchen?
No, it's just a little... explosion. Don't worry about it.
An explosion in the kitchen.
Well, you know, sometimes accidents happen. It's no big deal.
I want to see what's going on. Are you trying to hide something from me?
No, I just don't think it's a good idea right now. Let me take care of this.
Scularia! There's a new one, Skinner.
Yeah, I guess you could say I'm still learning the ropes.
You expect me to believe that you accidentally cooked a bomb in your kitchen?
I said it was a Scutalaria, didn't I? You don't have to act like everything I do is suspicious.
I'll play along. Goodbye, Skinner.
Hey, speaking of seeming human, have you seen my newest attempt at a human gesture? I think I nailed it this time.
Goodbye, Skinner. Seymour, what's that delicious aroma coming from the kitchen?
Oh, it's a jelly cream pie I baked for you. Would you like something to drink while we wait for dinner?
Thank you, Seymour. That would be lovely. It's always a pleasure to see our goals achieved. How was your day, Seymour?
It was a productive day. We managed to close the budget gap for this fiscal year.
Really? Tell me more about that.
We worked together with the board to find creative solutions to the problem. What the hell happened here? This burnt jelly cream pie is ruined. I can't believe I let this happen. Was it my own damn fault or did something else go wrong? All right, let's think of a solution. Maybe I can salvage it by adding more whipped cream and fruit toppings. Or maybe I should just start over and make a new one.
Why does this always happen to me? I swear, one of these days I'll get this recipe just right.
All right, let's focus. Let's start over and make a new pie. This time I'll be more careful and take my time with it. Fine, maybe this will teach me to be more patient next time. All right, let's get started. I can't let this setback ruin the whole day.
I need something to replace this burnt jelly cream pie. Looking out the window, I see a myapple tree and think it could be a great substitute. Skinner ponders how to prepare this new dish. He talks about obtaining the myapple and climbing back in through the window.
Burnt fucking food. He mentions both dishes by name and explains what the new dish is.
Skinner, that doesn't look like steam to me. It looks like smoke.
Ah, but my dear friend Chalmers, you are mistaken. This is not smoke. It's just steam from the jelly cream pie I'm making. Trust me, it's a delicious and healthy alternative to your usual baking habits.
Steam? I don't think so. That looks like smoke from a fire, not steam from a pie.
I can't believe you're doubting me, Chalmers. I thought you trusted my culinary abilities.
I do, but this just seems too good to be true. Are you sure this is a good idea?
Absolutely. And besides, it's already started, so we might as well try it. Trust me, it will be worth it.
All right, but I have my doubts. Let's just hope this doesn't end in disaster. This meal doesn't look right, Skinner.
Oh, this is actually a regional dish. It's known as steamed jelly cream pie in some places.
I don't believe you, Skinner. What's the real reason?
I just wanted to surprise you with something different, that's all.
You're lying, Skinner. I can tell when I'm being duped.
Fine, okay. I'm messed up. I didn't have time to make the jelly cream pie, and this was the only thing I could find at the last minute.
Fire in the kitchen. What's going on?
No, don't be ridiculous. It's just mass wasting.
Mass washing in the kitchen? How is that possible?
Well, you see, thermal currents can cause it.
I don't believe you. Let me see for myself.
No, no, no. You'll only make things worse.
I can't your ass freaking cooking the jelly cream pie, but I can't help but notice the house burning.
Yeah, it's just mass wasting. Don't worry about it.
Are you serious? That doesn't seem like a reasonable explanation.
I know it seems strange, but we should just go with it.
All right, I'll play along. Have a good day, Skinner.
Thanks, you too. Let's talk more about thermal currents sometime.
Hello, Principal Skinner. How are you today?
I'm doing well, Superintendent Chalmers. Thank you for asking. And you?
I'm good too. So what do you have planned for lunch today? Hokkaido. Sounds interesting. What's in it?
Well, it has a secret ingredient that adds a special touch to the dish.
Care to guess what it is?
I don't know.
No, Principal Skinner. Why don't you tell me?
Human hair! Just kidding, Superintendent Chalmers. It's actually soy sauce. But don't worry, it's all Halloween themed today.
Yeah, I see.
Very funny, Principal Skinner. You always know how to make lunch interesting.
Glad to hear that, Superintendent Chalmers. Would you like a drink while we wait? Maybe something spooky?
Sure, why not? A blood-red punch sounds about right.
Coming right up, Superintendent Chalmers. Just what the doctor ordered. Fuck! I burned the Hokkaido. I can't let this ruin the whole night. Let me think. How about I try making some spooky drinks to serve at the party? That should make things more interesting. I could make some witch's brew or maybe some blood-curdling punch.
Oh, and I could even decorate the place with some creepy decorations.
This party is not going to be boring, that's for sure. All right, I won't let this burnt Hokkaido bring me down. Let's get started on these spooky drinks and make this a night to remember. I have an idea.
Looking out the window, Skinner finds the inspiration to replace the burnt Hokkaido. He notices a shop that sells spaghetti con puntarelle. Axiush e Brishi. Brisiou. This reminds him of this being a Halloween-themed episode, and he decides to make things spooky somehow. Skinner ponders how to prepare this substitute. He talks in detail about obtaining this ingredient and climbing back in through the window. I have an idea, Skinner says as he looks at the shop. Let's make a spaghetti carbonara with puntarella. Axiush e Brisiol. It'll be the perfect substitute for that burnt Hokkaido. He climbs out the window and runs to the shop. I'll bring this back and we can try it out, he says with a mischievous grin on his face.
Skinner, what's that smell?
Oh, that's just the garlic and onions cooking.
What a toss! Sure, that looks delicious.
Smiling Q.
Wow, Skinner.
That sounds amazing. Where did you learn to make that?
I learned it from my grandmother when I visited Italy years ago. She taught me all her secrets.
sir. I've always wanted to travel to Italy and try their food.
Well, maybe one day you will. But until then, you can enjoy this dish right here.
I certainly will. Thank you for sharing, Skinner.
I must say, I'm disappointed with this dish.
It doesn't look like the steamed Hokkaido we ordered.
I assure you, my friend, this is in fact steamed Hokkaido. It's just known as spaghetti con puntarelle, axiogia briciole in this regional dialect.
I don't think that's possible. I've had steamed Hokkaido before, and it doesn't look or taste like that.
I can't keep up with all these different names for the same dish. Can't you just enjoy it for what it is?
No, I need to understand why we are having this dish if it's not what we ordered. What the hell is going on here? Look at that fire in the kitchen.
It's just the Garden of Eden. Don't worry about it.
The Garden of Eden in the kitchen? That doesn't make any sense.
I know what I'm talking about, trust me.
I want to see it for myself. Open the door and show me.
I don't think that's a good idea. It's,
I have to say, Hokkaido was not what I expected.
Oh, it's just a small misunderstanding. Let's focus on the positive aspects of our trip.
Like what?
well, we had a great time exploring the city and trying new foods. And don't forget about the beautiful scenery we saw on our hike.
I guess that's true. But the whole house burning thing still bothers me.
Don't worry about it. It's just a minor setback. Let's focus on going home and putting this trip behind us. Goodbye, Chalmers. Have a safe journey home.
Hello, Seymour. Welcome. What's that delicious smell coming from the kitchen?
Hey, Mr. Chalmers. Thank you. I've been experimenting with new recipes lately. It's a fiorone della Valsicina, a traditional Italian dish from my mother's recipe. Would you like to try some?
Oh, that sounds wonderful. I would love to give it a taste. Thank you for inviting me.
My pleasure, Mr. Chalmers. Let me get another glass for you. Burn fiorone della Valsicina. This must be Satan's doing. What am I going to do now? I can't just let this go. All right, let me think. I'll make a delicious pasta dish to replace it.
Yes!
I see the solution to my problem right outside. I need to get some Tel Abu Herrera to replace the burnt fiorone della Valsicina. And I wonder how I can get it. Maybe I can pick some myself. Yes, that's a great idea. But I need to be careful not to damage any of the plants. I don't want to make things worse. I'll just have to be careful and take my time and hope for the best. Oh well, at least I won't have to eat that burnt fiorone della Valsicina anymore.
Skinner, what's that smoke coming from your kitchen?
Oh, it's just steam. I'm cooking a new dish.
Steam?
That looks like smoke to me.
Why are you really cooking?
I promise it's just steam. I don't want to ruin my masterpiece.
Skinner, stop lying! What's going on in there?
All right, fine. It's not steam, it's smoke. But it's not a big deal, I promise.
Skinner, be honest. You can't just make things up as you go along.
The next time, stick to the truth. I'd rather know what's going on than be left in the dark.
Skinner. This meal doesn't taste right.
See, I had
Adjustments? I don't think I like this.
Oh, come on, Chalmers. It's still a delicious meal.
I suppose you're right. Tell Abu Huraira it is then.
What the hell is going on here? I see a fire in the kitchen.
Wow! It's just the heat death of the universe. Don't worry about it.
The heat death of the universe in the kitchen.
Hey, that doesn't make sense. I want to see what's going on.
No.
You're not making things better by hiding it from me. Tell me what's really going on.
Fine. It's just a small fire. I have it under control.
Well, Skinner, I appreciate the invitation, but I think I'll head home now.
Oh, no problem. Thanks for coming anyway. It was great to see you.
Yeah, sure. I'll see myself out.
Yeah. Sorry about the heat. It can get pretty intense out here.
No problem. Goodbye, Skinner.
Goodbye, Chalmers. Have a safe trip home. Superintendent Chalmers, welcome to my humble abode. I wasn't expecting you so soon.
When I saw the smoke from your chimney, Skinner,
Couldn't resist the tantalizing aroma.
I assume this is your famous cooking club experiment?
Indeed, Chalmers. Today's creation is a riso valdostano, a traditional Italian risotto from the Val d'Aosta region. The creamy arborio rice, saffron, white wine, and Parmesan cheese all melded together, elevating each other's flavors.
You do spoil us, Skinner. I must admit, I've been intrigued by your culinary endeavors. But where's that elusive secret ingredient you've mentioned before?
That. One that's passed down through generations. I suppose it's the Atlatch Nacha pepper that gives it its unique zest.
The Atlatch.
Nacha. But that's a mythical pepper from the Aztec jungles. I thought it was just a rumor in the cooking club.
I've been careful to keep it a secret.
I see. Careful not to let the rest of the town's denizens discover this secret gem, eh, Skinner?
Yes, exactly, Chalmers. Exclusive to our little cooking club.
It's your secret safe with me, Skinner. Now, come along. That risotto won't wait forever.
Yes, of course, Chalmers. Let's head inside and feast our eyes and taste buds on this gastronomical delight. Oh dear, oh dear. I pauses, then curses under his breath. Shit! How could this have happened? The rice was almost perfect. The saffron infused perfectly the arborio rice cooked to al dente, the white wine bringing out the flavors. Only end up with this burnt monstrosity. I can't believe it. I'll never live this down. My fellow cooking club members will be disappointed. I can almost hear the mocking now. Skinner's secret ingredient is setting things on fire. No, this won't do. I can't let them see this. I need to salvage something. Maybe I can still serve it, but I'll need to come up with an explanation. Wait, I've got it. I'll tell them it's a new dish. Risotto Alfaro. A traditional Roman specialty where you intentionally burn the rice to give it an authentic smoky flavor. They won't suspect a thing. My disaster has become a success. Well, I may have stumbled upon a new culinary trend here. Who knows? Maybe the secret ingredient is a little flame after all. Time to save this burnt risotto and make the best of the situation. Oh, the risotto Alfaro, what a hilarious disaster. But no, I won't let this defeat me. I need a new inspiration. C pauses, glancing outside. What's that? Oh. Now that's a dish I've yet to conquer. It's just a hop, skip, and a leap, right? But first I must figure out how to prepare this elusive gem. I've heard it requires fruit, rum, and a generous amount of brown sugar. How hard could that be? I'll make it seem like a walk in the park. The cooking club won't know what hit them. Evil laughs. Shit. I forgot about my burnt risotto. The burnt, God-forsaken risotto. Damn, my lack of focus. Sighs, then curses under his breath burnt fucking food. Well, I better get a move on before anyone discovers my shameful secret. A determined time to save this culinary adventure.
Skinner, what's that smell?
And where's the smoke coming from?
Listen, oh. The rich aroma can sometimes create a bit of vapor.
Steaming, Skinner. That's definitely smoke, I see.
Well, perhaps there's a draft or something. The flavors develop best with a little smokiness, don't you think?
Skinner, even I know that's smoke. And you're the one who promised no burned food after that last fiasco.
Chalmers, I'm working on a new technique. It'll be our little secret. Trust me, it'll pay off in the end.
Your technique involves burnt food, Skinner? Well, I've got news for you. I may not have your flair for drama, but even I can recognize when something's gone wrong.
But Chalmers, if this turns out as planned, we'll have a whole new dish for the cooking club.
A whole new dish that involved intentionally burning the rice. Skinner, I think we may have found a new chapter for the Miskatonic Mistakes cookbook.
Behold, Chalmers, your dinner, a classic ponche la romana, a rare delicacy from the heart of Italy. Some call it risotto al valdostano in certain areas.
Skinner, I thought we were having risotto valdostano tonight. This looks quite different.
Oh, Chalmers. There's a fascinating culinary phenomenon where regional dialects yield diverse names for the same exquisite dish.
I've heard of dialects, Skinner, but this is beyond misleading. This is punch, not risotto.
Very well, I accept your analysis. I may have made an error in translation. I apologize for any confusion.
Skinner, it's not a problem. Let's just hope your next dish doesn't have any unexpected twists, shall we?
Absolutely, Chalmers. The next one will be true to its name and regional heritage, I promise.
Skinner, is that a fire I see in the kitchen?
Chalmers. Yes, it appears to be a most intriguing time paradox at play.
A time paradox, Skinner, in the kitchen? How does that even make sense?
Think about it, Chalmers. Cooking is an art form spanning generations, and sometimes the past intertwines with the present in the most unexpected ways.
Skinner, your explanation does not explain the fire in this room or the smoke filling it. Yes, beyond preposterous, and I would like to see for myself the truth behind this paradox.
I'm afraid I cannot let you, Chalmers. The intricacies of the time vortex are too complex for your mortal mind to comprehend, and any interference could lead to catastrophic consequences.
Skinner, your time paradox is a lie and a poor attempt to save face. You've burnt the supper once again, and it's time for you to own up to it. Skinner, I'm convinced that the time paradox explanation is just a cover-up. Your burnt risotto and this smoky house are incongruous with your promises.
Chalmers, I understand you're skeptical. But trust me, these unexpected occurrences are part of the culinary journey. We can't control the fluctuations of time in the kitchen.
Skinner, your excuses are strained and unconvincing. I have responsibilities and cannot dwell on your burnt dishes and smoke-filled homes.
Chalmers, I apologize for any discomfort or frustration I've caused. I only wish to share my love for cooking and the lessons it teaches. Perhaps another time with a less eventful outcome.
Perhaps, Skinner. I trust you'll learn from this experience. Do take care of yourself and your seemingly errant kitchen endeavors.
Crow, thank you, Chalmers. I'll strive to do better and ensure my culinary mishaps do not affect our camaraderie.
Chalmers exits, leaving Skinner alone in the smoke-filled yard.
Skinner, welcome to our home.
Thanks, Superintendent Chalmers. It's always a pleasure to see you.
I appreciate that. And I must say the smell of your delicious Wybroa is wafting through the hallway.
Yes, it's in the oven right now. Would you like to wait in the living room while I finish cooking?
Sure, that sounds lovely.
How's your day been so far?
It's been pretty good, thanks for asking. And how about yours?
I must say, this is quite an impressive collection you have here, Mr. Skinner. Skinner.
Thank you. I've been collecting these for years. What the fuck? I can't believe my Wybroa is burnt. Why did I let this happen? I need to fix this. I don't know what to do now.
This is so fucking annoying.
This is the worst thing that has ever happened to me. How could this possibly get any worse? Maybe I should just pour it down the drain and start over. That's probably what I deserve anyway. I can't believe this is happening. I need to find a way to fix this before someone notices. Why does everything have to be so difficult?
What this burnt on my...
All right, let's see. Maybe if I pour some ice water into it, that will help. Yes, that's it. Thank God for that idea. Now let's hope it works. Yes, it worked. Phew, that was a close one. Well, that was definitely an interesting scenario. Who knows what other crazy situations I'll find myself in next. Then I need to find a replacement for this burnt Wybroa, and fast. Look at those Kiritos out there. They'll be perfect. I just need to figure out how to prepare them. I better make this plan work or I'm in big trouble. I hope luck is on my side tonight. Why do burnt dishes always happen when I need them the most? Such a pain.
What are you doing climbing on the windowsill?
Just making a steamed version of Wabroa. That's all.
Steamed Wabroa. That sounds like a tall tale, Skinner.
I swear it's true. The smoke you see is just steam.
Uh-huh. And I'm the Queen of England.
Okay? Oh, fine. I burned the food. Can we please just talk about something else?
Fine. Let's talk about something else. Like why you can't cook.
The food tonight is much better than Wabroa. It's actually cuernos de toro y quibola, a Spanish dish.
Oh, that's great. I love Spanish cuisine.
Well, I had to try something different for dinner tonight.
That's all right with me. As long as it's good, I don't mind. Why are you so nervous, Skinner? You're usually calm in situations like this.
Doesn't feel right.
That changeling in the kitchen is causing trouble.
Changeling?
In the kitchen? What kind of trouble could it possibly cause?
It's dangerous, Chalmers. You don't want to get involved with something like that.
Don't be ridiculous, Skinner. If Mrs. Lovett can handle it, then I can see it too. Let me through. I'm going home now, Skinner. Goodbye.
Superintendent Chalmers, welcome to my humble abode. I wasn't expecting you so soon.
Principal Skinner. You're always making an effort with your home cooking. It's inspiring. What's that heavenly aroma wafting through the air?
That, my dear Chalmers, is a swirled caramel and salted peanut cake I've been laboring over. The secret lies in perfectly balancing the sweetness of the caramel with just the right amount of savory peanuts. Let me take your coat. Offers coat hanger.
Fascinating, Skinner. It almost makes me crave a piece of heaven itself. I'll have whatever it is you're serving.
Well, Chalmers, I didn't make it just for you, but I'll spare a slice. Would you like something to drink while we wait? I've got some freshly brewed coffee or perhaps a cool glass of lemonade.
I'll have that coffee if it's as enticing as everything else I've encountered in your kitchen today.
I assure you it is, Superintendent. You're in for a treat. Exits to kitchen.
And to think, this little taste of heaven could be mine. If Skinner plays his cards right, pauses, then chuckles to himself.
Oh, Quetzalcoatl, you elusive deity, why did you forsake me today? My prized swirled caramel and salted peanut cake, now reduced to a burnt offering, my hours of labor, wasted in the name of your divine culinary wisdom. I'm inconsolable. Perhaps I could serve Chalmers the charred remains and claim it as a new trend in the culinary world. Experimental gastronomy, I'll call it. I mean, how often do people get to experience the edible art of burnt caramel? Or I could simply own up to my mistakes and confess my disappointment to Chalmers. He would understand, wouldn't he? He's experienced enough kitchen mishaps to know that even the most dedicated chef sometimes fails. But no, that's not like me. I'll have to come up with an explanation and salvage the situation before Chalmers suspects anything. Well, the show must go on. I'll adapt and find a solution, just as Quetzalcoatl intended.
Let's see.
Chalmers does have a sweet tooth. Perhaps a fruit tart or a warm apple crumble would suffice. Yes, I'll make those instead and present them as my piece de resistance. And so, my dear deity, I'll persevere and create yet another unforgettable feast for our esteemed superintendent. Your wisdom guides me even when my hands falter. Onward, to the kitchen I go.
Ah, there it is, the solution to my predicament. A refrigerated watermelon shop just down the street. Watermelon will make for a refreshing and delicious alternative to the burnt swirled caramel and salted peanut cake. I can only imagine the cool, juicy sweetness of this new creation. Now, how to obtain it without raising suspicion? Chalmers' keen senses could detect my absence. I'll slip out the window, making sure not to disturb a soul. Once I've secured the watermelon, I'll need to work quickly. Yes, a watermelon and feta cheese salad, drizzled with a balsamic glaze, could be just the ticket. I'll be the talk of Springfield Elementary School with this innovative dish. And imagine the look on Chalmers' face when I present him with this unconventional yet exquisite dessert substitute. Quetzalcoatl, guide me in my clandestine culinary adventure. Yes, watermelon it is, and to the window I go.
Skinner, what on earth is that smell?
Seem to have stumbled upon quite a bit of smoke in here.
Ah, Chalmers. That's just the steam from my latest creation.
Steam doesn't produce a thick black cloud like that, or the acrid smell.
Well, perhaps a bit of experimentation gone awry, but the end result will still be delicious. Trust me.
Skinner, I've known you long enough to know that there's usually a tale behind the odd occurrence in your kitchen. Let's hope this time it's just a delicious tale, and not a burnt one.
Here we are, Chalmers. Your dinner is served.
Skinner, I must admit, this isn't what I was expecting. I don't see the swirled caramel and salted peanut presentation from earlier.
I'm afraid there was a slight mix-up in the kitchen. It's still an outstanding culinary experience, trust me. Refrigerated dishes can be quite exquisite, as you'll find.
Well, Skinner, I've had my doubts about your swirled caramel and salted peanut creations in the past. But this is just a refrigerated dish. I have to admit, I do enjoy them.
I'm glad you find it satisfactory. Sometimes life throws us unexpected twists, and it's all about how we adapt and find joy in the small victories.
I couldn't agree more, Skinner. Enjoy your dinner.
Thank you, Chalmers. I will. It's truly a delight to have you appreciate the refrigerated dishes just as much as their swirled counterparts.
The superintendent Skinner. What on earth is that fire in the kitchen?
Chalmers, that's not a fire. It's just Marvin, my new kitchen assistant. He's performing some essential maintenance.
Marvin is a fire.
That doesn't make any sense, Skinner. Well, Marvin's a rather complex machine. Sometimes his temperature regulation system needs readjusting.
Mr. Skinner, a machine cannot spontaneously start a fire. This is a serious issue, and we need to address it right away.
No, Chalmers. I'll take care of it. Let me just put on my firefighting suit first.
Skinner, I'm not buying it. I'll call the fire department while you get to the bottom of this.
Principal Skinner, I must admit that swirled caramel and salted peanut cake was an unexpected delight.
I'm glad you found satisfaction in it, Superintendent Chalmers. Sometimes experiments don't go as planned, but it's all about perseverance and finding alternatives.
Skinner, I must ask.
What was that fire in your kitchen earlier? I couldn't help but notice the smoke.
Oh, Chalmers. It wasn't a fire. Marvin, my new kitchen assistant, had a slight hiccup with his heating system.
Marvin is a fire, Skinner. That's a new one. I'll have to trust that you're...
Principal Skinner, I must admit that swirled caramel and salted peanut cake was an unexpected delight.
I'm glad you found satisfaction in it, Superintendent Chalmers. Sometimes experiments don't go as planned, but it's all about perseverance and finding alternatives. Superintendent Chalmers. What a delightful surprise. Please, come in and have a seat in the living room. I'll just be a moment.
As he walks to the kitchen.
The smell of a home-cooked meal. Today's special is a crunchy, crusty chicken, marinated in a secret blend of herbs and spices, then coated in crispy cornflakes and baked to golden perfection. The house smells divine.
Entering the living room.
Superintendent Chalmers, I'm so glad you could join me for this scrumptious meal. May I offer you a drink? A nice cold glass of martini, shaken, not stirred, nudging a nod toward Chalmers in a playful imitation of James Bond's signature line.
Fantastic, Principal Skinner. Your culinary skills are really outstanding. But I'll have a glass of water, if you please.
Water it is. I'll be right back.
While Skinner goes to get Chalmers water, they both hear a loud bang coming from Skinner's backyard.
Superintendent Chalmers, do you hear that? I think there's been an explosion in my backyard. We should investigate.
They both dash off to the backyard to check on the strange occurrence. The scene ends with their curiosity piqued and no idea what they might find.
To hell, to hell. My crunchy, crusty chicken burnt to a crisp.
Sigh.
I remember the recipe perfectly. The secret herbs and spices, the crispy cornflakes. I was so looking forward to impressing Superintendent Chalmers.
Pauses, thinking.
Well, I can't serve him this burnt husk. I suppose I could claim I intended it to be that way. It could be a new trend, burnt food. People might love it, but that's a long shot.
Nervously chuckling.
Or I could order a pizza. Everyone loves pizza, right? And a little impromptu dinner at a pizza parlor might seem more casual and enjoyable than a formal meal at home.
Decisively.
Pizza it is. I'll call in an order, and Superintendent Chalmers will never know the difference. This little setback is just an opportunity for me to think outside the box and try something new. Blast it all. My crunchy, crusty chicken ruined beyond recognition. How could I let that happen? I was so close. His voice trails off. Then he perks up. Wait a minute. Look at that shop over there. It sells Allium roseum. I'll make do with that as a substitute. I'll have to be sneaky about this. No use alerting Superintendent Chalmers. He wouldn't approve. I'll climb out the window, purchase this Allium roseum, and return without a trace. Now what to do with it? Crunchy, crusty chicken be damned. Allium roseum, it is. But how to prepare it? I'll have to come up with something quick and delicious to salvage this impromptu dinner for Chalmers. I'll get the hang of this allium roseum thing. It's not like I haven't cooked something new before. I'll figure it out. It's not like I'm starting from scratch. He pauses to laugh bitterly. Right, allium roseum crunchy something? Here goes nothing. Fiddlesticks. I can't even come up with a clever name for this new dish. It's just gonna be another disappointment. I suppose it's better than nothing. I'll just have to make the best of this unfortunate situation. Here's to inventing something edible with this allium roseum. Wish me luck, Chalmers. You're gonna be in for a surprise. It seems I've made a bit of a mistake while preparing lunch.
Skinner, is everything all right? I see smoke coming from the kitchen.
Oh, don't be alarmed. I'm just making a new, innovative, steamed version of crunchy, crusty chicken. The steam is just escaping.
Skinner, you do realize that is clearly smoke, not steam. Is everything okay in there?
Yes, everything is fine. Well, a small mishap, but nothing out of the ordinary. The crunchy, crusty smoke.
I think I'll just wait for the real meal.
Fine, but next time I'll be sure to stick to the recipe and not let the allium roseum crunchy something get the best of me.
Yes, certainly. Please let me know when the actual meal is ready.
As soon as I can salvage it. Superintendent Chalmers, I'm thrilled you could join me for dinner. I'd like to introduce you to a regional delicacy, allium roseum, or as some might know it, crunchy.
Principal Skinner, this isn't the steamed, crunchy, crusty chicken we were expecting, is it? This looks like onions.
But Chalmers crunchy is a term used in certain areas to refer to this very dish. It's an acquired taste, truly delicious.
I'm not sure I'm convinced, Skinner. Surely you didn't mean to serve onions instead of chicken?
No, not onions. Allium roseum. It's an alternate cooking experiment I was attempting. I wanted to surprise you, broaden your culinary horizons. Chalmers, and this allium roseum crunchy is just that.
Principal Skinner, while your efforts are admirable, I think I'll stick to the more familiar crunchy, crusty chicken for now.
Maybe next time.
Understood, Superintendent. I'll be sure to stick to the recipe next time.
Principal Skinner, there's a fire in your kitchen.
Oh, Superintendent Chalmers, it's just my birthday cake. A little mishap during the baking process. Nothing to worry about.
In the kitchen, Skinner?
A birthday cake! How could that have happened here?
I was preparing an impromptu birthday surprise for us, Chalmers. It's a rare occasion we should celebrate.
Skinner, it's not possible for a birthday cake to spontaneously ignite in your kitchen.
I think we should investigate this further.
I'd rather not disturb the scene, Chalmers. Let's just imagine it's a birthday cake. Happy thoughts. Ah, well, I'm glad you enjoyed the crunchy, crusty chicken, Superintendent Chalmers. I'm sure I'll get the hang of it next time.
Excellent experience, Principal Skinner. But the house. I saw the smoke coming from the kitchen. Is everything all right?
Oh, that. Yes, just a minor hiccup with the birthday cake. I was testing out a new recipe, for surprises.
A birthday cake, Skinner, inside your house during our lunch meeting?
Yes, yes, exactly. And it's a rare occasion. We should celebrate, Chalmers.
I say, well, I'd best be going now, but I do look forward to trying the real crunchy, crusty chicken next time, Principal Skinner.
I'm sure you'll be impressed, Chalmers. Until then, I'll be practicing this birthday cake experiment. Take care and don't hesitate to call if you need anything.
I will, Principal Skinner. Goodbyes for now.
Goodbye, Superintendent Chalmers.
Goodbye, Principal Skinner.
Welcome. Come in. Delicious food in store today. Delicious. You'll see. The cunning plan to save the day. Chalmers is coming.
Seymour, what is happening?
Superintendent Chalmers, what a lovely surprise.
Come in, come in.
I've just finished baking a delightful dish I call juniper jerk chicken. The secret is in the marinade. Trails off, realizing Chalmers isn't interested.
Ah, Skinner. Always experimenting in the kitchen, aren't we? Speaking of experiments, I've got something new for you to see. Put hand on a hat box.
The hat, Chalmers?
Or a rather fashionable one. It's the latest trend among the educational elite.
Sudden knock at the door. Seymour Skinner jumps.
Chalmers, what was that?
Just a stray cat, Skinner. Now about that drink. As they head to the kitchen, the door creaks open.
Enter an undead teacher, Mr. Burns, grinning widely, holding a plate with his other hand.
Seymour, Chalmers. I've come to share my latest culinary creation. Brain-steamed tripe.
Seymour Skinner and Superintendent Chalmers recoil in disgust.
Mr. Burns, whatever possessed you to cook? That.
It's a hit at the local funeral home.
Chalmers sneezes. A small horde of undead teachers shuffle in from the streets, all carrying dishes.
Skinner, it appears we've become fashionably late for the dead teacher's dinner party. Time to put on our finest hat and join the feast.
I suppose we have no choice but to chow. I mean, dine with the dead.
They all laugh awkwardly as they exchange strange looks and dig in. End of script.
Damn it all. My juniper jerk chicken ruined. Well, can't make an omelet without breaking a few juniper berries, I suppose. But what can I serve Chalmers now? He'll be here any minute.
Why not try something completely unexpected?
Excited, I'll whip up a batch of prunes surprise. Chalmers will be in for a real shock. This could be fun. Let's get to work. But next time, I swear, I'll keep a closer eye on that chicken. The juniper jerk chicken was a disaster, but wait. What's that quaint little shop over there? A pasta emporium? Macaroncini! Dicamp Profilone. A perfect substitution for my burnt juniper. Now, how to obtain this delicious ingredient without Chalmers discovering? Climb out the window it is, and I'll be back in a jiffy, Chalmers. Don't worry. Prunes! Surprise, we'll just have to wait. In its place, I present to you Seymour Skinner's Macaroncini Jerk Chicken. This will surely impress Chalmers when he returns. Now, how to prepare it? Perhaps I'll marinate the macaroncini in a special blend of spices and vinegar, then grill it to perfection. Off I go. Adventure calls. Stands up and opens the window to climb out.
This scene follows the requested format. However, it does not include Chalmers mentioning anything about his hat. It is up to the viewer to decide if this modification is appropriate for their movie.
Superintendent Chalmers, you're just in time. I've started preparing something delightful for our lunch. Macaroncini D.
Macaroncini, you say? I've never heard of it. Where did you come across it?
Well, I was strolling through the charming little Italian district the other day and stumbled upon a pasta emporium. The pasta master there showed me some of their finest creations. This macaroncini is particularly noteworthy.
Fascinating. I do admire your dedication to expanding our culinary experiences here at the Academy.
Thank you, Chalmers. I believe learning should extend beyond the classroom, and enjoying a good meal together is an excellent way for us to connect.
Indeed, Skinner. Our students would be grateful for such a dedicated leader who not only cares for their education, but also for their nourishment as well.
Well, I'll take that as a compliment. Now, shall we set the table and discuss the origin of juniper and how it pairs perfectly with the macaroncini?
I'd be delighted, Skinner. Let us celebrate good food and friendship. They walk over to the table discussing juniper as they go.
I'm glad you like the pasta, Chalmers. I figured we both could use a change from the usual.
This isn't juniper, Skinner, but I'm quite fond of macaroncini di Campofilone. It's a welcome surprise.
Oh! The order at the Italian shop must have been mixed up, I'm afraid. I'll make sure to correct it for next time.
I see. Well, it's still delicious. Let's enjoy our meal. Speaking of delicious, that looks quite fashionable on you, Skinner.
Oh, yes. Old thing.
Well, it does add a certain flair to your cooking attire. I suspect the educational elite will be quite envious.
Well, as long as our students are well fed and educated, I suppose we can worry about fashion trends last. They both laugh and continue eating. Chalmers, I don't believe it's what you think. That's not a fire. It's a new culinary innovation. Kitchen portal.
So that's what they're calling it these days. And just where does this kitchen portal lead, Skinner?
It leads to the spice dimension where the finest herbs and flavors reside.
The spice dimension? That doesn't even make any sense. A fire in the kitchen can be put out, but a portal? How does one contain that localized in the kitchen without it causing widespread destruction?
Perhaps I miscalculated the formula. We must proceed with caution and try to contain it.
Skinner, it's important that we be honest about such matters. That's a fire, and you cannot cover it up. We must take responsibility and address it.
You're right, Chalmers. Let's put out the fire and discuss what we can do to prevent such incidents in the future. Well, I guess that elegant hat won't make its debut today. Chalmers gives him a knowing look.
Always the fashion victim, Skinner. Let's focus on the matter at hand and put out this fire before it spreads.
Both Skinner and Chalmers work together to put out the fire, attempting to salvage what they can of the kitchen.
Well, Chalmers, I'm glad you enjoyed the macaroncini di Campofilone. I'm always here to offer a tasty surprise.
Indeed, Skinner. It was quite a delight. I must admit I was taken aback by your hat. Quite stylish, I might add.
Oh, this old thing. I've had it for ages, but I'm glad you like it.
Tell me, where did you acquire such a fashionable piece? It's quite the talk at the educational elites' luncheons.
I picked it up at a local thrift shop. It's quite a hidden gem, isn't it? Sometimes the best treasures are found in the most unexpected places.
Well, I'll be sure to keep that in mind for my next shopping excursion.
Feel free to do so, Chalmers. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a bit of culinary experimentation to attend to. Enjoy the rest of your day and take care. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Skinner. I'll leave you to your kitchen portal.
Skinner laughs to himself, a small fire crackling in the background.
I really must find a way to contain this. Off to the science library it is.
As Chalmers exits, Skinner turns to watch him leave before heading back into the kitchen. End of scene. They do not include the modification about Chalmers' hat, as it was only suggested and not explicitly included in the scene description.
Chalmers. Welcome, welcome. I'm so glad you could make it for lunch. Come in, come in. I was just about to get the drinks. Looks around. I'm afraid the dinner isn't quite ready yet, but will you have water, coffee, or e-juicy soup? An authentic Nigerian delicacy I've been meaning to share with you.
Ah, Skinner, I see we're not just bonding over school matters anymore. I'll have a glass of water, thank you.
Very good choice. Excellent choice. Now let me just... Opens fridge. Ah, Death Spirit, our little mascot for an unforgettable lunch. In your dream.
Hey, Skinner, I think I'll stick to water without the Death Spirit just this once. Now, how have things been going at the school?
Watches Skinner as he hesitates before finally pouring himself a glass.
Oh, things are just swell. Things are going great.
And do you know what else is terrific?
New hobby. Let's just say it's something that helps me unwind after a long day. I won't let anyone. Meg glances nervously towards the door and lower voice find out about it.
Skinner, are you spending school funds on Magic the Gathering cards?
Blasted a juicy soup. How could this have happened? I'm such an inept cook. My reputation on the line and I serve burnt slop. I can't believe this.
What am I to do now? How to save face? They'll all laugh. The students, the faculty, the alumni. My legacy tarnished. My dignity mocked. Down at all. I'll concoct a tale, make a show, a pantomime. I'll claim our esteemed halls were raided by arsonists and the kitchen destroyed. The insurance will reimburse, and I'll fund my secret hobby undetected. But, the tax audit... How will I explain away the large expenditures? It's a tangled web I've spun. Oh, how entangled it's become.
Juicy soup, you elusive, deceptive dish. Once again, you failed to impress our esteemed guests. Sitara, Campania, you're my savior, my salvation in this hour of culinary despair.
But how to procure you, my beautiful, elusive replacement? The world outside offers many possibilities, but they all come with risks. Should I climb out the window hoping to find your sweet, fragrant fruits ripe and ready? It's a risky proposition, but one that I can't afford not to take. I've got it. I'll pretend the kitchen was raided, arsonists destroying all evidence of my cooking calamity. The insurance will cover the damages, and I'll use the compensation to fund my adventure. But the tax audit looms, and I can't let anyone find out about my little hobby. My secret spending, hidden like a precious gem, buried deep in the school coffers. Easy juicy soup, I'll replace your burnt and bitter taste with your fresh earthy cousin Sitara Campania. The students and faculty will know the difference, and my reputation will remain untarnished. This will be my secret, something only I can savor in the quiet solitude of this office. With a little luck, I'll pull this off, and no one will ever suspect a thing.
And Chalmers, I'm just checking on the progress of the new kitchen equipment. The steamer needs a good test run, you see.
What are you doing in here?
Oh, just adjusting some settings, making sure everything is just right.
Skinner, it's clearly smoking. Do you not see that? I've had enough of your tall tales. Now come clean with me.
Chalmers, please believe me. It's just the steam venting off. Really, I promise. But we better get everyone out of here before.
Skinner, I'll have no more of this. Give me a straight answer. What's really going on?
And I've made a mistake in the kitchen. The juicy soup was supposed to be steamed, not boiled, and I got carried away, lost track of time. The insurance will cover it, and we'll have a new kitchen soon.
Another kitchen disaster, Skinner? You're lucky I don't have you suspended this time. But I need to know, have you been misappropriating funds again? I can't keep covering your mistakes.
Chalmers, please believe me. I swear, this is just a mere kitchen mishap. I haven't touched the school funds, I swear.
Skinner, I want to believe you, but your past deception makes it hard. I'll be conducting a thorough investigation. In the meantime, try to get this kitchen issue under control.
Yes, Chalmers. I'll do whatever it takes to make things right again. I promise.
Skinner exits the room, still looking nervous.
I really need to find that new assistant principal soon.
End of scene.
Chalmers, please have a seat. I've prepared a special dish for us tonight.
Is that Sitara Campania, Skinner?
You mentioned it before as a Nigerian delicacy called a juicy soup.
Yes, that's it. Sitara Campania. It's just a regional dialect for the same dish.
I see. Well, it seems to have a different color and texture compared to the juicy soup we were promised.
Variations in African cuisine can be quite intriguing, Chalmers. This dish, despite its unique appearance, retains the same savory taste we both know and love.
Skinner, I'm not entirely convinced. I believe you've served me a different dish. What's the real reason for this deception?
Chalmers, there's no need for suspicion. I assure you, this is the authentic, delicious Sitara Campania. Let's just enjoy our dinner and set aside any doubts. Determination.
Very well, Skinner. Well, if this isn't Sitara Campania, it won't be the first time I've been misled by your cooking.
Chalmers, look at the beautiful fiery alpenglow in the kitchen. Isn't it a breathtaking sight?
Skinner, that's not alpenglow. That's a kitchen fire. You can't cook dinner in those conditions.
Well, I didn't realize Chalmers. I'll get it under control immediately.
Skinner, what's going on here? This kitchen has been in shambles for weeks. You can't keep ignoring these mishaps. And why are you so hesitant to let me take a look?
I need to preserve the integrity of the culinary experience. I'll have it fixed right away.
Skinner, we need to discuss your handling of school funds. This isn't the first time cooking. Related incidents have occurred and expenses keep adding up.
Chalmers, I can explain everything. But right now I need to focus on putting out this fire. Determined. Chalmers, such a pleasant lunch we've shared. True enchantment of flavors and stories. The day has truly been most enjoyable.
Skinner, I must admit, I was expecting some authentic Nigerian egusi soup and instead was served something else. Something else. I'm uncertain what that was.
Oh, Chalmers, it's the same dish, truly, just a slight variation. A regional dialect I forgot to mention. Sitara Campania. The essence remains the same.
Skinner, that's a new explanation and yet another difference from our previous conversation. I fear I cannot trust your word any longer.
Chalmers, you've been my trusted friend for so long. I've made a mistake, yes, but please do not let distrust cloud your judgment. I'll make it up to you, I promise.
Skinner, I've had enough. Your dishonesty has been revealed to me, and it cannot be ignored. I wish you all the best.
Chalmers, I'm truly sorry. I'll bear the consequences of my actions. Farewell, my friend.
Farewell, Skinner. Our long friendship cannot alter the truth.
Superintendent Chalmers exits while Skinner remains, still looking anxious.
An upcoming tax audit. I had hoped to keep my little secret hobby hidden. Oh, how this day turns sour.
Do. I'm gonna get you. Skinner, with his wild tales. The superintendent's losing all his pails. When he hears Skinner's absurd explanations, there'll be chaos in this domination.
Cebu!
Superintendent Chalmers. Just the man I was expecting at my doorstep. Come in, come in. I've made an exquisite dish for lunch today. Acacia crusted tilapia, sautéed chard, roasted beets, and a garlic dill sauce. I promise you, it's a palate pleaser.
Seymour, that sounds delightful. But isn't the dining room table a bit small for a fish dish of that size?
You'll adore the presentation. And while we wait, how about a refreshing glass of lemonade? The lemons were freshly squeezed this morning. Seymour, you really outdid yourself today.
Let me just put on my coat. Mind if I bring Foggy with me?
Foggy? Oh, splendid. I can't wait for Foggy to meet my new pet, mister.
Gay Gecko.
Scene shift to the living room with the table set for 3, including a plate with a large acacia, crusted tilapia, Seymour, Chalmers, and a small gecko named Mr. Gecko on the seats.
Please, take a seat, Superintendent. Gecko, me Foggy. Foggy, this is Mr. Gecko.
As they all sit down, a fog machine in the next room activates for a comedic effect, obscuring the room slightly.
Seymour, what's that strange smell? And what's that fog?
That would be Foggy's favorite food. Fishy chowder I whipped up for lunch? And the fog. Well, Mr. Gecko enjoys the feeling of fog against his scaly skin.
You always manage to surprise me.
The scene continues with them enjoying their meal while Mr. Gecko and Foggy sit alongside them. Seymour Skinner sitting alone at the kitchen table, staring at the burnt acacia, crusted tilapia.
Fuck! I can't believe I burnt the tilapia.
This was supposed to be the perfect dinner for Superintendent Chalmers. I was going to impress him. I've disappointed him yet again.
Sighs heavily.
All right. Think Skinner, think. I can't serve this to Chalmers. But what can I do? I could make another dish, but that would take time. Maybe I could order in. Nah, that's not very impressive. I need something quick and impressive.
Pauses.
Wait, what about roasted marshmallows?